I've had it with the Palestinians. I've given up on the Palestinians. If I was in Israel, I wouldn't be talking about a Palestinian state right now. I don't think Joe Biden should be talking about a Palestinian state right now. And I don't like how people try to
let's do the Pan Am mission
between the Palestinians and Hamas. To me, I see people with guns. That's Hamas. The people without the guns are the Palestinians. They believe the same thing. The Palestinians hire Hamas to run their government. You poll them, they all love killing Jews. It's in their charter. They say they believe in suicide bombings. Every time a Palestinian refugee goes to another country, it doesn't work out so well for the other country and for those Palestinians. No one wants them. You don't see Egypt opening up their doors. You don't see Jordan opening up. You don't see the Saudis. Why don't they want the Palestinians, Dana?
You just got a small taste of the far-right's dehumanizing rhetoric towards Palestinians, where they not only push this idea that Palestinian civilians are indistinguishable from Hamas, but they also argue that Palestinians are literally less human than everyone else on the planet. But this racist Islamophobic caricature of Palestinians is nothing new. In 2010, Ben Shapiro famously tweeted, "Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Hashtag settlements rock." And during Israel's 2014 incursion into Gaza, anti-woke author who couldn't define woke, Bethany Mandel, tweeted the following: "Not nuking these fucking animals is the only restraint I expect, and that's only because the cloud would hurt Israelis." Now, in response to that tweet resurfacing, she said, "It was sent in the heat of the moment after another brutal attack, but I had a point." So, unsurprisingly, the far right in America is in lockstep with the far right in Israel, who also referred to Palestinians as human animals and claimed that civilians in Gaza are also responsible for the crimes of Hamas.
Wait, so are these quests still not available? Let me go to sleep. I already talked to Johnny a bunch of times. It's the same convo. Let's sleep a lengthy 24 hours. Is anyone gonna call me? Rogue. Okay, so Rogue called me.
So if this kind of dehumanizing rhetoric towards Palestinians is that common on the right, well, it's no surprise that Republican politicians aren't just echoing the same thing, but they're taking things much further by proposing draconian policies to go along with said dehumanizing rhetoric. In fact, Republican presidential candidates are vowing to censor...
They didn't mention this quest is fixed. Chipping in. They mentioned killing in the name is fixed. Let's try to do chipping in
and
with
punish
Rogue.
protesters who dare defend Palestinian civilians. And their primary targets will first and foremost be foreign students on college campuses. The Washington Post reports Trump, the dominant polling leader in the GOP race, said this week that if he is returned to the White House, his administration would revoke student visas of, quote, radical anti-American and anti-Semitic foreigners. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis also expressed support for deporting international students who he deems supportive of Hamas, saying, "You don't have a right to be here on a visa. You don't have a right to be studying in the United States." In a radio interview the same day, Senator Tim Scott said of the student protests, "If any of those students on college campuses are foreign nationals on a visa, they should be sent back to their country. And additionally, Ron DeSantis has ordered students at the University of Florida and the University of South Florida to deactivate their Students for Justice in Palestine groups because they supposedly violate laws in Florida against anti-Semitism. Now, regardless if these students are American citizens or not, they still have First Amendment protections from our Constitution. They still apply. But yet, these self-proclaimed pro-free speech candidates are openly vowing to violate the Constitution in order to punish critics of Israel. But when Washington Post reporter Dylan Wells reached out to all of the campaigns of these Republicans proposing this and asked them, how do you reconcile this position with your supposed support for free speech? Well, guess what? She got no response. Predictable. Now, by introducing these plans, American fascists are following the footsteps of fascist leaders in Israel, who are also punishing critics of the Israeli government. The Nation reports that Palestinians and Jews in Israel are being punished over their criticisms of Israel on social media. They explain that about 50 Palestinians have either faced disciplinary action or faced suspension from various Israeli academic institutions. Also, about 30 Palestinian civilians of Israel have been fired from their jobs, and 170 have been detained or questioned for allegedly making social media posts in support of Hamas. And this crackdown comes after a Haaretz report about a Likud minister drafting emergency regulations to jail citizens who, quote, harm national morale. How democratic of Israel. Now, to be clear, the justification for punishment and censorship is that these people are accused of supporting Hamas. But understand that any criticism of the Israeli government is deemed pro-Hamas. The goal is to silence all critics of Israel's war crimes in Gaza.
Damn, bro.
Period. Full stop. And the easiest way to justify it and cultivate public support for the censorship campaign is to just say, well, they sympathize with terrorists. We're seeing a version of that here in the United States as well, where people who speak out on the behalf of Palestinian civilians like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar are being referred to as terrorist sympathizers. It's the oldest trick in the book. Now, thankfully, censorship over social media posts hasn't gone that bad yet here in the United States, but social media companies are being accused of suppressing Palestinian voices. Meta, for example, is being accused of suppressing information on Instagram. And popular pro-Palestine accounts on Twitter, like Palestine Action, is alleging that they're being...
I kind of want to put the volume on for Cyberpunk, at least for a little bit. I haven't played it in a while. Hold on, Rogue. Alright. Shut the fuck up. Just testing my volume. Calm down, bitch. Give me that jacket. It'll look better on me. Is Johnny's? I don't give a fuck about Johnny.
Thanks.
Give me. Oh, I'm looking fresh. Thank you. Daddy likes.
Jump in.
Finally looking half decent.
V out. What up, Johnny? Thank you. Thank you. You're looking good too. Mighty sexy. Got that digi dick.
What'd Johnny say about me?
He says you're hot.
Talk all the time.
Johnny tends to talk about himself mostly. He said you're the best. He loves you.
Said you're the best. Always were.
The best. Too bad that comes at a price.
Weird you didn't run into Smasher sooner.
It's a little weird you didn't run into Smasher before now.
It was a little sussy.
Came up in conversation.
Sussy was
time
he.
to time.
Yeah, but you never tried to track him down?
Test the volume.
Listen, V. The fact that Johnny's back changes things, okay?
Okay, sure. Believe me, I know.
Came up in conversation.
Volume's pretty good. Sure you're okay with this?
Sure you're up for this?
What? Getting cold feet?
Nah, I'm chilling.
No, just... I don't want to see Johnny haze you.
Yeah, he's a real piece of
Adam
shit.
Smasher's his obsession, not yours.
Think so?
Just trying to play fair.
We'll get back to that, I guess.
Alright, unless you have anything else to say, we're gonna skip ride. Bye. Or see you later. V out.
Okay, here's as far as we go. Might be our lucky day. Drop Grayson and Smasher in one go.
Oh yeah.
Fucker's gotta be around here somewhere.
I haven't played this game in a couple weeks. Been waiting for the fix the quest. Alright, let's start.
Okay,
I don't care what's the plan.
Too many rats around. Better wait till a little darkness creeps in.
Ooh, nighttime. Maybe Smash or Graceland will show. What do we do till then?
And in the meantime, we do what?
Wait and watch.
And, okay. Oh.
Okay, good as it's gonna get.
Alright. I'll meet you out there. Just give me a couple seconds. I'm examining the enemy territory, the perimeter, checking for ass. But see my drip, I forgot what I'm wearing. Oh yeah, I got the shitty jacket on me. Get the fuck out of here. My face. No, give me that. This fucking jacket. Where's my shit at? Does this have armor? No. Where's my body plate armor? Give me that. Punk aramid vest. Does that give me armor? 25. I'll take this one. Yeah. What the fuck is with these shoes? Oh, what are those? Give me Johnny's shoes. Yeah. Yeah, boy. No thanks. I'll take my bun. These buns. Oh yeah, I gotta work on my squats. Ass looking a little flat.
And you'll cover me. Come on, let's go.
I'm coming. I forgot how to scan. Okay, so there's crouch. Let's do a little ping action. Rogue, what are you doing? Rogue? Hey, you're so lucky. Alright, cameras. Let's tap into the cameras first. I don't know what kind of mission we're on to. Oh well. I'm not trying to hide. Shit. Controls a little slippery. Oh, I haven't played in a minute. Fuck that camera. Oh, actually. Let's get a little camera control. Next one. Oh, this bitch out here. Oh, I kind of think I alerted them too. Fuck. Alright, you guys are gonna get it. Oh! I see you. Ooh. No. No, that's not an enemy. How do I zoom in? Oh, that's a machine. Excuse me. It's a barrel. It's a barrel. This dipshit over here. Yeah, got him. Nice. Alright. Let's go. Loot up. I gotta work on my aiming. God damn. Oh. Finished playing Trapang. Aiming is so tight in that.
Can you open it?
Of course I can. I'm really strong.
Watch it now.
Loot. Don't forget loot. Get loot, Rogue. Don't forget it. Where should we go? Damn, I forgot my stealth tactics. I forgot my stealth tactics. I know I was going crazy. Where's the other one? It's over here somewhere. Oh, I can sprint, that's right. Okay, perfect. They give us a nice whole environment to crawl around. I love this. Okay. Okay, good air control. This game is really good, man. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Oh, loot. Open. Alright, whatever. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, the barbed wire. Alright, makes sense. Let's go back up on top. Alright, who's lonely? Let's start getting them. Got this guy over here. I want to take out this guy in back, though. Hold on. Yeah, I could take him out. Let's ping. I don't know if there's anybody else around. Oh shit, we got a ton of guys. Not a ton. Got one dipshit over there I can't tag. There we go. Let's start with you. Anybody else? Anybody else want it? Anybody else notice anything? Oh, the fucking cameras. I forgot about them. I don't know where they are. I didn't shut off everyone. Oh, god damn it. Oh, here we go. Shit. What do they see? Oh, you dirty bitch. What are you looking at? Oh. Come on. Bro, help me get a kill, why don't you? Get it. You dumb bitch. Oh. Oh, God. Shit. I'm coming. Oh my god. It's been so long. I got you! Bitch!
Seriously.
I know. Keep watching. Try to keep it in your pants, rogue. Oh, you got a sword. Come on, bitch! Oh god. Oh god, what a leap. Oh! There we go. I know. Perfect. You could say it when it went perfectly. Let's get all the loot around here. Yeah, I gotta work on my aiming and reflexes. I haven't played this in a minute. Scan to see all the shit around me. It's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me. Did the body just grunt? Fucking box. Yeah. Hold on, Rogue, I'm looting. Gotta make sure to get everything.
Alright, you got it.
Oh, shit.
Scan it, see if there's anything we can use. I'll watch the door.
Hold up.
Now knows exactly where to find it. She's stalling. Told you, Rogue's still scared of the asshole.
God, hold up, Johnny. Where was that thing? Oh, shit, right here. Money? Oh, let's see their files. Got some extra super secret documents.
Looks like they're hiding out on the ship.
Okay, let's see what we turn up.
They also got no holes.
Over there, to the right.
Bust that shit open. Look for Smasher and the Eubanite.
The ebony.
Not looking so hot.
Let's go.
Kinda hard to believe he's got a hidey hole.
Did you expect Smasher to put up a sign or something? Gotta search the deck.
Oh shit, we got more guys up
Okay.
here.
Why are you even doing this?
I'm settling a score.
Avenging Johnny.
A ladder. And a ladder. Real suspicious there, fellas. What are you doing? We got a boss? Fiend? Tag his ass. I forgot how I can distract these guys. Oh, I got bait. I got tech shit. Oh, fuck my leg. Let me ping one. Oh, what up, buddy? Don't mind me just getting this note over here. Oh. Oh, shit.
Don't get yourself
It's okay, he's stupid.
Recordings seem like to me.
Think you can play him back?
Yeah, then give it a shot.
Is there a fucking point to this?
How much is
Just find
left?
a motherfucker and do
No,
it.
it's not going to work. Like I said,
So why all this? The girl?
she dies in an hour. As a rule.
Why do you even record that?
Grayson might have. Tap dirt on Smasher.
Think you're giving Grayson too much credit.
No idea who's backing you, but if anything happens to Mallory...
You have 24 hours. Fail to back out of the Night Court deal by then. The girl dies.
Fuck! Don't you understand? You can't blackmail the entire Militech board by kidnapping one...
I know. I'm blackmailing you. 24 hours.
There's corporal life for you. Upstairs, summits, handshakes, back slapping, dick waving. Downstairs, Smasher's holding a gun to somebody's head.
Let's fuck him.
You hear that?
What the fuck?
No, not that.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Shooting at me with my own
Hold up. Hold the fuck up.
gun.
Come on, bitch. You're getting this cripple.
16 signature sound. I'd know it anyway.
You're not getting out alive!
Who's that guy? Wow. Oh, they kill these other assholes? Rogue, what are you doing? You gonna do anything to him? Oh, he's dead.
Grab the gun.
It's not yours. I don't think.
Grayson.
Oh my, Rogue. You and me not playing.
This is Johnny's gun?
anymore? Guess I'm not at all surprised.
Damn, Grayson.
Seems your specialty. Slipping jibs in the backs of allies.
Holy shit, I never thought I would get his gun. Can't put any mods on it, don't need to. Where's my Chinga? Chinga Dorada. Better attack speed, more damage. Let's try that out. Let's do Johnny style. We don't need
Where's
stealth.
Smasher?
You know I could just smash your fucking skull in.
Crack your skull like an eggshell. Know that? You'll still be able to talk for a little while. But I'm happy to talk.
That was a good threat. That was cool,
Wonder
V.
how Rogue survived after the attack on the tower. How in hell no one ever hunted her down? Her alone. Out of all that Atlantis trash, 'cause I do, I truly wonder how far she had to go to set herself up so comfy. Who'd she finger fuck? Whose crack did she have to lick to? Oh!
How's I didn't hear any sound. You got a plastic toy there, Rogue? What's going on? Where's Smasher, bitch?
Now
You fucking whore.
with the Arasakas. But I think you know that already. When's he due back? Never. Faithful old Adam's just been named head of security there. Not coming back to this rat hole ever.
I'll smash his ass in.
Trying just to tie off his loose ends. Shit! Could say that again. You two will never jump that high. Smasher's out of your reach. But don't feel bad.
I got double jump.
He'll find you himself.
I got the mod.
Likes to resolve shit like this in person.
You're gonna lead us to Smasher. We're our slave now.
Gonna lead us to smash your ass face.
Oh, V, that was
Even if I wanted to.
tacky,
You
corny.
don't trust me enough to.
Ass face.
Hey.
You butt
Why are you so
face.
interested in
You
Smasher anyway?
Dookie breath.
Not interested in Silverhand and what happened to him.
Dookie breath is kind of good.
Johnny Silverhand? What do you want to know?
I'm him. I am him.
Smasher ever tell you what he did with Silverhand's body?
That into him, huh? Plan to exhume that scop? Or you just want to hear how he died, soaked in his own piss? Neurons scorched by soul kill.
Hit him, V. He's talking
What
too
did
much.
they do with him?
Badlands, near the oil fields. Buried out there. North. Then head for the landfill.
Okay, you're gonna.
Deep enough. Might find a shit smear.
Heard enough. Finish it.
Let's end this quickly. Want to rip my eyes out just looking at it.
No, wait.
Okay.
I got something.
Where's my gun?
Silverhand.
I'm ready with the gun.
Right. Could give you something.
I don't want anything from you. Wait, what? Rogue, do I end him?
Pick
He
up the
deserves
pace.
extinction. Do I end him?
Yes. Meaning, do what you think is right.
Smasher's got something that was Johnny's. Could be yours. Just gotta let me live.
Where's my gun?
Don't want a damn thing from you.
Good. One Dicksburg less.
Let's Delta.
Need more holes in his face.
Pointless. This whole thing. Still no leads. Nowhere to go from here.
Fuck. V, tell her.
V, tell her what? Johnny wasn't just
You're
after
wasting
revenge.
my time.
For Johnny, this is more than a 50-year-old grudge.
Really? Like, what is it?
It's about you. He wanted to do this with you.
What, to cheer me up? Didn't work.
Smasher,
Fuck! You don't get it. This isn't about Smasher. He's just the goddamn tip of the iceberg. Even if we get him, what does that get us?
We can sell his body parts on the black market. Limbs. They're valuable. Wait, Rogue!
Leave her alone, V. She'll get it together.
Damn it, Johnny.
At times like this, she prefers to be alone.
okay. I get that.
Let's hit those oil fields. Want to see what it looks like out there.
Nice. Well, fuck me. Let's get the whip. Which car do we have? Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Let's get in, Johnny. V out. Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Oh, god damn it. Just a scratch. I forgot how to... Oh, fuck. I forgot how to drift.
Can't believe they bothered to truck it all the way out here.
It's better than the junkyard where I landed.
Find Johnny's garage.
So
Oh, Johnny.
that's
Oh.
how it is.
What up, baby?
Nothing here at all.
They blew it up. Hey, buddy. Talk to Johnny. Oh. Sit on this shitty rusty metal. God damn it. There we go.
What did you expect? Headstone, flags, flowers?
No, I don't know. A marker.
I got your gun back.
Maybe.
You got something.
We'll figure something out. Better now?
A bit. But let's say it was my real grave. What would you write? Here lies Johnny Silverhand.
Night City legend.
Night City legend.
Sounds good. But what does it really mean?
You're a fucking
What
legend.
did I achieve shouting chipping in to a bunch of angry, pimply kids?
What's gotten into you, Johnny?
What's gotten into you? Who's Johnny? I'm the fucking greatest Silverhand. Don't even recognize you.
I didn't say all that, V.
Maybe
Come on,
I'm
man.
done pretending. Listen, I realize I fucked up a lot of things. Either let down or used every last person who gave me their trust. Blind, selfish bastard that I was. But I've managed one thing for now. Not to fuck this up. What we have.
So now you're changed? You're a changed man, Johnny? What led you to this decision? He's been talking the whole time, I guess. He's just been realizing... Johnny, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to talk to myself. Hard road, but looks like we made it. Nah, fuck that up too. A hard road, but looks like we made it, buddy.
Been a long, bumpy road, but we made it.
We're besties.
Most people I thought were my friends. They couldn't even stand to be in the same room with me.
That's how it be.
Fucking closest to me by a long shot. There, 24/7. And yet, you don't seem to hate my living guts.
Shame we didn't talk like this earlier.
It's too bad we didn't talk like this earlier. Would have made things easier.
Never found the right moment.
Mm. Alright,
Never
Johnny.
waking up at Victor's not knowing about me. I'm seeing things. I'm scared. Then moaning at Misty's about how you didn't want to die.
Oh, you know all that?
Remember you whining for smokes in the middle of the night? Complaining about not being able to kill me?
Never thought we'd make it this far.
Are you sure this isn't all some fucking big brain scam to take my body at the last minute? Come on, Johnny. Oh. Whatever. When you said you let down your friends.
When you said you let your friends down, did you mean Rogue?
Rogue, Alt, Carrie, Santiago.
all's lost yet. At least with Rogue.
Can't pretend nothing's changed over 50 years. Can't just insert myself into her life.
Come on. You already have.
True that. You know, did promise her I'd take her to the movies long, long ago.
I'll take her to the movies for you.
Call her for me. Ask if she's free some night. Thing is, you'd have to surrender control. Again.
I'm down. I'll be there watching. Yeah, I'll call Rogue.
Yeah. I'll call her.
Okay. That's Delta. Nothing to see here after all.
That's
Coming
bounds.
out all the same?
Absolutely. Thanks, V.
You're welcome,
Of all
Johnny.
the heads I could have popped up in, hella glad it was yours.
Nice. Alright, love you too, Johnny. Kiss, kiss. Alright, meet Hanako at Embers. Let's wait for some other quests to pop up. Blistering Love? Call Rogue and ask her out. Oh! Hey, Rogue.
V,
Johnny wants to ask you out on a date. What do you think?
Johnny's asking? Or is it you?
It's Johnny.
Johnny, you're the one who said you got no trouble telling us apart.
Okay. And where'd we go?
Where'd you want to go?
Silver Pixel Cloud in North Oak.
She's down.
Okay. I'll swing by the afterlife. Pick you up.
Alright. Go pick up Rogue in the afterlife at evening. Forgot to tell you. Swing by in the evening. Got other things on my plate right now. Got you. Typing. Dope. The evening. Let's just sleep here on the street and get ready for the date. Sleep here in the garbage. Wake up fresh for our date. Oh, Johnny, you're gonna have a great time with this body in the morning. In the evening. Oh, that's right, in the evening. Hold on. Can we skip time? Okay, so that's morning. Wait, hold on. 6 a.m. Sunrise. Evening. Yep. Sleeping in the garbage. 6:48 p.m. Let's go to the afterlife. Bam. Let's take her ass out on a date. Win her some teddy bears at the fair. Let's go. Wait until the evening. The fuck are you talking about? I'll sit in right in between this man's legs. Is he still there?
Some crew taking you along as bait?
That a compliment?
You look different.
Try again.
Hey,
Maybe you'll
Rogue.
find some charm third
Ready?
time around.
Again, you.
We going?
Where's Johnny? Couldn't make it after all?
No, let me just pop him in real quick. I'm just the driver.
I'm just your driver.
So you keep him on a short leash. Wise beyond your years.
Hear that, Johnny? You gotta stay on your leash, brother.
Silver Pixel Cloud, your favorite place?
Once, probably. Haven't been there in ages.
Movie theater. I'm in. Let's go. Smash some garbage on the way.
Drive-ins went out of style a century ago, but silver pixels still hanging in there.
Sorry, Rogue.
Dream place for a date.
The dialogue, the car is so fucking loud right now.
So it wasn't his.
Let's do a quick drive-by. How about that?
Of course not.
Can we take out my gun? No, I can't.
Was blowing up Arasaka HQ.
Oh no, I went on the wrong thing.
All right, B. Tell me what's going on. For real.
I hope this isn't copyright music. Mute detection sounds. Disable copyrighted music. On. Okay, kept my settings.
Johnny doesn't do a thing without an ulterior.
Hold on. I gotta check this radio real quick.
Johnny's changed.
No station. I like no station.
He really does want to spend some
My favorite station.
No hooks, no lines, no sinkers.
The fuck? Kind of fucked up freeway off ramp was that?
Rogue?
Just taking it all in. A selfless Johnny Silverhand. Apparently you're a positive influence on him.
I am. I've been teaching Johnny like a son. I've had a lot to teach him. A lot of scolding. You know? It's just what I do. Johnny, are you gonna show up for the date or what? He's just trying to fuck. That's it. Alright, hold on, Rogue. This is going a little off ramp. There's a perks of going on a date with me. You never know what you're gonna get. I go up mountains when I'm in a Lamborghini, even though I know I can't handle it. You know, it's just the magic of the thrill. Oh, look at that. Accidentally hit a squirrel. Yeah. How do you like the sound of my car, Rogue? Constantly sounds like it's shitting itself.
Here we are. Closed. Really has been a while, I guess.
Technically, it's open. Been here before. No way in. Practically have the place all to ourselves.
I have double jump.
Okay.
I'm locked in. Rogue, help! Oh, nice fit. Rogue, did she trap me in here? Oh, exit is okay. God damn it. I was beeping. I already used that computer. I've been here before.
Try and get the projector started. I'll get it.
Sure thing.
Let's get this bad boy started.
Exactly where I was supposed to take her 50 odd years ago. Right, let's go check the projector.
No, hold on, we're gonna make it on top of here. We can. What? Whoa, we're God. You worship me. What the fuck was that? I failed? Rogue! No, Rogue! Where are you going? What the fuck was that? I just wanted to do a little climbing. It said to fix the projector. I was looking how to fix it. Whatever.
Some crew taking...
See, you keep him on a short leash. Wise beyond your years. Let's go.
Let's bounce.
Silver Pixel Cloud, your favorite place?
Oh, you like the
Once,
windows?
probably. Haven't been there in ages.
Oh, fuck, camera.
Drive-ins went out of style a century ago, but silver pixels still hanging in there.
God damn it.
Plain place for a date.
I thought so too.
This is so fucking loud. Jesus Christ, man. Can I turn down the car effects? That is fucking loud. Car radio volume, dialogue, SFX, just all sound effects. Yeah, they are all kind of fucking loud. Jesus Christ.
So it wasn't his idea.
Of course not. His idea of a romantic night out was blowing up our South HQ.
I'm on my way, Rogue. We got this.
All right, V. Tell me what's going on. For real.
Meaning,
Johnny doesn't do a thing without an ulterior motive. So what's in
Oh, God damn it. I missed the freeway.
he's changed. He really does want to spend some time with you. No hooks, no lines, no sinkers.
Right.
Just hook ups. And he wants to sink his dick in your vagina. That's all Johnny wants to do. The fuck you think? Oh, watch the fuck out. I got a date.
Just taking it all in.
Watch out. I got a date.
Johnny said
Watch out. She's impatient.
positive influence on him.
Oh, goddamn police chasing me now. Oh, goddamn cops. Hold on, Rogue. Just a little reroute here going on. You know. Hey, smooth. Oh, hold up, Rogue. Gotta work on my gun skills real quick. Okay, I can't. No, god damn it! Hold on. 46-point turn. There we go. Back on a date. Let's go. Car, not a scratch. God damn. Oh, god damn it. Watch the fuck out. Not a scratch. Whoa! Damn. I like that, Rogue. Flip tricks and shit. No one does it like me. Ah, we can make it. Holy shit. Oh, you're driving a Road Rage King. Not Road Rage, the Road King. King of Roads. Liver King. Not Liver King.
Here we are.
Alright.
Closed. Really has been a while, I guess.
Technically, it's open.
Let's
Been
go.
here before. No way in.
I know this place like the inside out of my
Practically have
dick.
the place all to ourselves.
Okay.
Lock? Oh.
Try and get the projector started. I'll get us some seats.
Alright, how do we get it started?
Exactly where I was supposed to take her 50-odd years ago. Right, let's go check the projector. Entrance is over here.
Oh, this door was locked. Oh! We got a poster.
Interesting.
Bushido.
Okay, looks like I
Fade to
found the
black.
projector. You wouldn't happen to know how to get it up and running.
Of course I do. More Bushido porno posters. Jack in there.
Glad to see.
Hold
Look
on.
at that. Last played Bushido 10. Perfect.
Looks like a spurt of runny shit.
V, we're at a drive-in. Movie's the last thing we care about. Just want some background.
Alright, let me go down to get Rogue. Did you lock the door, Johnny? What is this?
Bashida will give you that.
What the fuck, Johnny?
All right, V, run along. I'll take it from here.
You lazy bitch. Fine. I'll give Johnny control.
Have fun, you crazy kids.
The things I do for you, Johnny.
Grabbed us the best spots. Hop on up.
Nice movie. Shit looks dope. Oh my god, that guy's fucking thick. You see his thighs? They're like, I don't know, boulders. I don't know, this movie kind of sucks, honestly. What the fuck are we watching?
This is how you imagine this evening going?
Always knew things would have to change for us to just go out and catch a movie. Never imagined they'd change this much. Let's pretend it's 2015, huh? We just met, and I got no idea what a bastard you are.
I'm not a bastard now. I like the Rogue of 2077.
But I like 2077 Rogue.
A far inferior version.
No. You're like a MILF now.
Okay,
You're hot.
So it's 2015. If you could do it all again, what would you change? Anything at all?
Okay, so fuck my idea. Okay. Think I'd do some cat. Smoke some shit I never did before. Do anything to not lose you. This is all for you, Rogue. Go ahead, Johnny. It's your only chance.
Everything in my power not to lose you.
Get her, Johnny.
Johnny,
Hey. What's this?
Getting her all
Nothing.
emotional.
It's just had a lot of time to think while you were away. What ifs and all that.
Got a feeling you're not telling me
I think you
something.
might be hiding something from me.
Uh-huh.
Johnny, there's a heap of things I'm hiding from you.
Let's watch a
But all
movie.
we got's this one night.
It just keeps repeating this one scene. But all we got's this one night. More than I expected. Kiss.
It's more than I ever could have asked.
Give her, mwah, Johnny.
Rogue, I'm here on borrowed time in a borrowed body. But I'm here.
Oh, he's going for the neck. Nice. Get the cheek. Or like the jaw. I don't know, the jaw's weird specific spot. The ear. The earlobe, not the... she's got a big earring. You can get the side top of the ear. Oh god, Rogue, titties! Alright, let me twerk. Let me show you what I got. Oh, he's about to eat it out, Johnny. He's a munch. Ate it for lunch. Johnny a munch. Oh. You putting her up on the car again? Come on, Johnny. Let's stop wasting time. Lift her legs up. Do something crazy. Do the monkey. Grab her tits and her ass at the same time. Like a monkey grabbing all the bananas he can on a tree. Just grab all their tits and ass.
I can't.
You can.
It's not right.
I have a condom. I get it.
I understand.
No, you don't.
Oh, I'm such a
Tried
dipshit.
so hard to pretend nothing's changed. To pretend I'm the same Rogue you knew. Actually managed to fool myself for a little. Get back on my own.
Damn, she's hot.
Rogue. Fuck.
God damn it, Johnny. Your dialogue choices suck. Oh god, Johnny, more? Oh, I'm going back. Okay. Damn. Feel kind of bad for Johnny now. No, Johnny.
Rogue's gone.
Yep.
Damn. Guess it didn't go well. Oh.
Guess things did not go swimmingly.
Nope. Was gonna be a nice night at the drive-in. Now she's mad and won't tell me what about. Let's get out of here.
Any guesses?
Remember Grayson? How they spoke?
Oh,
weird
my
it was?
eyes.
Weird's not the word, I don't think. He was toying with her. Could be something to that.
Gotta mull it over. For now, take me to North Oak.
That's supposed to help you figure out Rogue?
No, Carrie. Tell you once we're there. Movie was a turd wrapped in crepe paper.
Bushido and Chill? Nice. Completed job, blistering love. Are there any quests that activated? Meet Johnny at the North Oak sign. Let's do that. We have Killing in the Name and Queen of the Highway, Pan Am's quest. And the Highwayman still bugged. Let's meet Johnny at the North Oak sign. I'm coming, Johnny! Fucking gate, what the fuck? Wow. Where's Johnny at? Got the Gliz Whip. Hey. Oh. Get the fuck out of here. Shit. Johnny. Oh, we got Pan Am's quest.
Pete, the basilisk. It's ready.
Let's go.
Would you like to drive it?
Sure.
Sure. Be there soon.
Fuck, Pete. It is awesome.
So I hear.
So why are we here, Johnny?
Why are we here exactly?
Heard Carrie got himself a bucket mansion here. Done well.
Where'd you hear anything about Carrie?
In and about town.
You got a nice gun, but I like my stealth. Sorry, Johnny.
Your sheets are full
My
of
gun's
shit
way
about-
better.
Oh, right. You weren't around.
Mm-hmm. Your big night out. So what? Want to pay him a visit?
Yep. Seems as good a time as any.
So I gotta hit Carrie's digs, look around, critique the drapes.
Know what they're writing about him? He's depressed. Attempted suicide.
What, really worried he wants to hurt himself?
Who knows? Either way, could give him some pointers.
Meaning you want to go in person. Gotta hand you the reins again.
Yes. Behaved myself last time, didn't I? I think I warrant another furlough for good behavior.
Okay, but I want to know what you plan to do.
Nothing stupid, I promise. Just want to see how he's doing.
How you plan to tell him it's you? Could be dealing with some real personal shit right now. Might not be the best time to mess with his head.
V-Care was always dealing with personal shit. That's why, in spite of everything else, we got along. Don't worry. I'll play it by ear, sensitively. First things first. We gotta get into that house.
Okay, just let me know when you want it to. Right, I'm out. Okay, but I want to know what you plan to do.
Nothing stupid, I promise.
Oh my god, I accidentally restarted the convo.
How you plan to tell him it's you? Could be dealing with some real personal shit right now. Might not be the best time to mess with his head.
V-Care was always dealing with personal shit. That's why, in spite of everything else, we got along. Don't worry. I'll play it by ear, sensitively. First things first. We gotta get into that house.
Okay, just let me know when you want to take the wheel.
Enter Carrie's property. We're going. We should have taken the road. Oh, this is faster. Nice. Get off this road. We're busy.
Fuck you all!
Fuck you. The fuck you want? You didn't see anything. Get the fuck out of here. What is this? A fucking secret entrance here? But there's a wall? Oh, shit! Robot. Robot entering Glizzy Overdrive. Detected penis. Human penis. Where's that fucking robot? Get the fuck out of here. Ooh, nope. He's got robots everywhere. Let's get them. Get the perimeter.
Now, this freak tech.
We're taking out the whole guard, Johnny. God damn it. Die. I see you. Hey, you dumb bitch. Oh, I'm so quiet. So sneaky. Oh, I got that car. It's a piece of shit. Where's that note? In case he tries to drive away. Can't pop his tires. Oh shit. Got bulletproof tires. The fuck? This place looks trashed.
Ugly as seafood barf. Hope it was expensive at least. Something's gotta justify this level of tacky.
I don't know, it looks like some fucking raiders broke in here, started partying, pissing, coming all over the place.
Wicked bad collection.
Well, now I am impressed. Played a few of these myself back in our samurai days.
Acts like that run us many it.
Oh, Johnny, I don't care about axes. Hurry up. Conclude investigation. See that door over there?
What's...
Second conflict. Carried always goes straight for kitsch with titles. Guess nothing's changed.
Oh god, Johnny. Now I remember why I had videos pulled up while Cyberpunk was on.
Suppressed as well, and as someone who followed them and then had to refollow after I was automatically unfollowed, I do think that there is some merit to their claims, if it's not just a bug or a glitch. But I think that Elon Musk probably is responsible for censorship here. He's been censoring voices that he disagreed with before, so who's to say that he's not doing it again? But don't assume that widespread censorship isn't occurring here in the United States because it's not as prevalent as it is in Israel, because it is happening, and it has been happening. Journalists like Katie Halper, Mark Lamont Hill, Nathan J. Robinson, they've all been fired from The Hill, CNN, and The Guardian, respectively, for being critical of Israel. And furthermore, within the last 10 years, anti-BDS laws in the United States have exploded, with 38 states adopting anti-BDS laws, as you could see by this chart here. Now, here's what this means. Quote, states with anti-boycott laws are effectively telling companies that if you do the right thing and disentangle yourselves from settlement abuses, you can't do business with us, said Andrea Praso, Deputy U.S. Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. Quote, states should encourage, not sanction companies that avoid contributing to human rights abuses. Many states have anti-boycott laws or policies that extend to individuals and companies that enter into business contracts with states. These laws and policies require people entering into contracts to assert that they will not engage in any boycott activity. So in the United States of America, you could be punished for speaking up and condemning a foreign government. But sometimes, even if you keep your mouth shut, it's what you don't do that can get you into trouble. You're sometimes punished for not signing a loyalty pledge to Israel in America. This happened to a Texas teacher who was fired for refusing to sign an anti-BDS loyalty pledge to Israel. And the same exact thing happened to Abby Martin, as she explained in this video from November of 2020.
In February of this year, I was supposed to give a keynote speech at Georgia Southern University. Before the event, I refused to sign a state-mandated pledge to not boycott Israel in order to speak. My invitation was rescinded and the conference canceled as a result. I decided to sue the state of Georgia because signing an anti-BDS clause in order to work in the state is a direct violation of my constitutional rights to free speech and to participate in political boycotts. Just days after this lawsuit was filed and widely reported in the press, Netanyahu tweeted this. He said, "Whoever boycotts us will be boycotted." In recent years, we've promoted laws in most U.S. states which determine that strong action is to be taken against whoever tries to boycott Israel. So here you have a foreign country essentially threatening economic consequences to dictate the constitutional rights of Americans. Then you had Georgia state officials essentially actually citing Israel Netanyahu as part of their defense for these laws. I mean, this is a free speech case under the U.S. Constitution. So why is it that you have a foreign leader, making vague
told you to stop being a
threats
pussy
for economic consequences, and then you have actual state officials in Georgia citing foreign officials as their reason to undermine the U.S. Constitution here?
I mean, how? It's remarkable and fundamentally distressing that you have elected officials in the United States who actually are willing to sacrifice Americans' First Amendment rights, cherished First Amendment rights, at the request of a foreign country. And it's demanding basically that you and anyone else sign a loyalty oath to a foreign country in order to be able to contract with the state of Georgia. And the situation is so extreme that, in fact, one of the state legislatures, Deborah Silcox, when they were seeking to amend the law and raise that limit to $100,000 to try and moot your case, actually said in a committee meeting at the state legislature that she had been asked to take that step by the Israeli consulate, and apparently even brought a member of the Israeli consulate to speak in that meeting. This is the United States. This is where, we're told over and over again that, it's American rights, that we have the First Amendment, that we have the Constitution, that we have the Bill of Rights, that this stands for American freedom. And then they can just quickly turn around and say, well, another country directed that we take these actions, and so we're going to do that.
Absolutely chilling. Now, thankfully, Abby Martin ended up winning her lawsuit, and I will link you to the video down below where I talked about the outcome of that case. But just for a second, imagine that your employer fired you because they demanded that you sign a loyalty pledge to Russia or Saudi Arabia or China, and you didn't. I mean, politicians would quickly condemn that. The media would condemn that. But we have a far-right Israeli government literally dictating the free speech rights of United States citizens, and it's just a common phenomenon here. It's not even controversial. And as you've seen, we don't want Israel to dictate free speech rights in the United States because they're pretty fucking bad at protecting free speech in their country. They're penalizing people who criticize them. But furthermore, just having a foreign government dictate US policy at all is a bit of a slippery slope. No, it's a bit frightening, is it not? Now, obviously, these anti-BDS laws are in violation of the First Amendment, which is why Abby Martin won her lawsuit, and why multiple anti-BDS laws have been blocked by federal courts multiple times. But it's not always a sure bet, given the politicized nature of our judiciary, and an anti-BDS law in Arkansas was actually upheld by a U.S. appeals court in 2022. But understand that this attack on free speech at the behest of Israel is not unique to the United States. France literally banned all Palestinian protests. France, democratic country controlled by a liberal government, banned all pro-Palestinian protests. And as Amnesty International points out, Germany has banned pro-Palestine protests in most cities. Switzerland also banned protests in certain cities, and waving the Palestinian flag may soon be illegal in the UK as well. Now, at the start of this video, I pointed out the Republicans who support a draconian crackdown of free speech at the behest of the Israeli government. And that's not surprising, considering the far right in the US has authoritarian ambitions just like the far right does in Israel. In fact, Netanyahu's judicial overhaul has been characterized as a coup because it would spawn a constitutional crisis. And also Donald Trump here in the United States was accused of doing a coup as well, or at least attempting a coup by trying to illegally stay in power after he lost the election. But what's interesting is that liberals in the US can clearly acknowledge the threat posed by Donald Trump's far-right ultra-nationalist fascist policies. But when it comes to Israel's version of Donald Trump, Netanyahu, and their far-right ultra-nationalist government, liberals seem to have a blind spot. They can't see how Netanyahu, like Trump, also poses a danger to democracy, not just democracy in Israel, our democracy too, because they are literally pushing for policies to censor United States citizens. Benjamin Netanyahu admitted this. And those anti-BDS laws that I mentioned, guess who supports those? It's not just Republicans like Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis and Tim Scott. These anti-BDS laws have widespread bipartisan support. It's not just Republicans who support them. Perhaps Republicans support the most draconian crackdowns on free speech, but Democrats aren't opposing what Republicans are saying here. So if you're disgusted by the censorious proposals from Republican presidential candidates, don't be surprised if Democrats come out and support them too, or propose their own versions that maybe are a little bit tamer. And the reason why so many US politicians are choosing to go along with the far-right government of Israel, even if they're liberal, is because, I mean, well, there's multiple reasons. First of all, propaganda. Second of all, there's the Israel lobby. There's a lot of foreign governments that spend millions of dollars lobbying US politicians, and Israel is in the top 10, one of the biggest spenders to influence US policy. And a lot of them, if they speak out, even if they don't take AIPAC money, for example, there could be a primary challenge to them, so they're afraid, which makes them complicit. But I mean, if you're a liberal who is on the same side as people like Ben Shapiro and Jesse Waters, who has bought into the total dehumanization of Palestinian people to the point where you are agreeing with Republicans that censorship of American citizens who criticize Israel is good, I don't know, maybe a little bit of introspection is needed.
That a hint of disapproval, I hear? Just sit tight for a bit. Rest. Don't worry about a thing.
The hell is this concert thing?
Did you hear that?
Gets sharper as the pills wear off. So?
Want to see Samurai live? Probably won't get enough.
Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress.
After a couple of long, hard weeks, House Republicans have decided to grab hold of Johnson and ride him all the way to the finish line. That's right, House Republicans have elected Mike Johnson of Louisiana as Speaker in a unanimous vote, meaning that a lot of them had to swallow their pride and come together, which is surprising to me because when 8 other Republicans announced their candidacy for Speaker, I really expected Johnson to slip through the cracks. But to my surprise, he stood tall in a field of limp competitors. Now, unfortunately, his lovely wife Kelly, who's also the co-host of his Christian podcast Truth Be Told, couldn't make it, and he explains why she wasn't there for this special moment.
She spent the last couple of weeks on her knees in prayer to the Lord, and she's a little worn out.
Damn, Kelly. Let's go. Imagine like walking in on your spouse and they're on their knees and they're out of breath and they're sweaty and you're like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, I'm praying, honey. Come back in like 10 minutes. Okay, a little bit sus, but whatever. So the question is, how did we get to this point where this dick is elected, of all people? Well, before we get to that, I first want to go back to Monday where we left off with Republican Tom Emmer as the most notable candidate. I didn't call him the front runner because I knew then that there was no chance he was going to become Speaker, but he was the most notable. And 90 minutes after he was officially nominated by House Republicans as Speaker designate, Trump dropped the hammer on him, calling him a globalist rhino, and encouraged Republicans to vote against him. So that, in combination with fears from his GOP colleagues that he doesn't hate gay people enough, ultimately led to his quick demise. And as CNN's Christy Wilson points out, he became Speaker designate at 12:16 p.m. on Tuesday, but by 4:26 p.m., he already dropped out. Yeah, so needless to say, his bid to be Speaker ended very quickly, which was pretty predictable. Now, other candidates also quickly started to drop out, and a consensus started to quickly form around Johnson, with Ken Buck explaining why he was a good choice to CNN's Dana Bash.
Why Mike Johnson?
Guest.
You know, probably because he has the fewest enemies of anybody in the Republican
Well,
Congress.
that's a ringing endorsement.
Well, it's the reality of where we are right now. With 4-vote majority, Mike is one of those people who gets along with everybody, and he's well respected. And I think those two factors played a big role in this.
So it's not necessarily a particular policy or relevant expertise. They chose him because he has the fewest enemies. Cool. Now, the question is, what are the reactions to this from Republicans? I'll tell you my reaction in a moment, but what do Republicans think after battling for weeks? Well, Matt Gaetz, who started this entire shitstorm, is pretty happy. In fact, he feels vindicated.
It is going to be a great moment for the House. And you know what? At the very end, when some people didn't know if they could still even bring back McCarthy, a few of them just left the room and didn't vote. And the swamp is on the run. MAGA is ascendant. And if you don't think that moving from Kevin McCarthy to MAGA Mike Johnson shows the ascendance of this movement and where the power in the Republican Party truly lies, then you're not paying attention. But they are crying, they are hand-wringing and bedwetting over on K Street because we have an honorable, righteous man who is about to take this position. He's going to do great things for the country.
So he thinks that Johnson's victory is proof that the MAGA movement is ascended. And I think he's correct, and you'll kind of see why once you see who Mike Johnson is. But what are people like Mike Lawler, who was very critical of Gates, saying about Johnson? Well, here's what he said, and what a couple of other Republicans said last night when it became pretty clear that Johnson did have the votes needed to become Speaker.
You know, obviously, I did not support the removal of Kevin McCarthy. I think it was, arguably the stupidest move ever made in politics. But we have to move forward.
Yeah, I got one of your buddies from outside.
So we're going to rally around
fucking
Mike
pussy
Johnson
was talking
and,
shit.
Elect him Speaker tomorrow and get back to work.
It's a different situation now. There was a trust factor with leadership last time.
I don't give a
You're gonna
fuck.
Give him some leeway on that.
Suck my dick.
We're throwing out McCarthy for Johnson.
Well, look, I mean, that's not actually the question at this point. The question here is Mike Johnson the right guy at the right time? And I think he is.
So you can tell that there's still some bad blood there, but they've all found a candidate to settle for him. Maybe they're not 100% happy, but they picked him. And unanimous consent for this caucus is pretty surprising, honestly. Now, the likely question on most of your minds is, who the hell is Mike Johnson?
Wish I could take out my gun and shoot this guy.
I know that most
Who the fuck
liberals
is
and
he?
leftists who are watching this probably aren't going to be satisfied
Later.
with any Republican.
He's cool.
Don't
I
blame
like
you.
him.
But understand that there is a spectrum of Republicans. So in the House, on one end of that spectrum, you have the more moderate economic conservative Republicans who focus disproportionately on tax cuts for corporations and deregulation. And on the other side of that spectrum, you have actual demons who pose a threat to democracy and require human blood for sustenance. Mike Johnson represents all of that, the entire spectrum. He is the worst of the worst. He's essentially an amalgamation of every Republican. The so-called moderates, the fascists, the austerians, the populists. He is, I think, the worst case scenario, or about as close to the worst case scenario as you could get. Much worse than McCarthy, and certainly worse than Jim Jordan as well, arguably. And first and foremost, the main thing that you should know is that this man is an election denier.
We must vote to sustain objections to states of electors submitted by states that we genuinely believe clearly violated the Constitution and the presidential election of 2020.
So that was a snippet of him objecting to Arizona's slate of electors in particular, but make no mistake about it, he went on to vote against certifying the 2020 election. But it gets so much worse because he's not just one of the many Republicans who voted against certifying the election. He actively promoted lies about the 2020 election. Take what he said about Georgia in this radio interview, for example.
I was on the floor of the House last night talking with my colleagues from Georgia, and they are so frustrated. They want to pull their hair out because they feel helpless in the matter, but they know that in Georgia, it really was rigged. It was set up for the Biden team to win.
So he's just straight up denying the results of the 2020 election. But it'd be a mistake to characterize him as just another election denier because he was one of the ringleaders. As he put it in a tweet that he wrote on December 10th of 2020, proud to lead over 100 of my colleagues in filing an amicus brief to express our concern with the integrity of the 2020 election and our election system in the future. So he's not just an election denier, he also spread lies about the election, but believe it or not, it gets even worse. Now, let me explain why. So, do you all remember the infamous press conference that took place on November 19th of 2020, where Trump attorney Sidney Powell falsely claimed that the software for Dominion voting machines were actually engineered in Venezuela at the direction of Hugo Chavez? Well, here's what Mike Johnson said just a couple of days before that press conference took place.
You know, in every election in American history, there's some small element of fraud, irregularity, error. We just know that. You just accept that that's the case. But when you have it on a broad scale, when you have, a software system that is used all around the country that is suspect because it came from Hugo
I'm gonna
Chavez's
dance.
Venezuela.
What up, guys?
When you have, testimonials of people like this, but in large numbers, it begs to be litigated and investigated. And the problem is, it's exceedingly difficult to do that in a 45-day time window, and that's the problem that we're up against, and that's why the president's so frustrated, and that's why so many, 73 million Americans around the country feel like that the election was stolen from them.
Now, I'm assuming that he laughed after saying that the software came from Venezuela because it was such an idiotic comment to say, he couldn't possibly say it with a straight face. But just let that sink in for a moment. One of the most outrageous lies told about the 2020 election was made by him before it was made by Sidney Powell. Sidney Powell, the Trump attorney who pled guilty over her efforts to overturn the 2020 election, whose own attorneys claimed that her election lies were so outrageous that, quote, reasonable people would not take them seriously, but Mike Johnson said that shit first. So the question is, did Sidney Powell get the idea from him? Are there going to be any consequences for him? I mean, she's going to be on probation, but he gets to become speaker? Seems a little bit weird, don't you think? Now, the question is, what do Republicans have to say about his election denialism? Well, don't bother asking, because this was the response from House Republicans when a reporter tried to ask. All right then, I guess they're not concerned. Now, the old lady who yelled "shut up" was actually Congresswoman Virginia Foxx, who also voted to overturn the results of the 2020 election, but she wasn't the only Republican to hiss at the reporter for daring to ask a very reasonable question, because right now, the GOP caucus doesn't want to hear any of this. You know, there's election deniers and non-election deniers, but right now, there's a moment of harmony, and they don't want a question about our democracy to get in the way of that. So, you know, they were very outraged at the idea that a reporter would dare ask this question. But it's a pretty important question, don't you think? Now, let's not pretend like the only bad thing about Mike Johnson is his election denialism, because he's seemingly a Christian nationalist with genocidal anti-LGBTQ+ policy positions, and unsurprisingly, he also happens to be a forced birther who's currently co-sponsoring 3 different pieces of legislation that would ban abortion nationwide. And when a total abortion ban went into effect in his state of Louisiana last year, he celebrated on Twitter and reminded doctors that they could be sentenced up to 10 years of hard labor and given a fine of up to $100,000 if they performed an abortion in his state. And he recently stated that his forced birth position was necessary to produce more people to help pay for Social Security. He said this. Listen.
Roe v. Wade gave constitutional cover to the elective killing of unborn children in America. Period. You think about the implications of that on the economy. We're all struggling here to cover the bases of Social Security and Medicare.
Sarah
and
Morgan from Starfield?
All those able-bodied workers in the economy.
Oh my God, it
wouldn't
is
be going
you.
upside down and toppling over like this. Listen,
The gentleman
I will not yield. I will not. Roe was a terrible corruption of America's constitutional jurisprudence.
Yeah. Now, on the subject of Social Security, he's also expressed interest in cutting it.
It's difficult as somebody dedicated to principles of limited government to see the ballooning out of the deficit and a complete abandonment of entitlement reform. Your thoughts? We'll start with Mike and we'll go to Mark.
We have to get back to it as a #1 priority. The CBO says that entitlement spending, which they define as Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, interest on the debt, like those 4 obligations, we eclipse GDP in what, a dozen years or something. I mean, this is not, this can no longer be kicked down the road. You can't wait 8 years to address this. It hasn't happened yesterday. So we have to have our hand at the wheel and do this. We are completely derelict in our duty. We're rearranging furniture on the Titanic if we don't get this problem under control.
So one way to address it isn't to lift the cap on taxable income. Let's just force women to have more babies. Also, let's cut it. Amazing. But there's more, because he also authored the Stop Sexualizing Children Act of 2022, aka the national version of Florida's Don't Say Gay bill, which would censor all LGBTQ+ content in classrooms and even go as far as to designate quote-unquote transgenderism as sexually orientated content on par with porn, as Alejandro Caraballo points out, which means that exposing kids 10 and under to quote transgenderism would be banned, which in practice could result in the mass firing of trans teachers, trans pediatricians, trans social workers, and so on. I don't know how this policy would even be enforceable, but trans existence would be classified classified as inherently sexual under this legislation that he supports. Now, on top of that, during his tenure as an attorney for the ADF, he supported the criminalization of homosexuality and wrote editorials calling it dangerous and claimed that it could lead to pedophilia and also the end of democracy, which is ironic given his lack of support for democracy itself, given that he voted to overturn the 2020 election. But on top of that, he unsurprisingly is also against same-sex marriage in the year 2023. Oh, and he also thinks that weed is a gateway drug, so he's not very bright. And on top of that, he's a climate denier and he's skeptical of the COVID vaccines, to put it charitably. And he's just an unhinged lunatic overall who doesn't represent people named Mike very well. As a Mike, I denounce this Mike, and all other Mikes should as well. So in the end, I think it was clear that Matt Gaetz was vindicated. He got what he wanted. He wanted a more conservative speaker than Kevin McCarthy, and he got it. But regardless of what you think about him, he is the new speaker now. We're stuck with him, and the saga is officially over. And his first test is coming up in November, when the government is set to shut down on the 17th unless it gets more funding. So be on the lookout for that. He's saying that the first order of business
She looking at
is
my
to give
dick?
money to Israel.
What the fuck,
so they
Nancy?
can continue their genocide
Keep it in your
against
pants.
Palestinians. So he seems like a really nice guy overall. But I just have to admit that I am a little bit disappointed that this entire debacle is over, because I did find the GOP's dysfunction a really nice distraction from all the other terrible things happening in the world right now. But I think that the best case scenario is that he pisses off Republicans in some way in the lead up to the next government shutdown and we get a season 2 of Speaker Roulette. But I mean, until then, we'll just have to sit back and watch America get fucked by Johnson.
Okay, thanks. Penis and balls, vagina.
Penis and balls, vagina.
P-word and balls, vagina. P-word and balls, vagina. Ass, 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 vagina.
She stroked my face with the
vagina.
She stroked my
penis and balls.
Have you guys heard what's going on with Mike Lindell? It's all ogre for Mikey. Yeah. Remind us of who he is again. He's the crazy bearded Trump. The election was stolen from Trump guy. Sorry, the crazy mustache comb over pillow company owner, My Pillow guy, who's selling the like infomercial pillows to your grandma for like $55.95 or something, you know what I mean? And he went all in. He basically stuck his entire life on Donald Trump actually winning the 2020 election when he didn't, and then spent his entire life and fortune afterwards trying so hard to prove that that's actually what happened when it just didn't. And so for a while, you know, he was able to get things going and things were moving, you know what I mean? And he was like, you know, he was a part of like Donald Trump's core crew of people he'd take around. He spent his fortune that he made from like Fox News interviews and like ads and pillow sales and whatnot, and like he had a whole show dedicated to proving how the election was stolen. He made a whole movie about it and everything. He's like patient number one for just like MAGA brain rot, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like at least like post 2020 election MAGA brain rot. He is the like poster child for that, you know? It was bad. So bad, and I didn't know how bad it was, but apparently it's so bad, in fact, that it's actually over. He can't turn back anymore. It's over. He lost everything. This man, Donald Trump, made
There's
this
one more
man
NCPD
lose
mission.
everything
Holy shit.
in the course of like 2 years. Like a little
Oh
over
my
2 years,
god.
he's lost it all.
It finally appeared.
It's over. Take a look at this. All right. For Mike Lindell and My Pillow, there's no turning back. My Pillow salesman and the Minnesota company he built are on the edge of ruin.
Let's go do
as
that.
He continues to chase unproven election conspiracies. It's still going. It's like one of those things. You know that image of you like digging. You're digging underground, but you stop right before you get diamonds. That's literally him. He's in too deep. He staked his entire fortune, his company, his image, his values, his life on proving that Donald Trump actually won the election, but he just can't do it. And so he just keeps trying, but it keeps getting worse and he keeps losing more money. And at this point, his entire company is on the brink of collapse because he doesn't even like take time really selling pillows much anymore. Emitting even a shred of doubt In his rigged election narrative, however, could mean victory for the voting machine company suing him for more than $1 billion. So Mike Lindell continues to seek vindication, even if it bankrupts him and costs his employees their livelihood. I would never settle in any lawsuit, Lindell said in an interview. You don't settle for something where you've done nothing wrong. So this man, once again, he was one of the main people like running around telling people that like Dominion and Smartmatic were just like lying, and they stole the election, and their voting machines had the soul of Hugo Chavez at the command of Xi Jinping and his army of voting machine building pandas. I'm not joking with any of this. If you all remember, these are actual conspiracy theories from back in 2020 about how it was stolen for Biden instead of Trump. Okay, Xi Jinping, so true, right? And with this shit being said, okay, the company was like, all right, bud, you gotta stop saying that shit. Boy, you gotta stop saying that shit right now. They were like, right now, boy, I'm gonna tell you right now that you need to stop saying that shit. But he wouldn't stop. He can't stop. His ego couldn't allow him to stop. And so he just kept doing it until he was sued for over $1 billion by, I think it was Dominion or Smartmatic. I forget which one. Kind of wrap up in my head these days. I haven't heard of them in a while. So now he can't even back out anymore, because if he does, then the company that's suing him simply just wins, because like now he's just made it clear that yeah, he was lying. He was lying the entire time. So he can't even back out anymore. There's no turning back. There's no going back now. It's actually fucking over. And not only that, he's broke. He's broke. He's broke. He's so broke, in fact, that even his lawyers won't stick with him anymore because he can't pay his lawyers anymore. Mike Lindell's lawyers in election defamation case seek to quit over millions of dollars in unpaid legal fees. You need to shut your mouth. Attorneys representing conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell and his company MyPillow in a defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion, okay, there it is, and Smartmatic, oh, it's over. Oh, both of them were suing him. Oh no. Have asked to withdraw from both cases after Lindell allegedly racked up millions of unpaid legal fees. In a court filing, the Minnesota-based Parker Daniels Coboard, oh my lord, that's his real name. Oh no, my bad. That's not his real name. Said both Lindell and MyPillow have not paid the firm for its work on the case, and it won't be able to pay future fees and costs. On October 2nd, 2023, the law firm was informed by defendants that they are not able to get caught up or make any payments on the large amount they owe, it appears, nor pay for anywhere near the estimated expenses of continuing to defend against the lawsuits going forward, including either the legal fees or litigation costs, the filing said. In an interview with CNN on Thursday, Lindell acknowledged that he had not paid the attorneys for the last 2 or 3 months, adding that he did not know who would next represent him in the case. But Lindell was adamant that he would not settle with Dominion or Smartmatic after basically trying to destroy their companies. Not in a million years, he said. I don't know, maybe not a million years, but if like things keep going this poorly for him, he may get like, 10 to 30. Never give up. Never back down. Never back down when the state's coming for you guys, okay? Sucks to suck, but you're good at it. He is really good at sucking.
Damn, that was fucking good.
Really
I got it all back.
This is so crazy.
I got the skill back.
Lindell and MyPillow, who were notified of their attorney's intent to withdraw on Thursday, said they would not oppose the move and understand the need to withdraw due to lack of funds. The court said, "Listen,
fucking juice
he
back."
can't even get mad. He's like, I get it. I'm broke. I can't pay you. It's over. I know. I wish it wasn't like this, but it is." Speaking on Steve Bannon's War Room program Thursday, Lindell blamed his financial troubles on the attacks on MyPillow that have been devastating to the company's credit.
Woo! Got my Pacifica trophy.
Can't pay.
God damn.
There's no money left to pay them, he said. I don't know where that leaves us. Broke? Sad? A broke, sad liar who spent his entire life and fortune pegged on the idea that Donald Trump was going to save you after you threw everything away for him when he hasn't mentioned you again in years. That's what's going on. It's sad. It really is. It really is. Here's this.
I just want to make sure we understand where you're coming from. You're prepared to take this to the bitter end, even if that means the bankruptcy and liquidation of My Pillow, sir.
We don't have a country if we don't win this, everybody. So you know what? My employees, everybody understands that, and they're counting on you and the War Room Posse, and you guys have come through. And all of the products are My Pillow 2.0. It's been amazing the last 3 days, and with the pouring out of some.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, please buy my pillow. Please buy my pillow. I'm begging you to buy my pillow.
This meme is very real.
Oh, this is sad. Oh, it's really sad. It's because this is like I said, it's like patient number one for the brain rot, man. He's like, there's nobody else that I can remember who's lost more than this guy. If I'm gonna be honest with you, he's really lost it all. I mean, he still, well, not everything yet. He still has like a really big house. He lost it all for his like employees who have had to stick with him as they've been slowly ruining the company that they work at and their livelihoods. Putting the pillow on my pillow. It's pillover. Not pillover. Oh my goodness. The definition of putting all your eggs in one basket. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And now he's on like Mike Bannon's show, literally crying his eyes out over the possibility of him losing everything. And he's trying to still take up this like victim mentality, this like weird little martyr, like this weird little martyrdom, like he lost everything in service of something greater. No, you lost everything in service of trying to make yourself feel great over your own incompetence when it comes to media literacy. That's what it came down to. You let the brain rot take over, and now it's ruined your entire life and the life of like thousands of people that you employ, or hundreds. I'm not sure how big My Pillow is as a company, but it's crazy and very sad. It's very, very sad. You know.
God damn it, Johnny.
I'm not gonna say I want this.
Forgot what I had on.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I hope that Mike Lindell doesn't have any children, because I remember the last world leader who supported a radical mind-washing movement that led to people's families losing all of their money by giving it to you and other, by giving it to that entire like brainwashing cult organization. That didn't work out too well for that last guy.
The game keeps taking my glasses off. Goddamn Johnny.
Just hope Trump watches back in like future speeches if like Mike Lindell or other people who suffer like this are gonna be out there, because it might not end well. He has 4 kids he has 4 kids according to Wikipedia.
I'm inside.
No, dude. Oh no, they're gonna cross the streams like it's goddamn Ghostbusters on his ass. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. He's gonna get Ahmed. No, not Ahmed. No, dude, it can't be this. 2 ex-wives? Okay, well, I mean, that sounds about right. All these guys have been divorced, so we're gonna be honest with you. That part's not surprising. So true. He should keep himself safe. Keep yourself safe, buddy. Keep yourself safe. Oh wait, he's doing a fundraiser? No, he's doing a fundraiser for a new lawyer? Oh no, dude. Wait, let's take a look at this. Let's see how this is gonna work out for him.
Invite him right now. I would like to invite him right now. If Jimmy Kimmel, rather than him have to spend the time, he'll watch every hour. He always does. He loves the telethons and stuff. So I'm inviting him right now. Jimmy, if you would like to come on, you don't have to come to Brandon's studio if you don't want, but we would love to have you on by Skype. If you want to tape it, to make sure you don't say anything you regret. We want to that
like
too, and you can send through.
2011
Your
child
show's live.
predator.
You didn't cut anything out of mine, so you're welcome to come on live and say whatever you want, Jimmy. That I think you will, Brandon.
He has said that he is our #1 fan.
He definitely is our #1 fan. We know that. He missed all summer long. I'll bet he watched the show all summer long because he didn't have his show.
He was off, and so he's more committed to us now than ever after watching us all summer.
I would bet. I would 100.
Yeah, man, keep clowning on the guy who's making fun of you for being broke. Anyways.
You knew Carrie wanted to get Denny to play with us. Just wanted to
Anyways, they continue on with this for a little bit.
Before when he was kind of saying,
now,
Earl Jimmy. He had. So yeah, there's an invite out to Jimmy Kimmel for the 8th, and You know, I don't know. We just have them on, and basically I think they'd have them on just for
Skype me, Jimmy.
if you want to, Brandon, if you want to be we could both come on, and you could be like the host and ask us both questions. What we thought of the claw night, and
I could talk about how your relationship has developed over the years.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's true too. Because how is this?
What did he think of you? What did he think of you before you became known for what you're known for now, other than just My Pillows?
Yeah, man. They continue on with this boring ass shit for a little while. But then there was this, and I thought it was crazy. So this is one of his this is one of his fundraisers that he's holding by trying to scoop more money off of elderly brainwashed Trump supporters by using his modicum, his last crumb of relevancy left. Let's see how this goes on. Let's see how this goes for you.
Well, it's a final. You got the pillow. You're redefining what Karen means. You win the whole thing. You can ask him any question you want. Peter Navarro.
If Trump is back in the White House. When Trump is back in the White House, what job were you?
When they put a gun to her head, right off screen, she looked over. Do you see that? If Trump's back in the White House and she's like, they said, when? Remember your lines, woman. When? Oh, when he's back in the White House? Yup, because he's coming back, right? There's no way them dirty Democrats can beat our Trump twice. I mean at all, because they cheated last time, so they didn't really beat him, right, guys? The guy's just holding the gun. She sees him cock the gun. He's like, oh fuck. Redefining Karen, so true.
When Trump is back in the White House, what job were you beholding?
Very good.
Yeah.
I want to process.
Yeah, and when when the Pegasus and unicorns come marching out of the giant golden cauldron that all rainbows spawn from, which one will you pick, and what will his name be? Can you please? When pigs fly, will we call? Then what, Mr. Lindell? What will you do now? And obviously he gives the classic answer.
I want to prosecute Fauci.
Hey. Of course, yeah. Fuck that Fauci guy. Yeah, that Fauci ouchie. The jokey pokey. Hey. We're all gonna be in jail, guys. We gotta get anything we can before we go to jail. We need all we can get before it's all over for us. Barely dodged the MAGA death threats there. Yeah, it was so close. She was so close to not making it out of that building alive. It was. She was like, her life was dangling on the edge, but she was thankfully able to pull it back there. We were about to see something terrible, real quick, but I'm glad that she was able to pull it back and make it. I was worried about her. I was worried about her, but she pulled through. They always do. They always do. I look at she did win a signed pillow, and that is a lot. Well, Mike Lindell's broke. Wait, what is this?
Okay, and I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? When you say lumpy pillows, now you're an asshole. You got that? You're an asshole, is what you are. No, he's an asshole.
I'm sorry.
He's an ambulance chasing asshole. That's what you are. The lumpy pillows, kiss my ass. Put that in your book.
Fucking roast him. Yo, he gets more mad when you roast his pillows than when you roast his own children. That's wild to me. Triggered. Bro said lumpy pillow accusations. He's just talking about
lumpy pillow accusations.
He's like a comic book character whose bit is flying off the handle anytime somebody calls him short. You know what I mean? Lumpy pillow, kiss my ass. Lumpy pillow princess. What do you think about that, babe? Don't insult my craft. That is true. His pillow creation technique has been passed down through the ages.
No, No, they answer
What up, Nancy?
anything.
Looking
Any
hot.
problem customer that wants to reach Mike Lindell. Those are the ones. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. They send them to here and they go, or they call about maybe they didn't get their pillow on time because of the FedEx or whatever. Well,
Not
we'll
the
cover 'em,
FedEx.
even though it could be somebody else's fault. Nobody called because of a lumpy pillow. But good one though.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
What I'm saying.
Obviously, you don't have a My Pillow too.
He's not done. You done? He's just letting him get mad. This guy's like, I'm gonna make so much money off of destroying this entire man's career that he's not even worried about it. He's already counting dollars in his head.
You done?
Where's Carrie at? Oh.
What I'm saying.
Obviously, you don't have a My Pillow too. You don't, do you?
What I'm saying is, Mr. Lindell.
Asshole.
He's so mad. Yo, he's so mad. What the fuck? You asshole, you piece of shit, you fuck. My pillow is lumpy. There's no lumps in it. All my pillows are unlumpified, you.
Go ahead. No, I'm pissed.
What I'm saying is, Mr. Lindell.
Asshole. Go ahead. No, I'm pissed.
I understand.
Yeah, go. When you're saying what?
Pillows are lumpy, man.
The anger of a
Just
now
saying.
very broke man. Come here. Come here. Oh. Hi. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. If you're enjoying the content, hit the subscribe button. If you don't, it'll make Boo very sad. I know a bunch of you who are watching are not subscribed. Join the frenzy. You won't regret it. Thank you, Boo.
If you were looking for the Rizzler, I found him. Picture Andrew Tate crossed with a Discord moderator.
Warming up the hand for another insecure male slap from Alpha Dom. Here's the deal, guys. If something I say doesn't make sense to you and you can't see why it would build attraction, the odds are you haven't had enough experience with women.
This is the Alpha Dom. He's a TikTok creator with around 3,000 followers and counting, and some of his posts keep getting deleted and censored because his tactics in seducing females are just too much for mere mortals.
Let's talk about this one. My last video I talked about how I live in my reality and girls are just a guest in my reality.
Now that I think about it, he's got to be one of the most handsome.
If I want sex, I'm gonna have it.
Rich.
If I want sex, I'm gonna have it.
And successful.
If I want sex, I'm gonna have it.
Playboys on God's green earth. Thankfully, he's graced us with his social media presence so that we too can learn the secrets of getting pussy. Now, if that makes you uncomfortable, you're not ready for what you're about to watch.
This is one of the main reasons why I have no issue with the fact my name is Alpha Dom. No matter how much society wants to crush out the idea that alpha males actually build attraction in women and actually have a pick of the gene pool, that isn't the reality. Here's the thing, if you believe it, if you believe that you shouldn't be alpha or the term alpha is wrong and incorrect and no, you're wrong, you're dead wrong. I don't care about what people say, I care about the results I see. And what results I've seen for 15 years over thousands of women is the alpha male is what builds attraction.
Who the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? He's got red eyes. What the fuck? That was weird.
Thankful for the fact that you commented that. Appreciate it. Helps other people realize that if they apply what I say, it actually works for them. Because a lot of people that can't afford my coaching, and I'm not, saying that everybody should be able to afford my coaching.
Oh, he's got a gamer headphone on.
His clients are getting laid.
He's a gamer. He's one of us.
Puss. Can't even see over the flood. Hey Tim, have you seen Bob lately? Nah, I actually haven't. That's because he bought Alpha Dom's new module, man. He's piping all the girls in town.
Are you ready? Oh, are you ready? Warming up the hands for a fresh little pimp slap from Alpha Dom. Here's the thing, guys, and I already know all the insecure males and all the girls that I would never approach on the street anyways because of looks. You know who you guys are. You're starting to power up already. The fingers are got massive like thumb biceps from your thumb wars that you text all the time. Here's the thing. That right there. I'm gonna put it up real quick. Men should not be the selectee. Men should be the selector when it comes to dating.
Pips Fedora, no, milady. I think I am the selector. I widowy have the forbidden riz. But of course, if you really want to live like the king himself, Sir Alpha Dom, you're gonna have to pay $3,000 fucking a month. Obviously, at Third Eye Global, Philly-on HQ, we tried to get closer to the Alpha Dom himself. This is a conversation between one of our team members and Alpha Dom. How are you so fucking good at dominating? I need your help, Lord Alpha King, because I'm a Dom with over 10 years of experience. LOL. If you want help with that stuff, you gotta start with booking a coaching call, and we'll take it from there. How much is a coach call, sir? And what do you mean 10 years of experience? What was happening 11 years ago? Wasn't a actual legitimate Dom then. $50 for initial, but if you want to do the kink package, it's $3K a month. What does an initial call include compared to a kink package? Initial is just a setup, and like me helping you with a few things. The $3K a month package is the entire system that I use to get all the women I do have. What do you mean by a few things? I'd like to know what I'm spending my money on. $50 gets you me listening to your issues, seeing what package you fit in and requirements you meet. Then 1 or 2 things me just telling you how to fix them. Then you pick your package and we take it from there. Like, for example, to be considered for the $3K a month package, you have to either own a business or be a CEO or VP or make over $100K a year. There needs to be something that if you abuse my information and use it to hurt women, you have something on the line. If you don't meet any of those standards, then you would decide if you want to do the $1,500 a month package for vanilla people. And then he signed it off like an absolute giga Chad. Huh. Let me know. Now, you may be wondering, is this a bit? Phil, come on. He's obviously playing a character, right? I'm going to answer that question with some other questions. Is posting videos of women tied up in morph suits in your Discord server a bit? Is selling courses for $3,000 a month exclusively for CEOs and business owners a bit? Is a $50 consultation call just a joke? I'm gonna let those marinate with you while we watch some more videos.
Gonna make this video, just made a long one, gonna make a short one for the attention deficit people. If you think this is satire, it's not. It's how to actually build attraction with women. If you can't wrap your smooth brain around that, then what you're gonna need to do is unfollow and leave. Probably block me too, that would be good. Just get out of here with your limiting belief, loss of brain power, just shoveling the sheep tube down your throat. Be like, oh, I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. I'm a nice guy, a nice boy. I don't want to apply this. I don't. Alpha Dom just doesn't know what he's talking about. You people, goodbye. Bye.
Well, there you have it. Alpha Dom is quite serious. He wants you to unfollow him or block him if you're not down with his message and his tactics in how to get women to sleep with you, because he is the god of attraction. Because he understands it, and you, the sheep, the NPC, can't wrap your smooth brain around it. You just gotta tap into that Alpha Dom mentality.
I don't personally don't believe in 10s. I think 9 is as high as any chick can go. Thank you, Bobby Bear. That 10, smarts, looks, sense of humor, mind, all that, is not the rare thing. And I used to say this years ago. When I was 16, I used to say this. Men who have their shit together, who actually have the mental fortitude, the mental strength, all the things that I teach, have it together, they're the rarity. What other proof do you need? What other proof do you need that when I make a video, there is hundreds of insecure males getting angry and upset and getting emotional due to an actual alpha male? What other proof do you need?
We're in the presence of an apex predator. What more do you need? Genuinely.
If you ever want to reach the level that I'm at, where you can let your hair grow wherever the fuck you want, have a beard.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
If you want to have all that and still get crazy amounts of women to the point where most guys think you're lying, then you need to start getting with the picture. You need to start understanding it. Because if you don't have multiple girls, if you do not have multiple girls, then you're losing.
It's because you're stealing all the girls, Alpha Dom. I don't know what else to tell you, bro. Like, leave some for the rest of us. Please, give me a crumb trail of that
Oh, I'm a man that goes their own way. I don't need women. What? Are you stealing the I'm an independent black woman that needs no man? Is that what we're stealing now? Is that what men have reverted to? What's going on? Because I'm no part of that. And I never will be. Never ever.
Ooh, every time that music starts to rise up, I know our Lord and Savior is going to end on a zinger.
I'm a professional dating coach and I teach guys how to understand the female mind. Let's talk about this. What is the one thing that hot women cannot get, especially in this day and age?
A chance to play League of Legends with you? I don't know, help me out here.
Before I explain to you what it is, we're going to have to use our imagination here for a little bit. I want you to imagine yourself as the hot girl that you want. The 10 out of 10. She's drop dead gorgeous. She's funny. She's smart. She's cute. All that stuff, right? You're 10. And I want you to pretend to be her.
Okay. I think I'm there.
You go to the grocery store, and while you're going to the grocery store, people are checking you out constantly. People are approaching and hitting on you. You go to the gym, people, same thing. Guys are needling you, you go to the bar, guys are buying you drinks, they're trying to bring you home. You go on social media and you make a comment and people are literally tapping on your profile, seeing how pretty you are and just saying how pretty you are in comment after comment after comment. You walk down the street and you get catcalled constantly. Everywhere you go, you're getting attention.
Wait a second. All of this, unironically, happens to me.
What's the one thing she can't get? I'll tell you.
Ooh, pick me. I know. You, Alpha Dom.
It's challenge. She cannot get challenge. Because you gotta remember, every single day, as she's walking through her life, just being normal, she is being assaulted pretty much by guys that have no idea how to build attraction, putting her on a pedestal and worshiping her instead of actually doing what works. That girl, I gotta tell you,
This is a dope shirt.
That girl needs a guy that can challenge her. And when you get that part and you start becoming that guy, your looks don't matter. How much you go to the gym doesn't fucking matter. How much money you make doesn't matter, because you are the one in millions that can actually challenge her.
Yeah, all that seems well and good. Trust me, I hear you. I do. But all of that goes out the window when you look like you eat glue and your entire personality makes people's skin crawl.
Have you ever touched
Oh, I still got what's his name in my apartment.
Consensually,
Nice.
too.
Why does this guy look like he sucks on quarters?
I checked out your videos and I just want to show you something. Okay.
I need a ripper doc real
Look
quick.
at this, I can almost fit my hand around her entire waist. Isn't that wild?
Oh, sorry, I can almost smell his bedroom. I know that shit smells crazy, bro.
I always win. Don't step to the king unless you want to kiss the ring. Anything else that makes you look silly, honestly. So,
I'm cringing in my asshole. I think I'm the first person in history to have cringe-induced hemorrhoids.
I'm Uncle Scumming. I'm willing to bet I've been with more women than you. Anybody that has the words Alpha Dom, I can't, boy, if you don't get your Dollar Tree Dom ass out of here.
Oh no, dude, picking a fight with the Alpha King Dom himself, he's gonna annihilate you, bro.
This guy wants to bet me? All right, how much? How much we doing here? And I'll even try to protect you here. When we do this, if you do it, not only do you have to have quantity, which I know I have you beat on that. Like that's not even. There's celebrities that have less than my numbers.
There are celebrities with less bodies, and don't even get me started on quality, than Alpha Dom.
Not only do you have to have quantity, you also have quality. For example, here's one of the girls. That's my alpha submissive. She's the highest ranking in my ranks of 6. And all the other girls are just that same caliber as her. She's actually a model, in fact.
Got him!
Other alpha submissive. That's my alpha submissive. She's the highest ranking in my ranks of 6. And all the other girls are just that same caliber as her. She's actually a model, in fact.
Got him!
This guy thinks I'm delusional because the fact that most people disagree or make fun of me should bother me. It shouldn't.
You know what? I'm starting to respect this man's hustle because he's carving time out of his lunch break at Verizon to teach us about the female mind.
Do I think my partners are equal to me? Yes and no. Yes, as far as like humans and like rights and things like that, then yes. And I also try to train my women to be as good as me in like psychology and business, stuff like that. I try to get them up to
Ooh, I should have brought
dynamic. No,
I should have brought a sniper with me from home.
When you're trying to lower your monthly payment, okay? Just let that sink in.
But there's a reason a band sits around each of their necks.
If everything Alpha Dom says is true, then this is the necklace that they wear.
And there's a reason those bands belong to me. As far as getting married, nope, I have no interest in getting married.
Two enemies with the same sniper rifle shot.
Because I'd be married to one, and then the other 5 would be.
Where's my car at?
Feeling even more so below the one I'm married to. Same reason why I don't want to have kids.
At least he won't breed. That's got to be the only plus coming out of all of this.
Let's do a little
I have no
test.
stash.
Which one do you think builds attraction more? Hi, I noticed you over there, and I thought you were pretty, but you probably have a boyfriend. Or you seem shy. I assume that not a lot of guys approach you, and I thought maybe I'd come over and give you some attention. Which one do you think builds attraction more? Comment below.
You walk up to any girl talking like this, she's gonna think you roofied her.
Even when I've met like coworkers and friends, and I said, hey, this is what I do in my like off time, and they said, because I got it even in real life too. We're like, no, I don't believe you. There's no way. And then I would bring my girls into work after hours.
Killer incapacitate 2 enemies with the same sniper rifle shot.
How in the world?
Okay.
You are so lucky, dude. I'm not lucky. Not at all.
It's not fucking luck. It's not luck. What do you think this is? Amateur hour? This is
Jesus,
all
a
skill.
fucking cop. Come on,
I have
bro.
spent 15 years of my life working on this skill, working on crafting the best way to build attraction in females.
This man has dedicated his entire life and has convinced himself of this psychosis where he thinks he's an alpha male and can sell courses to other insecure fucking men. Yeah, I just can't. I can't take this guy seriously.
I've tested other people's methods. I've tested methods that I thought of. Some of them have worked, some of them haven't. I have been rejected more times. There's nobody on the face of this planet that's been rejected more than me, because I always just, if I find a girl attractive, I go see.
Over 100,000 Tinder matches. I don't think that's the flex that you think it is.
Too many people, way too often, think that it's luck. It's not. Sometimes I spent 40 to 80 hours a week working
Couldn't
on this
kill them
skill,
both.
because knowing that one day, if I perfected it, people would pay me crazy amounts of money to learn it.
First they laughed at me, but now they came crawling back.
Find some more enemies.
And I said, I'll teach you my ways, but you're gonna have to pay.
You still think that females' attraction switch is physical looks? You're so confused. If you think it's money, you're so confused. If you think it's how much you go to the gym, you are so confused. And I honestly feel bad for you, because not only do you not know what builds attraction in women, you are openly outing yourself in my comments by saying the things that you do. Work on it, because I'm not lucky, and I'm not wrong. It's 15 years of dating girl, most of the time multiple girls at the same time, testing everything I know against multiple women. I'm lucky. I've just been doing this for a long time.
Alpha Dom be like, what the flip?
I'm a professional dating coach, and I teach guys how to understand the female mind. Here's the thing, guys.
You just know that civilization is doomed when there's a need for a male dating coach. In fact, just before Rome fell, Publius Chaticus was out giving sermons near the bathhouse. Step right up, buy my stone tablet module for $997.
This one's gonna be rough. If you're one of my haters, you do realize I'm creating an army, right? I'm creating an army of guys that may not even look attractive, but I'm turning them into guys that are now going to enter your sphere of dating. I might not be in your area, but one of my clients probably is. And we are just going to take over everything. That's how it's going to work.
No wonder men aren't getting laid. Alpha Dom and his hooligans, his goons.
Oh, 2 heads, 1 bullet.
Think
Nice.
you're going steady with the girl?
Beautiful.
Nope,
I'm out,
Alpha
pussies.
Dom. You're about to
Suck
put it
my
in for
dick.
the first time? Nope, Alpha Dom. Do you take her to be your wife? Nope, Alpha Dom.
It's up to you, because we win or we win. That's all there is to it. Me and my clients are always going to win. It's just whether you're going to join early on or you're going to wait until we dominate whatever area you live in and then you come see me.
The other day, I walked into my local Starbucks, and this guy was banging all the fucking baristas. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything at all.
And start realizing I was telling you the truth, and it works. It's up to you. But either way, I'll be winning with girls and money from here on out. Thank you.
Yeah, so when people say there's not a masculinity crisis, show them this video. And if you guys want to unlock my fedora tipping Reddit Riz, consider signing up to the Third Eye Global Patreon.
Did that? Oh, I see. Have you guys ever noticed that happening in real life?
For combat system. They just made it feel better, right?
Kill or incapacitate 3 enemies
Stealth.
with 1 detonate grenade
I
quick
love playing
hack.
stealth
Perform the
characters,
distract
but not in
quick
this
hack.
game.
That's probably the
Starfield
next
still
one for
uses
me.
the same outdated stealth
Shoot an
system as
enemy
Skyrim,
grenade
just heavily
in
nerfed to a
mid-air
point
with
where
a
it's either broken or not
revolver.
viable at all.
Let's try
So
that
this guy
next.
tried a lot of different things. All right, perk tree. Starfield's perk and progression system is easily the worst Bethesda's ever done. It's incredibly restrictive, unbalanced, and grindy. Story. The main story of Starfield's the most boring, bland, and tedious story of any Bethesda game. This is a common thing that I have seen. Dialogue. To be fair, Starfield's dialogue is the best they've ever done. Problem is that it's still bad and leagues behind the competition. None of your choices truly matter and lead almost always to the same outcome. This is exactly tied to what we talked about today from that interview. Okay? Quest design. Quests in Starfield show how creatively bankrupt Baldur's Gate. Reading too many BG3s and turn them into Baldur's Gate. Bethesda Game Studios is. 90% are fetch quests and 50% of them are radiant. User interface. This one definitely agreed. UI is clunky. Navigating through through them is tedious. It's clearly designed for consoles, and even then it's bad. Art direction. I don't like NASA punk aesthetics. That's preference. So this isn't necessarily like an objective measurement of bad. Like some of this stuff is like measurably bad because of how like it takes too many steps to do like the most basic things, right? You can argue that's objectively bad and not good for the user. Combat is fine. Stealth, it's not a stealth game. Does somebody want to tell him? Doc, come on. That's an element of these games. You invest in stealth so you can play stealth. It's an RPG, Doc. It's an RPG. Come on. Anyway, the ugly. I've encountered numerous bugs. Some immersion-breaking glitches and several game-breaking ones. So much for the least buggy game. Okay, look at this. But it's a bad port, guys. It's a bad port. He has all this to say. Bad, 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 bad. Yeah, I've had some bugs. This is how much he dedicates his review, 256 hours to bugs. But he gave it a bad review because it's a bad port. Guys, I can control F and substantiate my claim by saying, look, a guy mentioned bugs in his negative reviews. See, this game got bad reviews because it's a bad port. I know how to use control F, No exploration, no immersion. Exploration is commonly criticized, so is immersion because you're constantly in loading screens and menus and UI. Conclusion, he gives it a 5 out of 10 down here. Conclusion, 5 out of 10. That's just in the last 30 days. I just grabbed a guy who played the game a bunch and has played a bunch of Bethesda games. And all I'm doing is substantiating the idea that this game isn't a failure. It just fell short for a lot of people. And it shouldn't be like crazy to say that. It shouldn't be. It should not be this like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy said this. I can't believe this guy left this review. He recommended a game that he played for 130 hours. Let that sink in. He unrecommended a game. Doc, here's the problem with what you're doing. And I'm going to level with you because I like you and I respect you. You're taking up an unfalsifiable position. It's unfalsifiable. Because if the man only played for 10 hours, you would just say he didn't play it enough. He'd be like, I've played a bunch, and that guy didn't play enough. He didn't make it to all of the treasure trove of greatness that's over here. He didn't play enough. But when they play a lot, you're like, there ain't no way somebody played 130, 260 hours and then unrecommends the game. Why not? Anybody who gives a game a low rating after 100 hours is a clown? Why? I don't understand. So we invalidate his opinion because he did the due diligence of checking every system, every gameplay type that might be good. Well, if you play it this way or that way, if you make it to this point, if you make it to that point, you're invalidating his opinion simply because he played a bunch. I find that to be bizarre. You'd invalidate his opinion if he didn't play enough. It's an unfalsifiable position, which means it's not intellectually respectable. He played for 10 hours and didn't like it, then I respect it. Why would he waste more time in it? I mean, you might say that, Doc, but the common theme around Starfield is didn't play enough. You can't speak on the game. And then somebody goes the distance. This guy is a big Bethesda fan. The homie's been playing since Oblivion. He puts in 259 hours. He goes the distance. He's like, there might be greatness here. You know what sunk cost fallacy is, right? You keep going because you've sunk so much time into the game and you're convinced it's going to get better. It's going to get better. It'll turn. I've played a lot. I'm going to keep going. And he gets to the end of the road and he's like, I can't recommend this journey to anybody. You know, you go to a theme park, you ride one ride and you leave. You're like, that place sucks. And people would say, you didn't even ride all the rides. How do you know it sucks? So he goes back and he's like, all right, I rode every ride. The park sucks. Don't go. Who in their right mind would ride every ride in a theme park and then unrecommend it? Who would do that? It's like you can't win. It's like there's no
Shoot an
way
enemy grenade out of
to
the air
say
with the revolver.
I wouldn't recommend
I'll
this
try
game.
that.
There's no way to do it.
Come on, throw me your grenade.
Also, yes, what about people like Skill Up?
Back up.
They put in hundreds of hours into a game, 50-something hours, 70-something hours into a game, so they can substantiate their review with experience.
Come on,
and then
throw
it's
a
like,
grenade at me.
Nobody would ever do that. Nobody would play a game that long and give a game a bad score. That's stupid. What? You rode every ride 10 times. That's a huge difference. Well, you don't stretch my analogy beyond what it's intended to communicate, Doc. I'm simply communicating that if somebody experiences the entirety of the game, they're in the position to say whether or not they would recommend it. Plenty of people do that. They'll play the whole game.
You guys gonna throw a grenade?
Like, I gotta see it through. You've done that with the movie, have
got
you
scared.
not? You're like,
Come on.
it's gonna get better.
Throw a grenade.
You've done that with the show, have you not? It's gonna get better. Come on, it can't be this bad. And you get to the end of the movie.
Can't
you
even
get to
hit
the end of
my
the
own
season, and
grenade.
you tell your friends, don't watch it. Who
Oh,
would
I
watch
can.
a whole movie? Who would watch a whole movie and not
Come on,
not
throw a
recommend?
grenade
Who
at me.
would do that? What do you mean? You want to see if it gets better. You want to see. A lot of times
You're
people
not
do a
running
TV
at me
show,
with
like,
that.
Well, I watched season 1. I got to watch season 2. I want to find out what happens. The acting's terrible. The writing's abysmal. But I really got to find out what happens. I got sunk costs.
Come on,
into
give me
this
that
thing.
achievement. You can do it.
Is my recommendation worth more than his? Your recommendation's worth is as valuable as it is constructed.
That
Like, if you
health is so
construct it
fucking
exhaustively,
disorienting.
and
Why
then
does
its
it do
worth
that?
varies in value depending on who reads it. So if someone reads your review and they're a lot like you, it's extremely valuable to them. They're like, I'm a lot like Doc.
Oh, I need the
This is
distract
good. I
enemies
wanna
quick
play this.
hack.
If somebody reads your review
Oh, without
and they're
getting
not
caught.
like you at all, it's also valuable to them in the opposite direction.
Are you gonna?
They're like, yo, I'm not like Doc at all, and everything he's saying, I don't think I'm gonna vibe with this game. I'm different than him. Like if I sat here and sang the praises of Ghost of Tsushima, and you were like, I'm not like Lono at all, I don't think I'm gonna like that game.
That is not gonna throw a grenade at me, is he?
One of the greatest games ever made. I love it. It's like one of my favorite games. I think Hellblade, the first one, is one of the greatest games ever made. It is the single most complete piece of video game art that we have. That's what I think about Hellblade. If you're not like me, you're going to read that review and be like, I'm not going to play Hellblade. So my review is valuable to you, but in a different way of its value to somebody who's like me, if that makes sense.
Are you gonna try to stab me?
Hang on, I got a lot of people to thank. I've not been.
Stop it.
This is a really enjoyable debate. I'm enjoying this. Let me read what people are doing here. Michael,
Come on,
did
throw
I
a grenade,
thank
get
you
me.
for the gifted member?
Behind
I
these
don't think I
boxes.
did. Michael gifted a member and pushed us to 14. 15 would be a wonderful layup. $2 from
Regroup, throw a grenade,
says, can we
quick.
look at his Steam profile? No, I'm not going to do let's invalidate somebody. No, I'm not doing that. That's just an effort to invalidate somebody's opinion. You don't get to denounce somebody
All right.
because you're going to do that video game check their card thing. I think that's stupid. 5 spot from Captain Steve. Check Xbox store reviews. Oh yeah, they're pretty bad. JC with 2 spot. Doc, just stand there and look pretty. Garrett Green with 13 months and a member plus. It's literally a reviewer's job to play the game whether they like it or not. Alex with a $10 super chat. I've been playing Bethesda games since Morrowind, and there was something missing from the soul of Starfield. I personally just don't know how to quantify it. Let me try this from another angle. Eugene says, so what's the goal of the person to you all doubting it? Why are there so many people with significant amount of hours not recommending the game on Steam? Right. Yeah. Here's my problem with that theme that we're seeing. Number one, I hate this word, but it just so much feels like coping. It's like you have just decided there is no way anybody put tons of time into this game and didn't like it. And it's like, okay, first of all, that's a very unidimensional summary of the guy's review.
1C,
Why?
1C,
Because he
BD,
has a
1C.
lot of good things to say. He has a lot of good things to say. So there were things he was enjoying. What these good things do is they keep him in the game thinking maybe things will round out. Maybe the good will start to outweigh the bad, right? You're acting like it's just this unidimensional thing where he's like, well, I don't recommend it because it's all bad. The whole game sucks. But that's not what he said. He said, there's good, there's bad. My ultimate conclusion is I don't recommend the game. The good and the bad are like tied, so it's a 5. It's like dead in the middle. DK Bager lays it up, 15 out of 25, setting it up for a 10-bomb slam home, and Ghost Boy jumps in, does his own membership, and takes us to 16. Thank you so much, Ghost Boy. I think that's the problem, is we falsely summarize the guy's review. It's like, well, he put in 260 hours. Who's going to play a game for 260 hours if they don't enjoy it? That's not a fair summary of his review. A fair summary of his review would be he enjoyed some of it, he did not enjoy some of it, and his ultimate conclusion was, I cannot recommend this game. There's too many rough edges, there's too many negatives, there's too many bad things. The good is not outweighing the bad. If I go to a restaurant 10 different times and order 10 different entrees, and I come to the conclusion and tell you I can't recommend the restaurant, and you're like, why would you go 10 times? I'm like, I wanted to try out the entire menu. Some restaurants can have 1 or 2 stinker entrees. But I come out of that restaurant and I say about 6 to 7 of the entrees are pretty bad. 3 of them are good. I don't recommend it. Your likelihood of enjoyment is bad. You're going to go and you're likely going to pick one of the things on the menu that aren't very good. Right? If you're a fan of cheeseburgers and if you're a fan of pasta, they suck at that. You're not going to like the restaurant, right? So it's like you can go the distance with something and be like, there's good, there's bad. The bad outweighs the good. I can't recommend this thing. I wanted to see it. I wanted to stretch the game to its limits. The dismissal of the reviews of Starfield has got to be psychologically analyzed because it's just so interesting to me. Just so interesting to me.
Yeah.
To see veteran Bethesda players put in the time, put in the work, write a thoughtful review, and then ain't nobody playing a game for 200 hours that didn't enjoy it. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Plenty of people do that. They want to see if it's any good. You know?
That was supposed to be the kind of game that you could probably put hundreds or like thousands of hours into and just kind of like keep playing. Like I plan on playing No Man's Sky for a long time. I just got distracted with Spider-Man, and they did they finally patched the missions that were fucked up in my Cyberpunk game, so I came back to this, but I still got to come back to that. Ooh, look at my Spidey pick. Oh, I had such a good photo shoot earlier. Where's that car dealer? Let me, what the fuck?
This is what happens when $1 billion corporations market to the short-term memory corporate apologists. I mean, I don't want to
buy all the cars.
Call. I don't. I would rather try to diagnose what's happening. And what I think is happening, we've all been there, right? You're watching a show and you're digging it. And you get to the end and you think,
I got a lot of
what
money
a
too.
show. And then you go to the office and Dave's like, oh, I thought that show sucked. And you're like, what? It's like you can't conceive of that. You're like, what do you mean? What do you mean it sucked? Yeah, I got to the ending. I thought the ending was lame. And you're like, who would watch? You watch the entire show and you thought that it sucked? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, we've all been there. It's like you have gone into Starfield and had an experience that has said to you, this is wonderful, this is great. And when somebody comes along and is like, I thought it was mid, you're like, what? Like, you can't conceive of it. It doesn't make sense to you. You know, you can't compute that. You're like, huh? You gotta be kidding me. There's no way. You talking about Loki? No. I can lately with the shows that I've enjoyed that other people have not enjoyed, whether it's like Wheel of Time or like Loki or Ahsoka, I 100% can see why people don't like them, and I'm like, I'm having a good time. Like I definitely leave room. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get why you don't like it. Well, I think you might be right. I just don't think that as strongly as you do, so I had a good time. Do you know what I mean? Hang on, another super chat.
Ooh, Auto Jock.
So why does this matter? COD.
Buy all
D4,
vehicles
Overwatch,
available
some of the
for
most played games
purchase.
On Steam. Meanwhile, they're
Nice.
the worst reviewed. What's your thoughts on that?
How much money I got left?
I think diagnosing that's a little bit more difficult.
838,000. Wish there was a comma there.
I can't speak to Overwatch 2.
Nice.
But like COD and Diablo 4. There's a certain level of volume
On the road. All right, Judy.
that sort of overrides any of the negativity. Like the brand or the franchise is just so big, there's always going to be people playing it, right? And I'm saying that comparatively to other games, because you're like these
The
games
fuck
are
is
some of the most
this?
played.
Where's my car?
Okay, well, it's a little unfair. The average game can't compete with the sheer volume of Call of Duty and Diablo 4. So comparatively speaking, some franchises will always be in the top. They just will. They have ingrained fan bases. They have people that will just play no matter what. Like, they just don't care. But that doesn't mean you can't get an approximation of value from the reviews. So, whenever you're arguing with somebody, there are things called fallacies. What these are is these are argumentative mistakes. They're error. I'm trying not to use a bunch of big words. It's an erroneous way to argue. It's an error-injected way of arguing. You basically are arguing in a way that has like errors baked into it. Okay, you're baking errors into the crust of your argument. That's essentially what an argumentative fallacy is. Now, there's an argumentative fallacy called the fallacy of the group. And what people will say is they'll say, Well, this is true because all these people believe that it is true. Okay? And historically, you know, we'll kill people because of this. We're like, what are you saying, scientist devil person? And they're like, well, I mean, you know, math. And they're like, math? Off with his head. Look at how many people don't believe in this math that you're speaking of. And so they'll kill them. Okay, that's fallacy of the group. Just because a bunch of people believe it doesn't mean it's true. I can convince, a school building full of 9-year-olds that the moon is made out of cheese. I can be convincing. I can have charts and everything.
Cheese.
And I can be like, look at how many people believe this. Like, look at how many people here believe it. So it doesn't make it true. And so a lot of times people can inadvertently
Scan this random little strip for clues.
Fallacy of the group.
Oh,
They're
okay,
like,
it's
well,
not
look how
random.
many people are playing. It can't be a bad game. Okay, hang on a minute. Quantity of players is not defining the quality of the game. So there's been some games that have
Invisible
been pretty
wall.
buggy lately.
Oh shit.
And a great example of this is Jedi Survivor. Jedi Survivor had insanely good commercial success. Really good commercial success. Like, go look at the sales in the month that it launched. It did great. It did so great that I think that's why they're pulling the trigger on backwards compatibility. Well, not backwards compatibility. I'm sorry. They're porting it to old gen. Okay.
Johnny, why is the wall blocking me?
So,
there's something
they're
blocking
porting it
me,
to old gen.
Johnny.
They're saying, yep, this did so well. That game was a disaster at launch. So that game qualitatively, like objectively,
Johnny, there's an
you
invisible
broke down
wall
the
here. I'm
quality
being
of
blocked.
how it performed. It was objectively bad. This isn't subjective opinion. These are measurable bugs and glitches, things that aren't working or performing correctly. And you can't push back against that and say, well, no, clearly Jedi Survivor is fine. Look at the commercial success. Look at how many people bought it. And it would be an inadvertent use of the fallacy of the group. Like, that's not how we argue about things. Now, somebody's saying, isn't that what you're doing? No. Because all I've ever argued is that user reviews are our best approximation of quality. I think it's our best. I don't care about the review outlets as much as I care about the user scores. I've said this for the last year. I said that about Spider-Man 2. I was like, yeah, Spider-Man 2 Metacritic, that's great. I want to look at the user score. And the user score is great. Okay? So when you see this, is that coalescence? Forget it. When you see that overlap and that agreed upon score, both from the users and the review outlets, you could say that's an approximation of that game's quality. That is a good game. Now, if someone were to say, I think it's a bad game, I would say, that's fine. You're welcome to have that opinion. This doesn't mean that the game is objectively great and everyone will enjoy it. What it means is we have an approximation of this game's quality. This game is good. Now, your enjoyment
we can crawl
of
under
something
here.
that is good, that's subjective. That's where things get different. Yeah, it's a convergence. Yeah, this convergence of the user score and the review scores. That gives you an approximation of value. If 100 people come out of a restaurant or a business establishment, and those 100 people say, this place is awesome, right? 100 people come out and say it. Let's say 95. 95 come out and say, that place is awesome. And 5 people are like, yeah, I didn't like it that much. Are you going to say, I can't trust it, I don't know, it might be bad? Or are you going to say, I think I have an approximation of value here. This place is probably pretty good. I'm going to go in. Do you do this when you look at review scores on Amazon? Rissick with a gifted member, thank you so much. So
yeah,
when
I'm
you
pretty
go to
sure it's
Amazon to
up
buy
here.
something, are you
This
this
has
much
to
of a
be
skeptic
where
of
the
review scores there?
that hacker thing is.
Do you see a vacuum cleaner with low scores and you're like, who on earth would use a vacuum cleaner for a week and then return it? Do you have this level of skepticism in other environments? Or do you say, it's getting bad scores? 3 out of 5? I'm not buying that. No. Mm-mm.
The
Nobody
fuck?
does
Scan
this
the
in
area
any-
for
any other venue.
clues.
When you go to Amazon and you see the review score, what do you say? 4.5 out of 5 stars? This is probably a pretty good product. It's been reviewed by 20,000 people? Okay, it's probably a pretty good product. Or are you skeptical? Are you like, I don't know, man. It's just... Or you see a middling score. Skaternator with 12 months. 1 year, let's go! Wouldn't all fallacies fall under fallacy of definition? Honestly, not sure. Doesn't make sense. That by my understanding. There's the fallacy of appealing to a definition, where you don't argue, you simply cite a definition. That's different. You can describe something categorically and say, like straw man fallacy. If some guy walks out and says, I believe that we need to install water purifier units to make the water cleaner. And the guy goes up to the microphone, he's like, my opponent is an idiot. You'd be like, that's the fallacy of ad hominem. You're attacking, I'm sorry, I said straw man at the beginning of that, and I went with ad hominem. He's attacking the man instead of the argument. That's a categorical classification. You're like, yep, that guy just invoked ad hominem. He attacked the man instead of the argument. Instead of saying the water purifying systems are too expensive and research has indicated that they're not that effective, it's going to be a waste of the taxpayers' dollars. That would be attacking the argument instead of attacking the man. Now, Skatinator with a 5 gifted members comes out and puts us on the doorstep of the first milestone of the day, 22 out of 25. Thank you, Skatinator. Now, if he were to argue and say, I don't know how he would appeal to a definition in an argument. I didn't set up a good argument for appeal to a definition. But appealing to a definition is a form of fallacy. Like, calling something a fallacy is not appealing to a definition. Appealing to a definition would be saying, I am right, and then you just cite the definition. You just basically fall back on the definition instead of using actual reason, argumentation, premise, supporting premises, and conclusions. You're not actually reasoning. You're just sort of appealing and saying, look at this definition. This is why I'm right. You just described some of the most successful YouTube channels with millions of subscribers. Oh, sure. Yeah, I've been watching too much Shane Gillis, Parasito. Your son did crack. I can't do it. He's the master. Shane Gillis is the master. Your son did crack. It's good. He's fantastic. Oh, he's excellent. I wish I could do it. It's such an excellent impersonation. I gotta open up the office door. Give me 1 second. Definitions are important to any argument. Yes, so that's starting position. Starting position would be you have to have agreed upon definitions in order for an argument to take place. Appealing to a definition is not the same. Appealing to the definition is an argumentative fallacy employed once the argument has begun. That's different. I can't do it. No, we're not going to do anymore. I just don't understand why Starfield is the line we are holding. Pick a better game. Here's my honest opinion on what happened with Starfield. So Starfield became a North Star for the platform and the users because it was dark, right? It was dark and it was dry. And that game became a North Star. It was like, that's it. This is it. This is gonna save us, dude. It's gonna be the best. And that, I think, tends to create...
Hey, what up, man? What's up, big dog?
I just think that tends to create a level of...
Come on. Get on chair.
I don't know what to call it other than like preemptive defense force. It's like the game was great before it came out.
You can't reach
the
your
game
neck
could
all the way
do
over there,
no
goddamn.
wrong before it came out. It became this North Star of like, look at that. That's where we're going. And my hope, this is my hope. We've been talking about this a lot. We've been talking about the cadence and rhythm of the Xbox platform and how Activision Blizzard can really help with that. Now that they own Activision Blizzard, there can be a better steady of cadence and rhythm. And what I hope that leads to is people being more scrutinous, people being more critical and being like, listen, man, Xbox, you gave us like 4 or 5 games this year, and these 2 here are great. These ones over here are not. Right? Like, I think the reason that people were so willingly critical of Redfall is because, like, number one, you didn't have much of a choice. Its pants were pulled down in public. It was like, that's bad. But second, I think it was like, well, Starfield's coming, so we can dog on this. Starfield will save the day. I think that starts to change once you get a better cadence of games. I'm dead serious. Listen to me, if Xbox had first-party bangers in 2022, and if Redfall would have been insanely good, if it would have been like a 9 out of 10 game, Starfield would have gotten more criticism from the Xbox loyal. It would have, because they would have been like, we've been getting great games from you. What the frick is this? Does that make sense? It's like, I don't think you would be like, imagine Halo is award winning, and imagine they dropped Forza Motorsport at the beginning of this year, and it's blowing everybody's minds with graphics and quality, and it's just amazing, and it's got a crazy good score from the users, and everyone's like, oh my gosh. Starfield would have gotten more criticism. It would have. It's like tepid water to somebody who hasn't had a glass of water in a week. You would take a sip of tepid water and be like, ugh, what's that? This has been sitting out for a couple of days. Somebody who hasn't been drinking water for a week is going to gulp it down. And they're like, that's the greatest water I've ever tasted in my life. It's like life-giving, literally. That's what I think happened. And that's why there is a part of me that's like hopeful. And hey, listen, man, Activision Blizzard can really change the rhythm with which games come out for Xbox, which should then lead, I think this is a fair expectation. They should be launching better quality games. Why? Because there's no rush anymore. You've got so many studios and so many games. If a game's not ready, don't launch it. Don't even consider. If a game's going to look like Redfall, just cancel it. You've got so much property. You have so many games. There's no excuse now. Every game should come out at quality and on time. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't mean you can't have delays. What I'm saying is there should be no pressure to give a release date that isn't rock solid anymore. There's no reason to do that. Like what Xbox did in 2022 where they're like, hey, these are all the games coming out in the next 12 months. And like over half of them don't make it. That shouldn't happen anymore. It shouldn't. You've got so much content. You should feel no pressure at all to even speak about a game until you know, no, that's coming out in 7 months. Yep, that is a rock solid launch date. And that should lead to better quality games. It should. Thanos with a $10 super chat tip. Games, movies, music, and books. Reviews are often based on personal feelings and emotion. Reviews are for practical items like leaf blowers or vacuums are typically based on functionality and performance. Okay, let's say you like this certain author. You love his books, and his latest book comes out, and it's getting like 3 out of 5 stars on Amazon. Instead of his usual 4.5 to 5 out of 5 stars. He suddenly is getting lower scores. Are you going to preemptively just be skeptical about all those reviews? It's probably just haters. It's probably just review bombing. Who reads the whole book and then gives it a bad score? Who does that? I read a book, I get 2 pages in. If I don't like it, I put it down. Like, you would look at that and think, oh man, there's an approximation of quality here. This might not be one of his best books. This might be below the quality of his previous books. All these people that know him and love him are buying his books, and it's getting a 3 out of 5. That doesn't mean his book sucks and that nobody likes it. It means this is lower. This is fell below. This isn't meeting expectations of the people that are, typically buying this guy's stuff. Doc says, this is my take. You can play a game for 1 to 2 hours and decide if you don't like the game. It's the game's responsibility to keep you playing. It doesn't work the other way. Doc, what's remarkable is what you just said, I have said many times and was eviscerated for. You haven't played long enough. I've always said, if the content loop and the quality of the game and the pacing of the game, if you can't hook me in the first couple of hours, I think it's ludicrous to expect me to put in 10 more. I've always said that. Now, I think some games require a bit more. I think a game like Ori and the Will of the Wisps, if you play that for an hour and you're not vibing with it, you're probably not going to vibe with it, right? You're like, art style or the controls or the combat or whatever. You might be like, I don't like it. You're gonna find out a little bit quicker. I will say this. I think a game like Starfield, because of how they've paced it, I think it's harder for people to do that. I think like psychologically they're like, I don't really feel like I've gotten anywhere. I need to keep going. I think it's extremely difficult with Starfield to be like, yep, 2 hours, I'm bored, uninstall. I think it's harder for people to do that because they're like, I'm just getting started. Like maybe it's a slow burn, maybe it'll get better once they kind of let me go out into the open. I always said that. I always said that about Cyberpunk. I was like, it's taking too long to get going. And I have been ridiculed for that ever since I've said it. This guy doesn't know video games. He's a fraud. He only played Cyberpunk for 5 hours. It gets better after 5 hours. And I was like, that's ridiculous. Guess what happened? Phantom Liberty walked in the room and said, okay. You can just jump to Phantom Liberty and get right into it. The first 2 hours of Phantom Liberty are immaculately paced. It's brilliant. The writing, the combat, the setup, all of it. It's wonderful. It is exactly how you start a game. And people are like, it's an RPG. It takes a while to get going. Shh, stop it. You can have a great 2 hour open, and then you can start the slow burn. Because now you've got me. You've given me a taste. I'm like, yo, this game's kind of hot. Because Phantom Liberty immediately slows down after the 2 hour open. It immediately slows down. Everything slows down. You got to go talk to people. You're having conversations. You're having dialogue. You're walking around in town. It's not this go, go, go. And I think that's a lesson to learn. Phantom Liberty's pacing is like, that's exactly how you do it. Because once my brain says, this game is great, I want to keep playing, I have more of a tolerance now of like, oh, hey, they're teaching me how to do this thing and it's kind of slow. That's okay. It's adding to what I'm already enjoying. This like slow, like we're pulling you along, it's going to get better. It's like, I don't know if it's going to get better. It's taken too long to get there. I can't see the forest for the trees because you keep making me look at one tree and then another tree and then another tree. And the beginning of Phantom Liberty is like, look at this forest. And I'm like, whoa, this thing's sweet. And they're like, all right, we got to slow down now. Now you got to look at some of these individual trees. Guess what? It's easy for me to look at those individual trees when I know what the forest looks like that they're attached to. This is why game pacing is so important. It's extremely important. If you can't capture that idea of we've got to get them a view of the forest before we make them look at the trees, you're going to lose people. And that's why I think Starfield, for a lot of people, they're like...
He just disappears. He doesn't, like, glitch out like he normally does. Is this quest bugged too?
What's the deal here? And a lot of people kept going because they felt like, well, I'm not really giving the game a fair shake. I mean, I haven't done much. I want to you know, I kind of
Oh shit, it's right here. I'm dumb.
And I think that added fuel to the fires of disappointment. I think by the time the game lets go of you,
E978787878,
you're like, I don't know about this, man. There's a lot of loading screens. It really isn't hitting. That doesn't mean they're right. That just means they were almost set up for failure at that point because it just took too long. All Facts Lono says, Doc, I agree. I'm making a video about this right now. I like this topic. Let's see how many fools out there spend precious hours doing things they don't like for fun. That is how we play. I want to push back a little bit on what you're saying, Doc, and here's what I'm going to say. I think games like Starfield are different because the content loop and the trajectory of the game is so much more long tail. You don't get certain payoffs of certain things for like a really long time. Now, take that and shrink that down. What would you say is like the smallest content loop of a game that you can experience and know, I'm gonna vibe with this game? I would argue it's probably a fighting game. When you play a fighting game, an hour to an hour and a half in, you have experienced essentially the entirety of the content loop. That's it. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna fight people. You've tried a bunch of different characters. You've gone through tutorials. You've tried a bunch of different moves and blocks and combos. That is a much more like contained content loop. The content loop of a game like Starfield, it's just more difficult, I think, for a person to deduce in the first couple of hours, so they're gonna keep going. And especially, like the review that we looked at, someone who has played Oblivion and New Vegas and Skyrim, they are not going to come to the conclusion, oh, this is bad right away. Why? Because they know some of these games are a slow burn. Some of these games start hitting once I've got certain skills and once I'm in the 15th or the 20th hour. Now, this guy went the distance, 200 some odd hours. But again, he's the type of player that is absolutely going to give the game a fair shake. And again, my pushback is he did not say, I played the game for 200 hours and I hated every minute of it. He said, I played a game for 250 hours. There was good that I enjoyed. There was bad that I did not enjoy. And fundamentally, when I add it all up, I can't recommend the game. There's more bad than good. I think that's fair. I don't think he's saying, I played a crappy game for 300 hours. He's saying, I played a game that isn't good enough for me to recommend. The good that's here, he doesn't think is redeeming enough. I think that's such a fair way to treat a game. And to dismiss it as if he's somehow dumb for playing that amount of time, I think is really unfair to just what he did, like the time he took. And he's not alone. There are so many guys on Steam that have played the game for just tons and tons of hours. And they write these lengthy breakdowns. And it's never, I don't know how I was deluded enough to play a crappy game for 250 hours. It's, there's good, there's bad. I can't recommend this game. There's not enough good here. K.Cole with a $5 super chat tip. I'll say it again. Steam has a 2-hour refund policy for a reason. I think the 2-hour refund policy is harder to take advantage of with Starfield. Because I think 2 hours in, you can definitely have this sense of, yeah, it might get a little bit better. Yeah. It might improve. Like, I think it's hard. I do. I think the first 2 hours of Starfield are a very, very slow, slow build-up. I wonder how long Lono can argue with himself for. How am I arguing with myself? What have I said that is an argument with myself? I've maintained a lot of these positions and everything I'm saying since before and after Starfield came out. It would be fair to not recommend it if he didn't rate it 5 out of 10. That just seems weird. Right, but everybody's scoring system is different, Austin. He's not IGN, he's not VGC or some gaming outlet. He stacked up the points and he said, this is how many good points I give it, this is how many bad points I give it. That's why it lands at a 5 out of 10. Do you see? He's not a review outlet. His 5 out of 10 is not the same as some of these review outlets. His was literally, these are the good, these are the bad. That makes it land in a pretty mid, not so great score, so I can't recommend it. You see, you can't come at him like he's Eurogamer or Game Informer. He's a guy on Steam that said, he literally, I mean, it was a very organized review. It was actually quite good. It was very good. It was like, oh yeah, he's got everything broken into categories. Here's all the good. Here's all the bad. Here's his conclusion. Okay. GameSpot or Game Rant have it 100. Well, they do it out of 100. Or are you saying they gave it 100?
Reveal the truth for $1? I'm down.
I think there's a larger...
Not working though.
I think there's a larger discussion going on. Fair, I'm going to still make the video though. I feel it's going to be a huge hit. I'm going to...
you guys going to throw some grenades at me or what?
That always works for me. I mean...
Hey,
put Sony in the
throw
title.
grenades.
Doc.
I need an
Jay
achievement.
Barr, going to come after you if you do. Hey, I expect a really nice shout out in this video, okay? All right. And tell him, Doc. Tell him I'm not a pony. These guys think I'm a pony. It's so freaking annoying. Can't believe this guy still claims he's not a pony. Oh my gosh. The thing going on with game reviews, though. Here's what I feel like is going on with game reviews. There's like multiple conversations.
You guys gonna throw a grenade or something?
That are going on with game reviews. In my mind, okay, there is a conversation about the review outlets themselves, right? And I think that conversation is completely separate than the conversation that we've been having. We've been having a conversation about whether or not, people will play a game at length and then give it a non-recommend. Like, why would somebody do that? That's been an ongoing conversation this morning, and it's been really, really enjoyable. Doc made his points. I made my points. Some of you guys had counterpoints. I thought that was a great discussion. Nobody got nasty. Those are my favorite discussions. Now, they don't like claiming you, though. It's hilarious. They agree with you, but they don't want to admit it. Listen, I'm beholden to no one, so nobody likes claiming me for long. They're like, man, I really like that guy. And then I'm like, yeah, Spider-Man 2's got jank in it, And they're like, ah. Or I'm like, yeah, I didn't agree with Red Dragon's tweet. I think that's a false frame of the situation. They're like, ah, come on, man. Nobody claims me for long, Doc, and I like it that way. So anyways, there's a separate conversation going on. And this, I think, just sort of adds to my confidence in...
Come on, throw them grenades, boys.
I am always going to be preaching user score, okay? I love that PlayStation now shows the user score. I love that Xbox shows the user score. I love it. I think that's the greatest resource we have. What does the general public think? I don't give a frick what some review outlet thinks, because you know what? They have proven this year that they are not to be trusted. And I mean that. The review outlets have proven this year it's really hard to distinguish who we can trust and who we can't at this point. It really is. The user score is it.
Are you guys gonna throw some more grenades at me or what? What's going on here?
Glitches and bugs. Jedi Survivor. These Jedi Survivor placards that I see, it's one of my favorite games this year. And I see those placards. It's like 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. I'm like, what the? It doesn't deserve that. That game launched and it was terrible. Look at the user score. That's one of my favorite games this year, and I will consistently be like, come back over here, Jedi Survivor. No. You get hit with the bat at least once a day. All right, go back out.
Are you guys ever gonna hit me with a grenade?
You don't get a pass, Jedi Survivor.
Don't try to fucking hack me.
Redfall proved to us that there are
Please stop it.
many outlets and content creators that are not to be trusted. Not to be trusted. We've heard this year that Microsoft implements astroturfing
Bro, come
strategies with certain podcasts.
Come on, you guys really
Bad
couldn't.
news is coming. Get ready. You can kind of soften the blow.
Not a single
We've learned that
grenade.
this year. We've learned this year that outlets can be handpicked to pad the review score the opening weekend, and then it just falls after that. We've learned that this year. So there's this sort of undercurrent of skepticism and cynicism, and I would even say there's malice. People are angry. There's ire. It's like, y'all are lying to us. Y'all aren't telling the truth. And because of that, I would say going forward, the Metacritic scores and the review outlets, okay, great. I think that's an indicator of what's going to be in the Game of the Year running. Why? Because those are the people that vote on Game of the Year running. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
it was
I'm
this
like,
thing.
Oh yeah, man! Look at the Metacritic scores. Those games are definitely headed to being Game of the Year nominations. What am I saying? Well, these are the people that vote in Game of the Year. This is where the scores are landing. Therefore, it makes perfectly good sense that Metacritic review scores from the outlets are a big indicator of what ends up getting Game of the Year. That doesn't mean that I'm saying those review outlets and the Metacritic score, they matter the most.
55,
I'm
1C,
not saying that. I'm saying
55,
that's
1C,
an indicator of what's
55.
probably headed for Game of the Year. When I talk to the user and I talk to the general public, and I'm like, listen, if you want to know a game is good or not, check the user score. Check the user
Oh,
score.
fuck, I fucked it
Our
up.
Super Chat's turned
Need
off.
the
I can't even
E9.
get to the payment screen. You might need to refresh. I have not turned Super Chats off. We've gotten some today already. And we are, just so y'all know, what this is here in the corner, every 25 members, I give 5 back as a way to pay it forward. I give tons of members every month to say thank you and to get more people in. We're currently 3 away from me having to do that. And we're about 300 members away from the next big milestone. You guys unlocked Fright Night. Alan Wake 2 is getting great scores. This Friday night, members will be able to hang out with me and my wife for a Friday night stream. It'll be the first of 2 Fright Nights where we're going to play a scary game. Next week, we're going to play the game where if you scream, you die. And then you can get a
God
third
damn it, I
Fright
fucked
Night.
it up
If you guys can
again.
hit
I
the
need
next
2
big,
55s.
2750 goal. We'll do a third Fright Night, and we'll do a community game night. So there's a lot to earn there. Responding to a few points from the monologue.
All right.
Fans wanted
55.
co-op, not an MMORPG.
70.
I think that's
1C.
probably fair pushback, right? But they internalize it as they want multiplayer, right? Blink. Zach Johnson gifts a member and takes us to 23. Thank you so much, Zach Johnson, for doing that. Like, that's fine. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I would probably agree with you. I just wanted to play Skyrim with my buddy. I didn't necessarily want an MMO. Big Lido with 7 months. Welcome back. DK Bager, the king of single gifteds, comes in and takes us to 24 members out of 25. Thank you so much.
I need 55
I
first.
think that's
God
a fair
damn
response
it.
to the opening monologue. I was just relaying to you what the man said. I wasn't saying that they did the right thing. I was saying the community was pushing for multiplayer, and that's what they gave us. Data science agrees with you, Lono. It is statistically proven that user scores mean more than scrutiny scores. Schizoflink says Starfield's
God damn it, and I
allows
had
you to
it
reset
too.
the world
Fuck,
with the same
man.
PC, so they
This
couldn't
stupid
have
ass
had hard
fucking
choices and
thing.
consequences and the player
I
could
can't
use
like
the same
plan
PC
route my
experience
shit
as
out.
I say
Fuck,
that at
man.
some point in this episode, Schizoflink. Car
I can,
Ren
but
brings
it's
it home.
confusing.
25 out of 25. There it is. I now owe you guys
55 E9 BD 55 55 1C. God, so many fucking numbers, man. Jesus Christ. Fuck. So we need a 55. E9 No BD. 55. L. 55. E9. BD. 55, 55, 1C. I think we got it. 55, E9, BD, 55, 55, 1C.
5 members, and I will do that in a premiere. Yes, I have a premiere today talking about the fact that, hold on to your hats, you need the internet if you buy a console and want to set it up. It was hard to say that. I know that's shocking. I hope you all were sitting down when I delivered that news. DK Bagger, the Agents of Chaos, takes us to 26, and then 31 members on the day because a 5 bomb from Alex rolls it over to the next milestone. I have to gift another 5 if you guys get it to 50. Thank you so much. So I will gift the members that I owe you guys when we go over to the premiere about that scenario. And thank you, Cardoc, for hitting 33 months of memberships and doing a VIP. Welcome back. Absolutely groundbreaking discoveries. It's crazy. Sony bad, herder. Like that's the headline. Somebody was like, "So it's okay for Sony to do it, but not Xbox?" I was like, "No, I didn't say that at all. I was like, everybody's doing this. What's the problem? This is an industry standard. What's the issue here?" So it's bad for Xbox to do it? I was like, I didn't say it was bad. I said, look, both of them are doing it. This is standard. It's not unusual. You know? This is weird. This is weird times that we're living in. This is weird times. Can you believe it? I went to the store and I bought a television, and did you know what I needed? I needed electricity. Can you believe that? I don't. Why would you expect me? Why would you expect me to have electricity? It's awfully presumptuous. Like, what if I live in a tent? Can you believe it? Can you believe it, Chad? Has a removable disk drive? No, when you first set it up, though, you need the internet. It literally says it on their website. Like, you can't complete the setup without it. I'll show it to you in the premiere. Don't worry. I got it all covered. We got legalities. We got laws. We got... It's great. 5 spot from Roro Raven. Video Game Donkey has a great video on critiques everybody should watch. You have to know yourself as a player and know the reviewer as a player. Oh, for sure. For sure. That's why I was telling Doc, like, his review has value in different ways to different people. Right? We might drop some frames. It really doesn't like me uploading thumbnails all of a sudden. We might drop some frames here. It did it yesterday. It doesn't make any sense. It's such a small file. Okay, we're good.
You get used to it. I just gotta be careful not to pull the pin when I want to pick my nose.
5 spot The reason people give that energy is because Common Dig, Xbox DRM. Listen, we can discuss this subject of the PlayStation 5 thing in the premiere, and you can also discuss it after as a member. That's an extra piece of content that I do, and you can be a part of that. We will do that after the premiere. So every single day, I do a live show like this, and then I do a premiere. All of that's totally free. I then do a follow-up second stream for members. So I know that there's been criticism about doing members and members content. It comes from people who create a fraction of the content that I do. So I create more members content than some of these people create public content. So if you want extra content, yes, it's $5 a month and you get a ton of extra content. Everything else is totally free. A 2.5-hour live show Monday through Friday, totally free. A premiere upload Monday through Friday, totally free. That's a lot of content every week and every month that costs nothing. And then we do everything else on top of that. So
I'm gonna roll a blunt.
that is something that, yes, we do offer if you would want it, and it's optional, and it supports the show, and it helps me do what I do. This is my full-time gig. This is what I do full-time, and you guys make that possible. What we do is made possible by the members, right? When people are like, this stream is sponsored by, well, my streams and channel are sponsored by you, okay? Instead of, you know, a bunch of brands and stuff that I'm trying to sell you. The coffee's mine, right? And I have sponsors, but these are just nice things to say, hey, you know, you like glasses and t-shirts, cool. You guys make the show possible. Okay, that's gonna go to the debrief.
Hozal, what the fuck was that?
Not bad, right?
You think Bethesda will ever recover? Why are you using the word recover? What do they need to recover from? What happened? Starfield was a big launch for them. It added more people to Game Pass than any other game. I think they earned their keep for a while. That email that got leaked by the FTC said that, you know, how do these companies prove their worth, right? Impact the Game Pass would likely be how they would do it. And I believe they kind of earned their keep for a while. If they had the single greatest influx of Game Pass users because of Starfield, I would say Xbox looks at that and says, okay, let's let them do something. Let's let them do another one. Let's let them do another one. I don't think they have to recover from anything. What are you talking about? Now that won't get clipped and put on Twitter. Poor game design. We talked about that in the beginning of the episode. I don't think it's like a cheap shot or hate to say that I feel they need to switch engines. I think that would benefit them greatly. I think they have great ideas. I think they're visionaries, but I think they really, really constrain themselves. You know? It's like having a really, really fast runner that understands how to run, and you put him in a three-legged
I'm not taking you outside,
like,
man.
He's going to be able to run as fast as the
What's
dude
up?
that you tie him to. Like, you know, Bethesda can only do so much working with an engine that I think just continues to show its age. You know? Yeah, we got an Olympian here, and we're going to do a three-legged race. Well, who'd you tie him to? My grandpa. Like, okay, well, you attached him to an older person that's not as fast. That's going to slow him down. That's not ageism. That's natural. And I believe their engine is showing its age. And I believe their vision, their ideas, the scope of what they want to do, they're tied to a dated engine. It's an anchor at this point. I truly believe that. I don't believe perpetual items and being able to pick up everything, I don't think it's worth it. I think those things
I don't care about that
at
shit.
this point are almost gimmicky. I mean that. Now people are like, they're bristling. Oh, gimmicky. Yeah, I think those things were cool.
If you do it enough like Baldur's Gate, because Baldur's Gate, you can pick up a lot of shit. But Starfield is like a lot more open world and in depth. I think you could still have some picking up items, but can't be every tiny little piece of shit you see.
When Skyrim came out,
ooh, excuse me.
It's been a long time since that happened. We've seen some things. We've done some things. We've had some wild experiences. And being able to fill my ship with potatoes isn't groundbreaking anymore. It isn't. It isn't. Procedural generation's not even groundbreaking anymore. It's like, yeah, been there, done that. Cool, man. You can use procedural generation. Neat. But that's not impressive anymore. Some of that's unfair.
Damn, nice fit. It's
Some
cute.
of that is unfair because, you know, tech advances so fast that people are like always expecting
cute.
better, always expecting
Hot.
more, always expecting improvements.
Got the
I think
shoulders
Bethesda
out. It's
makes
like a
that
thong,
extremely
one-piece
hard on
beach
themselves
thing
by using
with the
creation
jeans.
engine.
That's sexy.
Well, it's
You know
an
who she
updated
kind of looks
creation
like?
engine.
Meghan Markle.
Okay, it doesn't seem that much of an uptick to me. I mean, it definitely seems better, but better than what? Well, it's better than Fallout 4. I mean, is that a ringing endorsement? Like, is that
Let's
how
go.
Is that how we compare games now?
Put this bad boy to work.
It's better than a game that came out.
Fuck up some Corbos.
Better than that. That's not my measurement. I think that's one of the greatest challenges of game development.
What do you think?
Is you're not going to be compared to what you did before. You're going to be compared to what's going on right now. And if other people have made bigger leaps than you, if other games are making bigger leaps than you, no one cares that, yeah, man, Starfield is so much better than Fallout 4. Like, if that was the only comparison that we had, it would be different. People are like, oh my gosh, this is miles ahead of Fallout 4. But that's not what people are going to do. They're going to compare it to games that are out right now. They're going to be like, look at the space travel in No Man's Sky. What in the world's going on? Look at the inventory systems and the RPG systems in other games. Look at the meaningful decisions I can make in Baldur's Gate 3. What the frick is this? You see, it's a little unfair, but that's just the way that it is. Thank you, Ika Gang, for a tip. I think Todd should take a break. I think Todd is a visionary. I also think he is a little bit.
Can I get a third-person
dinosaur.
view? This
I
is
love
cool.
dinosaurs.
This is kind of
They're
cool.
awesome. But they're
First
old
time
and
I'm
they're
flying
big
in this
and slow
game.
moving.
This is dope. Unless it's a
You're a
tank.
visionary, bro. But you got to adapt. You got to adapt to the times.
Yeah, I'm dumb. It's just a tank. We're not
Yeah,
flying.
Yes. You can't get away with that again. I'd argue you didn't even really get away with it this time. And you kind of did. It was a glancing blow, but it was a blow to the game's quality. It was a blow to the game's reception, for sure. It was a glancing blow. Next time, it'll be more of a haymaker. You can't take that head on in 2029. We decided, created a decision, Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be 30 FPS on console.
Holy
That's a
shit.
haymaker at that point. People be like, what?
Okay, don't understand what you meant.
They'd be like, what are we doing? What do you mean 30 FPS? What are you talking about? But at that point in time, you know, with advancements in VR, with advancements in cloud gaming, with advancements in the technology, the engines, and FSR will be better, and you know, we're going to have a Nintendo Switch apparently with DLSS. You really think as all that advances over the next 6 years, people are going to be like, yeah, 30 FPS, that's fine. Absolutely not. The trajectory is set. That will be a death knell. That'll be a death knell. You won't survive that.
This thing's cool.
No chance. It won't be a hand wave. It shouldn't have been a hand wave this time, in light of everything we were promised.
Well, this console's going to run circles around the PS5, and we're gonna get 60 as standard, and 120 is going to be there in a lot of games.
And then you get 30, and they're like,
Well, 30's fine. It's more cinematic.
what the frick happened? It's like that part in in the Joker in The Dark Knight. He asks all these gangsters. He's like, "What happened? Did your balls fall off?" It's like, "What happened?" And you're not going to get away with that next time. I don't think so. Now, speaking of things that people don't want you to get away with, people are really upset that the PlayStation 5 is going to require internet connection. And I made a video about it because this is really important.
Okay.
I'm going to gift 5 members when we get over there. Thanks so much for hitting 25 members today. When this video that we're going to is over, you can hang out with us as a member. So if you decide to become a member, guys, on our way out here, smash that like button. We only need 30 more likes on this video. Let's get 400 likes on the way out. And when you get over to this video, smash the like over there as well. I will see you over there, and then we can hang out afterwards.
That why I'm feeling everything doubled?
Are the more common of these options, you know? So, in this case, at an unscheduled hearing in Atlanta, Ellis pleaded guilty to one count of aiding and abetting false statements, a felony stemming from the election lies that Ellis and other Donald Trump lawyers peddled to the lawmakers in December 2020. She was sentenced to 5 years of probation, ordered to pay $5,000 restitution. That's pretty harsh,
Honestly, yeah.
as deals go, you know?
Pan
The
Am,
fact that
what
they're
are you
calling
doing?
this, they didn't even plead no contest, which is normal for lower charges. Yeah. The fact that
Is
they're
this how you
going
work
for
the
this,
basilisk?
rather than holding out,
Okay,
makes
we
me
have to
think
rub
that
each
there's a
other's
lot of
clit to get
hopelessness
full
behind the
maximum
scenes
power.
from people who have been rounded up in this charge.
Oh, we're
Like,
fucking.
Think about it. Usually, what happens when these like conservative conspirators get charged or like get
Damn, she's
implicated
bad.
is they kind of stand together, you know, like it says a lot about
Holy
the Georgia
shit.
charges that even now,
Oh,
only
Pan
a
Am's
few
getting me
months
bricked up.
after they
Oh,
get brought
boy.
out, there have been
I haven't
3
nutted
people who
today
are like,
yet.
yeah, nope.
No,
nope.
Pan Am.
It either
No,
means
Meghan Markle.
they feel hopeless, or they're out of money. And it's really, really,
God
really
damn.
bad for everyone that they're out of money.
Anime titties.
Because if they're out of money
Video
and they plead
game
guilty,
tits.
what does that mean for their testimony? It means, at the very least, the case of the people standing next to them look weaker. Like, if you have 10 people who are all charged with trying to do an insurrection, and 3 of them plead guilty, what does that say about the remaining 7? You know? Obviously, that doesn't in and of itself implicate them legally, but it is not good. It does not make you look good. It does not inspire confidence. Yeah, the Kraken lady pled a few days ago while I was also not streaming. Sidney Powell. This woman was on national television every day for months. She was the head of the you know, the effort to subvert the election. Pleads guilty. 6 years of probation.
Okay, V. Let's get
This is how RICO is meant to work, since everyone's being charged with a big crime. It incentivizes everyone to plead to lower charges in exchange for flipping on the mob boss. Yep. And we really, really, really want the mob boss to go down this time. Don't we? Let's have Ron DeSantis and Vivek be the 2 Republican frontrunners up against Biden in 2024, huh? Yeah, it's not looking good for Trump. It's looking really good for us. I didn't expect people to plead guilty this early. Again, I think this is largely a product of them running out of money. Somebody in chat just said, Jenna Ellis raised $200,000 to fight the charges shortly before pleading guilty. Yeah, again, I've said this before, but one of the problems with trying to defend yourself in this context is that the lawyers are really expensive. You can't have public defenders, not for something like this. You need lawyers who are willing to work with pretty openly corrupt people, and that usually means you are paying your lawyers to lie for you. Something that lawyers generally don't want to do because it implicates them if they're found out to have lied as well. Essentially, they want criminal lawyers, yeah. And those lawyers are expensive. If they run out of money, I do think it's very funny that she pled guilty after raising the money. Did you see this opens Trump up to be rolled on harder by Sidney Powell because she no longer has to respect attorney-client privilege? Is that true? Trump claims Sidney Powell was never his lawyer after her plea deal. Why would he say that? Why? Would that actually potentially remove attorney-client privilege? Like, is that like the funny meme haha guess, or is that like a real possibility that he's waiving that right? The privilege is not absolute. It can be circumvented by what is known as the crime fraud exception if the communications are shown to be in furtherance of a crime. If this ends up being cited is as part of an argument to waive attorney-client privilege between Trump and Sidney Powell, and then like the information from between them gets ousted. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm hard enough. Okay. I'm gonna pop. We gotta move on. It's too good. Watching the downfall of the Republican Party because fascists are too incompetent to clean their tracks up properly and stand in unity. This is what happens when you try to do a criminal conspiracy, but every single person involved in the criminal conspiracy is A, 50 IQ, and B, purely in it for their own money. Like, there's no shared ideology, there's no like sense of loyalty, there's no real command structure. It's literally just it's Trump and everyone like Trump, just narcissistic losers who are looking to fuck everyone around them over for money. No real values, and as a consequence, they fall like fucking dominoes as soon as it becomes mutually disadvantageous for them to continue to like hold their shoulders together, you know? Yeah, grifter conspiracy, like everyone falls, right? If the GOP loses in 2024, they're done. I don't want to make a claim quite that sweeping, but I really do feel like 2024 is their last option. Whether they do it like violently, like January 6th, but winning, or whether they do it, you know, through electoral means. Trump can't run in 2028 if he loses again. He is too old. And the Republican Party can't match his energy with anyone else. Not even close. It's too much of a cult of personality. I really feel like this is their last chance. And keep in mind, animals get desperate when they're backed into a corner, okay? We need to be prepared for what might actually be the most protracted and violent disinformation campaign in American electoral history. Twitter is going to be weaponized by Elon Musk for the explicit purpose of laundering conspiracies and lies from the Republican Party and promoting them to the widest possible audience. Every single lie they come up with, he will personally signal boost and defend publicly. And that's just Twitter. Like, this will happen on every single level, because a lot of them know this is their last shot. We must win. We will win. Oh wait, speaking of winning, Hendricks Swain campaign in final hours before Alabama House District 55. Did we win?
I don't want to fuck up any Pan Am dialogue. I wonder if I could tell her I want to stay.
Has it happened? Did we win? Polls open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I don't think we know yet.
No, I'm serious. We all owe. No squirming. So you can count on me on the
Nope. Unfortunately, it seems we lost. Sorry, guys. District 55 voters reject trans candidate Sylvia Swain. Hendricks wins runoff for open house seat. Rigged! Can't win them all, lads. It's unfortunate, but a lot of good people got good phone banking experience. I couldn't go to a phone bank, so it was my fault, Vosh. Yeah. And I phone banked rats. I know it's unfortunate and disappointing, but do keep in mind, part of being a good political advocate, it's about the war, not the battles, right? Every day there's something you can do, and just invariably, probabilistically, you will see disappointing outcomes sometimes, but that's okay. It's a matter of getting stronger so that you're more likely to succeed in the future.
Alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. Choices don't matter, I forgot.
I don't think this particular site is the best one to go off of, though. I think this is a conservative site. They're referring to Sylvia Swain as he, which, again, not to say it's a real argument, but how delusional are you? Come on. Sylvia Swain's only like 24. I sincerely doubt this is the only time that she'll be making a run at it. The 26, whatever, still younger than me. All right, well, unfortunate, but I'll talk with the PV people. You know, we ended up filling so many phone banking slots that they ran out of houses to call in that district. They funneled a lot of people over to Virginia and Ohio. Get. Was it close at least? No. Some people in chat are saying it's close, but it wasn't. It was 2-1 in favor of the other candidate, Hendricks.
Walk with you? know this area.
One moment.
Back from me.
Jesus Christ, no wonder. Okay, to
Thanks,
be clear.
pussy.
All right. 9% turnout because this was an off-season special election. All right.
Ugh.
Only 3,500 people voted in total. Very small election. All right. The candidates raised nearly 300,000 for the race. Holy shit. Swain raised 209K. Jesus Christ. Where'd you get that money from? Swain said she would not accept PAC donations. We'll walk that back in the last days of the campaign. She accepted 124,000 in PAC donations. Me too, Queen. Mostly from Leader We Deserve, a PAC co-founded by David Hogg.
But you know everything here.
Hendricks received endorsements from House Minority Leader Anthony Daniels and Birmingham Mayor Randolph Woodfin just before the primary. Ah, okay, that'll do it. So Swain, our girl, raised more money, but Hendricks got endorsements from the House Minority Leader and the mayor of the city they were in, of Birmingham. The kinds of people who will turn up for an off-season special election
Thank you,
are
Pan
also
Am.
the kinds of people who are likely to be
Oh
swayed
shit, that's
by
Pan Am stories. A Pan Am storyline. Nice.
This is a good experience for her next time. She was able to raise $200,000 for a House seat. That's pretty impressive.
Nice.
The House seat race has been contentious at times. Just days before the election day, a flyer surfaced attacking Swain's gender identity, who is a trans woman. The Hendricks campaign denounced the flyer. That's nice. And Swain said she did not believe it came from them. Yes, that makes sense. I don't think the Hendricks campaign would do that. The flyer, which did not have identifying information on it, said Swain was born to be a white male and lives as a white woman / transgender. This is probably a flyer made by a local schizo, not like the opposition campaign. Why emphasize the white part? Schizo. Okay. That's unfortunate, but again,
Let's meet
remember,
Hanako at
it
Embers.
is
Let's
part of the
finish this
process.
up.
And also, remember, we got so many people phone banking that a lot of them had to be redirected to other causes in Virginia and Ohio, meaning that there was so much energy from this community that it literally spilled out to other races. There's plenty more stuff we're going to do in the future with Progressive Victory, especially with phone banking. GAT, sorry, Ohio GAT. And I want you guys to be here with me for that, you know? Not every one of them is going to be a win, but we do get stronger even on the losses. We get better. All the effort is worth it. Why the GAT? Ohio, GAT. I can hear Vermin, who seems to be playing a very loud movie. The Argentinian election results aren't out yet. Just the first ones, but they're going to a runoff.
Thank you, Pan Am. She's sweet. She's nice.
Let me see this. Somebody linked it. What's a GAT? GAT is AAVE. It's shortened from goddamn or goddamn. Got. It was associated with seeing a woman's fat fucking ass, like a big, fat, wide load fucking number, and you would say goddamn, or you could
Gatling
say
gun.
Gat. And this has been.
Man, he's gotta have an ass
unintentionally,
emote,
somewhat
like the
intentionally,
Among Us butts or
abused
something.
into meaninglessness, where it now means anything, like just whatever. There are people who will say like she's got a big gyat and just use it to refer to a butt, or people will just say Ohio gyat. I don't even know why it's associated with Ohio. I don't even remember why I did that. Whatever. Let's not worry about it, okay?
What up, Hanako? Just looking for
I
some
saw
loot.
some polling results that made me want to talk about something. From Polling USA, Americans support getting into a war with Iran if Iran attacks Israel. Should the United States directly intervene in the conflict if Iran attacks Israel? 59% say yes. It's broken down by age group. And you can see older people are more in favor of it. Now, one thing that you might notice from this poll is that it's not sourced, and I have no idea what the sample size is, and it could be completely made up. So fuck that poll. I have no idea if it's real. But I do want to talk about Iran. I want to talk about intervention in Iran, because I think that it's going to become a very big talking point in the near future. I just want to sort of share my thoughts on it in like one easy place, okay? So, Iran is a country full of a wide variety of ethnic and political groups controlled by a dictatorial Islamist regime. The reason they're controlled by it is basically our fault. Iran used to be ruled by a Shah who was supported and backed by the West, and he was so decadent and hated by his people that the Iranian people had a revolution, and there were a bunch of different revolutionary groups looking to replace the Shah. And the Islamists won and killed the other ones, or arrested them. And that's why they rule today. The people of Iran are a lot more mixed politically than I think a lot of people understand them to be. One of the things that distinguishes, one of the things that distinguishes Iran from its neighboring countries that a lot of Americans don't seem to understand, they don't sort of respect this fact, is that Iran is a real fucking country, okay? Now, not to come across as racist or anything, but Afghanistan is like maybe half a country. Let's be real here, okay? Afghanistan has been bombed into oblivion so many times, warring constantly. It's just truly, it's a wacky place, you know? To a large extent, Iraq is like this as well. A large portion of Syria is literally like a failed state at the moment. Like, this whole portion of Syria right here doesn't even exist. Iran is not like that. Iran is much more developed. It has a larger economy, a more educated population with better developed cities. If I'm just gonna, I think this sounds really obvious, but I often hear people rope together Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan like in the same breath. But there are so many differences. Like a lot of people just don't respect that when they talk about this, you know? Let me just Google really quickly, like, Kabul. Sure. Show me Kabul. Now, it's a little unfair to use Kabul. I mean, it's not, a lot of wacky things have happened in Kabul, okay? It's a wacky place. We love our wacky places, don't we, folks? Okay? Kabul, capital of Afghanistan. Notice how even in Afghanistan, they know how to use color better than a lot of Western cities. Tehran. Wow, the mountains are big in Iran. I'm gonna get to the point on the mountain shortly, but just like the mountain ranges in Iran are insane. What? It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I'm very sorry. I don't remember what point I was trying to make, but the point I was trying to make is basically that Iran is much more developed. Okay, so Iran is much more developed. The problem here is that Iran's leadership is not great. Iran's leadership legitimizes its rule by posing itself as an anti-imperialist regime that fights against Western influence. Remember, the Ayatollah came to power in direct response to an overthrowing of the Shah, of the Western-backed puppet leader, right? So in a way, the Islamist regime of Iran is a direct response to American, Western, at the very least, imperial power. Now, obviously, day to day, the Iranian leadership is not like fighting America. They're not exactly battling in the streets to remove American occupiers. The past actions of Western governments are very convenient to them now because they can paint a narrative where they're like, hey, you know how the West is evil, right? Right? The West is evil, right? Look at all these things they did to us. And we did do those things to them. Now that we've established the West is evil, let me explain to you how the Ayatollah is the only one who can protect us from Western decadence and cultural influence. Does that make sense? So our past crimes are convenient to their leadership as a way of justifying their power. Putin does the exact same thing, by the way. Exact same thing. So it's pretty common.
Alright, Endgame's getting serious.
V?
Yeah.
Jesus, again. Do I have to spell it out? It's in your hands, not mine, and not those of that thing in your head. Now, see that setup over there?
Yeah? What about it?
You'll find the last dose of pseudo-endotrizin there. A gift from Misty. Want to give in to the voices in your head? Go ahead. Take a puff. Go silent. Get out. Or find another way. End things on your own terms. Got a little present for me over there too. Lockers. Manage to walk those few yards to the table. The rest will be up to you, and you alone. You heard him. We've got one last chance. I'm taking the wheel. Endotrizine, Rogue, Sokka Tower. Only way this is gonna work.
Enough, Johnny. Out loud, what?
Just go fix this thing. Whatever you decide, let's make sure to get out of here first.
Gun and pills.
Can't thank you enough for all you've done, Vic.
Only wish I could have done more. Go on now. I want to close up. Take the meds and do.
Hey V, I heard. Well, your thoughts?
Shouldn't have had to. Sorry about that.
No need to be. I know what's going on. And I know it won't be easy. For either of you. If you don't want to decide here, I know a much better place.
Sure, lead the way. Why is this spot special?
I took Jackie there once. It's not far.
Jackie? What's he got to do with any of this?
You'll see.
Damn, I'm actually feeling nervous. Because I know Johnny's in my head. I've been skipping a lot of the story, but I know kind of the basics of it. Johnny's in my head. And I have to... The only way out is to either kill him or me or, I don't know, some other shit. And we're going to assault Arasaka too. We're going to do some other shit, some kill Uranobu.
Same glum face.
Who? Jack?
This is it, Chica. I'm done for.
Doesn't sound like the Jackie I knew.
That was a long time ago. His mom had just found out he'd signed up with the Valentinos. Trust me. Senora Wells on one shoulder, your gang Chumbas on the other. No choice can ever seem right.
Mm-hmm.
Life wasn't easy for my Jackie, but he found the courage to bet on himself. After
That's
I
more
brought him
like
here.
air.
Johnny, looking good.
See that?
Big dick. I'm gonna sit.
I come here when I need to get away.
You're alone in my thoughts. You're on unachievable these days. So what did Jackie decide up here?
Oh, you know. Gonna be a legend in this city. I'm gonna leave you alone now. Take your time.
Fucking scared me, know that? Thought you were on your way out.
No, I'm still here.
For now. You know you should call anyone you want to say goodbye to.
Worst case scenario. That what you expect?
No. But whatever you decide, risk's gonna be high. If things don't go our way. Just fucking do it. Anyone you gotta talk to, now's the time. Pills can wait.
I'm calling Pan Am.
Pan Am.
Just want to hear her voice.
Yeah, she looks like Meghan Markle.
Sure as hell hope it's that and only that.
Hey.
You're just tired. Goddamn.
You know what time it is.
I got a crazy call for you.
Won't keep you long. Just wanted to hear you.
You picked an interesting hour for it.
The sexy, tired voice.
What's going on?
To know that we'll see each other again.
What? You know. Fine.
Something
She
I
just
gotta
got
do
mad.
today.
Good thing choices don't count.
Big time. But I have to.
What is it?
It's not for comms. Not really.
Then shut up and tell me where you are. In the city?
Yeah.
Okay, then plant your butt somewhere and wait. I'm on my way.
You don't get it. I can't wait anymore.
This has something to do with what you were telling me before?
It does.
Well, I'll say one thing. There's always a way out. Here's what you need to do. You need to take a few deep breaths. Then rethink all this. Hard. And then you can call me back. Do you know why? Because I am here for you.
But
End of discussion.
Okay, mommy.
Well played.
wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise.
Probably for the best. Would have said too much anyway. Was good you called. Wish I'd had the chance to. Come a long way to get here, haven't we? Just think. It all started in a fucking landfill.
Then you tried to kill me.
See exactly what I mean. Trying to save your sorry hide now. You can let me do that. Or you can try Pan Am and her tarmac rats. But then their lives will weigh heavy on your soul. Or you take Arasaka's deal, but then you'll have your own soul on your conscience.
Pan Am, Arasaka, or Johnny and Rogue. Johnny.
I think you ought to go with Rogue. Two of you together got the best shot.
You absolutely sure? No going back on this, you know.
I am. Do your thing, Johnny.
You're up, Johnny. I trust you. Take the wheel. Just, go easy on us, yeah?
Thanks, B. I'll get us through this. You'll see.
Let's get it. I trust you. I know he's gonna do some dumbass shit, but I trust you. Oh, he gave me a kiss, finally.
Look who we have here.
Oh god, Johnny. Even if I gotta burn the whole fucking city down, what are you talking about?
I'll put it to you this way, Wakako. Don't get in my way.
Okay, I still have all my shit nice. It's just Johnny's
You're running
voice.
your little operation only because I have allowed it. And I can change my mind whenever I want. Hang on, give me a sec. V.
V's taking a break. It's me.
We'll talk soon, Wakako. What do you want, Johnny?
Interrupted important biz, did I?
Got a strange feeling this conversation could be more important. You want something, and that's always a bet.
Of course. Justin.
Johnny, are we gonna talk about the mission?
Hey, everybody! We're closed!
Whoa, what gives?
Now.
We ain't finished yet!
Oh, yes, you
Get the
is!
fuck out of here, bitch.
Sheesh, what's the matter? Nothing. Your shift's done. You're heading home to kick your feet up.
Okay. Guess I'm gonna go back to work. We'll have the whole place to ourselves?
What are these two choices? They're both accusing her of selling out to the core. This one's just more subtle.
Well. You're... That's... Oh.
Oh, we're gonna fuck Rogue. Nice.
Around the world. North Korea, they do the same thing. Countries that don't like the West do this. They like doing this, okay? So, Iran doesn't like the West.
Oh, she's got some
People
Mega
of
Man
Iran,
boots.
Based on the polling that I've seen, actually not super anti-Western. Again, a lot of them are relatively
Ooh.
worldly educated and, economically developed. A good comparison to this would be China. The government of China is pretty anti-American.
Fucking
And likewise
Christ.
with America's government to China. But the average, Chinese citizen, if you just go over to, Beijing or something and, ask around, you're not going to see this, seething cultural hatred of America present in the people broadly, you know? And that's largely because, as a consequence of being relatively wealthy and educated, it's just kind of hard to keep people in that state. You know what I mean? I'm generalizing a lot, but it is important to understand that the average, Iranian citizen is not some kind of, diehard jihadist. They really, really aren't. A lot of Iranians do not like their leadership. Okay, so with all that being said, Iran wants nukes. And you know who could blame them? Iran wants nukes. As a country that has been victimized by foreign powers a few times. The war with Iraq, the constant threats of invasion from America, the fact that Israel is right over here, and Israel and Iran fucking hate each other. Iran wants nukes. Every country wants nukes, right? Only a few get to actually have them. We had, under Obama, the fantastic Iranian nuclear accords, which were meant to prevent Iran from pursuing a nuclear program, and in exchange we would lighten up sanctions and unfreeze money. Yeah, the JCPOA, yeah. I always forget the exact term for it. I always just think of it as the nuclear accords. Obama had this deal signed, Trump got rid of it. It was the best foreign policy thing that Obama did, and Trump destroyed it. Thank you. Yeah, people were saying we were paying Iran to not build nukes, but that's wrong. We froze their money. We were giving them their money back. and keeping them from building nukes. The rules of the agreement allowed us to inspect their facilities. One thing that you have to understand about building nukes is some parts of it are a lot easier than others. First, obtain fissile material. Uranium, plutonium, whatever. How easy is this? Pretty easy. The world actually has a lot of uranium in it. It's not that hard. Step number 2, build a missile program. Well, if you're a developed nation, you already have one. I don't know if Iran has ICBM capabilities. Iran has the largest and most diverse ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East, but do they have ICBMs? Iran says it has successfully test-launched ballistic missile. Okay, if Iran is bragging about a potential 2,000-kilometer range, that means they don't have ICBMs. However, they do have BMs, ballistic missiles. 2,000 kilometers would allow them to... Where's the ruler on this? Is there not a ruler on default Google Maps? Whatever, 2,000 kilometers gives them quite a lot of range. Certainly enough to hit Israel, which is the main country that's worried. So, we have fissile material, and we have a missile program. What's the third thing we need to do? Right, enrich the uranium. Uranium on its own can't sustain a nuclear reaction. You need a particular isotope. And only about 1% of uranium is the right... No, wait, not even 1%. Isn't it like 0.1%? 0.1%, right? 0.71%, so closer to 1% than 0.1%. Only a small portion of uranium is the right isotope, the kind that can actually sustain a nuclear reaction. So you need that. And the process of refining it is really, 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 really difficult. Even with modern methods, enriching uranium is incredibly time-consuming and expensive. Energy, resources, space, like, it's not easy. So it's really hard to do it on the down low. Getting the uranium, easy. Enriching it, difficult. So basically, the goal with our program was to make sure they weren't building nukes by having inspectors. It would be pretty easy to see where the nuclear development was taking place, so we thought this was a good arrangement. And then again, Donald Trump destroyed this arrangement. So Iran now has no reason to believe the West can ever be trusted with any kind of international agreement. Guys, we had an anti-nuclear accord with the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah.
I can deactivate the satellite.
Can you just hold on a second?
You will breach
And we broke it. We
and locate the port
broke
to
it.
negotiate. This is the program.
So why would they ever trust us for diplomacy? Like, ever. Like, why would they ever trust us for any kind of accord? Frankly, they should. So, the nuclear weapons program is on. And we can't send inspectors to Iran because we don't have the right to. That we broke the deal. So, now the question is, when will they get nukes? It's pretty much inevitable that they do. But it's really just a matter of time. They're well developed enough that they could get them. It's just a matter of like how long it takes for them to build everything. Build the lab, refine, enrich. It's not an easy process, and it's also probably not their top political priority. Just a moment. That doesn't mean that the West isn't worried. This is from 2021. I'm not even going to bother breaking the ad block here. Blackout hits Iran nuclear site in what appears to be Israeli sabotage. The power failure was described by Iran as, quote, nuclear terrorism, as talks were underway in Vienna to restore the 2015 nuclear deal. Talks that fell through, by the way. Israel has basically said they will never let Iran get nukes, because Israel is the country that would be most likely to be in the receiving end.
I love you.
You know? So, it's pretty likely that Israel has engaged in not just one, but multiple acts of sabotage to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program, to prevent them from being able to properly refine the material. In response to this,
I like this joint.
if I was a good streamer, I would already have these links ready. In response to both consistent and the threat of sabotage, Iran has built a nuclear facility deep into their mountains. Now, we saw a bit of their mountains earlier. Iran has lots of mountains. The nuclear facility that they have built is so deep that we can't bomb it. It's not really possible. We would need some like proper, dedicated, like serious military action to destroy it. It could only be reached with ground operations.
We didn't really need all that garbage here, but nice. Thanks for popping in.
More, I'm gonna guess that they've probably upped their security a little bit, so they don't get caught unawares by Israel. Just cave in the entrance, Vosh? No, I don't think so. I don't think we're stopping this one, boys. I think it's only a matter of time until Iran has nuclear weapons. If Israel and the United States ever arrive at the conclusion that Iran is on a rapid path to nuclear development, there is a very high likelihood that we invade. The most likely pretext for this would be Israel claiming that they're acting in self-defense. They would say that Iran would certainly nuke them if they had the nukes, so Israel has to preemptively attack. Now, if Israel invaded Iran, they would lose. Very badly. The reason for this is because map of world mountains. The reason for this is because Iran is one gigantic mountain range.
What did that be?
Which, if you've played Advanced Wars, is the area with the highest territorial defense. There we go. I've shown this on stream before, but... So, there's the Rockies. There's Iran. Right here. Whole country. This is why we struggled so much in Afghanistan, by the way. This is why we never wiped out the Taliban, and it's why Russia, or the USSR, lost in Afghanistan. It's because Afghanistan is a giant mountain range. So is Iran. Israel on its own would not be able to conduct a military operation capable of breaking Iran. Again, Iran is a big country with a lot of people. How many people? Isn't it like 90 million? 90 million. 90 million people. Population of Israel. 9 million. Yeah. 10 times the population of Israel. So, if Israel wanted to engage in military action against Iran under the pretext of preemptively defending themselves against nuclear proliferation, which country would they call on to help them? Obviously. And America doesn't really want Iran to have nukes either. I'm not saying that this is guaranteed to happen. I'm kind of running through a possibility list here. It's basically guaranteed. I don't think it's necessarily guaranteed, but I think there's a decent likelihood. First of all, we have to talk about the logistics of invading Iran. First of all, how? Well, they share a small border with Turkey, that's true, but Turkey's relationship to the situation is complicated. Likewise with Armenia and Azerbaijan. Iraq is a US ally, but Iraq has also been very heavily susceptible by Iranian influence since our large departure. Iraq isn't like an enemy of the US, but Iran is by far the more powerful neighbor, and they have been, in a cruel twist of fate after the brutal invasion by Saddam Hussein, now Iran gets to exert its power over Iraq. Which means that moving through Iraq would be, at the very least, complicated. And then on the other side of things, you have Afghanistan, which is, you know, controlled by the Taliban. We're not doing shit with Turkmenistan. And then you've got Pakistan. And keep in mind that every direction we come at this from, this entire chunk of land is a mountain range. Now, Israel can't do shit in Iraq. Not against Iran. We would have to involve ourselves. Now, could we invade Iran successfully? I don't know. One thing that we could do successfully is destroy any country on Earth by nuke. That's the easy part, right? But assuming nukes are off the table, assuming we actually have to, you know, commit to a ground invasion, which we would, because if they do have nuclear facilities, they probably have lots of them spread out across multiple labs with equipment that would be hidden in multiple bases, multiple places. We would need to be down there. Could we meaningfully occupy them? Well, we couldn't really do that in the other countries around, you know? So in Iraq, we effortlessly, well, I don't want to say effortlessly, we fucked up Iraq pretty quickly, twice, but then ISIS happened. Clearly we didn't control the area that well. In Afghanistan, sure, we fucked Afghanistan up, but then we basically just held a few major cities while the Taliban continued to run rampant across the edges. And Iran is much, 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 much more developed, more fortified than either of those countries. So I don't really think we could do much
You were
here.
supposed to jump with us.
The reason why I'm saying all of this is because I feel like what I'm saying is also going to be obvious to people in command in the United States. And I mean, it's not like they haven't done stupid shit before. But if there's a risk of Iran immediately developing nuclear weapons, or possibly even having nuclear weapons, the consequence of messing with Iran and losing could be Armageddon. Like, Iraq and Afghanistan didn't have weapons of mass destruction. And Bush knew that, you know? Colin Powell knew that. They lied. If Iraq actually had nukes, we wouldn't have fucking invaded them. Because that's the point of having nukes. That's why Iran wants nukes. So, in the coming future, there's going to be, like, real geopolitical conflict over the consequences of Iran developing nuclear weapons. And I don't actually know what the solution to it is. Like, let's play this out, right? Solution number one is a joint, like a coalition attack in Iran from Israel, America, and maybe others. If we do that, what happens? Well, maybe we succeed in destroying their nuclear facilities, but the effort involved in occupation and the costs involved would be ruinous globally. It would also, I couldn't even begin to imagine the cost, both human and monetary. It would be very bad. If Israel goes in on their own, that would be very bad for Israel. Very, 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 very bad. I don't think that's going to happen. That seems very unlikely. The most likely outcome that I can think of would be that Israel just continues to mount a series of escalating sabotage attacks on Iran while stalling for time to wait for a revolution or the Ayatollah to die or anything else, and hoping that they can sort of stall things out long enough that the nukes aren't developed. Another possibility is that Iran gets the nukes. What happens if Iran gets the nukes? See, on one hand, Iran's government may be Islamofascist in nature, but I don't actually think they would, like, nuke Israel right off the bat. The reason for that is because Iran doesn't engage in the same kind of destructive politics of antagonism that their rhetoric might lead you to believe. A lot like North Korea, in the sense that they get a lot of clout by pretending to be, like, super antagonistic to their neighbors, but in reality, it's deliberate, calculated antagonism designed to keep people away from them, but not actually engage in warfare. If Iran wanted to do, like, genuine fucking world-ending conflict shit, they could have done that earlier. Like, they've had plenty of opportunities, right? So if they actually got nuclear weapons, would they use them? I don't think so. On the other hand, again, it's an Islamo-fascist dictatorship, right? Maybe the Ayatollah just loses it one day? I don't think that's likely. The Ayatollah is a dictator, but as I understand it, Iran isn't, like, singly controlled by him in the way it might seem. Like, it has to go through a chain of people. Does that make sense? Like, very often when it seems as though a country is ruled by one dictator, it's not. There's a group of, like, generals or civil leaders they have to go through because, yeah, like, they're keys, if you've seen that CGP Grey video. So I don't really think that's on the table. In reality, I think we can actually get a little bit of hopium from a neighbor of Iran, because next to Iran, there is actually a nuclear-capable country that has had more of an opportunity to be fucking insane about it. We don't talk about these two countries in relation to each other that often, but Pakistan and India, as I said just a little bit ago, are more racist to each other than you could possibly fathom. They both have nukes, and they have both had, like, skirmishes and shootouts on their respective border. And yet, they have not invaded or nuked each other. So if countries like this are capable of behaving this way without nuclear Armageddon, would Iran do the same? Is it possible that Iran would engage in something resembling moderation with nuclear weapons? I would like to believe they would. Navosh, you're talking about Iran like it's USSR while it's Nazi Germany. It's not Nazi Germany. Again, Iran may be Islamo-fascist, but they're not controlled by, like, ISIS or whatever, or even the Taliban. This is a good example, okay? There's a very big difference between how groups behave when they're insurgents and how they behave when they're leaders. Did you remember that article? How, like, the Taliban is like, man, I just want to go wage jihad in the mountainside. I don't want to do data entry. You will do the data entry. Like that, you know what I'm talking about? Like, the Taliban went from being like the scourge of the Afghanistan mountain ranges, and now they're all sitting in Kabul with a desk job getting, like, back pain, you know? The shift from, like, insurrectionist or revolutionary behavior into nation management is a jarring one. And Iran has run itself as a very functional and competent nation for decades now. Can anyone deny that? Again, this isn't Syria. This isn't like Iraq or Afghanistan. Iran has been, as a Middle Eastern country goes, pretty fucking successful. Like, they're managing themselves pretty well. It's not like they're doing this, like, crazy ideological warfare shit that has been, like, you know what I mean? Like, they're pretty stable. Like, again, it's the Middle East. We're grading on a curve here, you know? Gives me the impression that if they had nuclear weapons, they would behave relatively, responsible with them. Which makes me think that the greatest threat might actually be from the West. Could you imagine the headlines if it was found that Iran had nuclear weapons? I'm actually more worried about America and Israel escalating tensions than I am with Iran, because Iran understands that if they ever act up, especially with nukes, they'll be glassed. But the Israeli and American public don't. People over here are safe. America is safe. Israel isn't. But these are democracies, you know? The fervor of the population might transfer into fervor of the leaders, or vice versa. And if the headlines are Iran has nukes, Israel under threat, I can see a series of really bad decisions escalating into Western intervention in Iran in like an insanely fucking misguided attempt to protect Israel from, you know, nuclear action. And the worst case scenario of that would be Iran nuking Israel, which would probably lead to us nuking Iran. This is all very, 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 very edge case stuff. But I guess I'm mostly just sharing my thoughts and my general worries. I just don't know if the West is capable emotionally of handling Iran having nuclear weapons. You know? I don't know if they have a game plan for that. I don't know if there's a world where the West can just accept that. Hopefully we can. You know? They handled China, they might have to learn. Yeah, but China's had nukes for decades. This would be a new thing. You don't think there'd be a strong anti-war sentiment in the US? I would hope so. What about Israel? Israel going in on their own wouldn't be that much better, especially if it led to a nuclear attack. And is there still the possibility of democratic revolution in Iran? Yeah. Vosh, we accepted North Korea having nukes with South Korea right there. We didn't really accept it. Like, North Korea got nukes. Even this is kind of ambivalent. We don't really know the details of their program. And the world's largest demilitarized zone is right underneath them. And also, like, okay, let me put it this way. If South Korea had gotten a memo, like 50, 40, whatever years ago, saying beep, 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 in 1 month, North Korea will have nuclear weapons. This is your last chance. Beep, 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 beep. South Korea would have marched every single fucking citizen, every single fucking person within their borders northward. They would have marched. It would have been like the fucking rumbling, okay? If they had known they had a window, yeah, they would have simply stomped on North Korea. Yeah, Japan too. And likewise, what if the West, like, what if the West realizes, like, holy shit, Iran has nuclear enrichment facilities, our spies tell us that they're operating, and we can't stop them because they're in mountain bases that are, like, heavily guarded. We can't send in a team to do anything. The team would just get killed, like it's well guarded. They're gonna have nukes in a year. How do you think Israel and America would handle that information? Like, they don't have nukes now, but they might soon. Not might, they will soon. That's rough. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Again, not an expert on geopolitics. These are just thoughts and concerns that I have. I think it's a future problem we're going to have to deal with. Not that far in the future, though. Enrichment takes a while, but, like, not that long once they get the facilities up and operation. You know. But you're underplaying the spy capabilities of Israel and Iran. I'm not underplaying it, but, like, it's, you know, spies aren't magic. You know, you can get away with sabotage to some extent. Okay, let me put it this way. I'm just going to end with this, okay? Iran building its nuclear facilities so deep underground that airstrikes couldn't reach it implies that was something they were worried about. If they were only concerned about sabotage, that would be one thing. But the fact that they're taking preventative measures to shield themselves against airstrikes kind of implies they're doing things they think they might otherwise get airstriked over. And airstriking Iran would be a really, really big deal. So it seems to me that they're aware of the fact that they're doing something that would otherwise incur significant interventionary action from the West. I thought they already had enrichment capabilities. Well, they're building enrichment facilities capable of enriching uranium to a weaponized degree. You don't have to enrich it as much for, like, nuclear power plants.
Get your woman out of her box. Let her show us what she's got. Hey, you
Okay. I have one more segment.
Just a shame you. Well.
Oh wait, somebody linked this while we were talking early on about Ethan and Leftovers, and I wanted to watch it. What are the odds Iran gets nuked by Israel? I don't think they're very high. Like, preemptively,
Good
I
shit.
don't think they're very high. For one, like, the mountain ranges that Iran can build in are deep. Like, Iran could survive nukes pretty well. I know that sounds dumb, but if any country had the topography that would give them an advantage in building military infrastructure that would survive, like, nuclear weapons, Iran would be, like, the #1 country that I could think of. Nukes don't go that far into the ground. And keep in mind, the majority of nuclear weapons that Israel has are almost certainly tactical nuclear weapons, not strategic ones. And airburst usually? Yeah, true. Most of them are even designed to burst in the air, not to go in the ground.
Come on, Hank.
What's the difference between the two? Tactical nuclear weapons are designed to attack specific targets. Strategic nuclear weapons are designed to end the world. Essentially. Like, a tactical nuclear weapon is like, there is a big military fortification over there and I want to delete it. A strategic nuclear weapon is, I want to reduce 1/3 of the French countryside to rubble.
Oh shit. Know that look? Got something on your mind?
Ever think back about why
Mr.
we
Mo?
did it?
Did what?
Why we took on the corpse, strapped in leather, chrome.
In fact, we can do this.
Don't know, Johnny. We were young. Hot blood in our veins, shit judgment in our heads, like all pups.
Right over here.
Not knowing what was good or true. It was only the beautiful that meant a damn.
Let's go with
Don't let your mind wander. We'll
Washington,
get around old
D.C.
brain cells over vodka once we're done.
I'd rather not do it. Well, hold on.
Or people with stories of the old.
Actually, let's go with Paris. I kind of like the idea of making them the victims here. There we go. This is nuke map. You can guess what it does. So, hold on. Tactical nuke yield. From under 1 kiloton to about 100 kilotons. Let's take this at about 10 kilotons. There we go. Yellow is the fireball, red is blast damage, or heavy blast damage. This is moderate blast damage. This is the radiation radius, thermal radiation radius, light blast damage. There we go. So, a tactical nuclear weapon of about 10 kilotons would do this. Now, that's a lot, but, you know, there's France. Right? Or you can select a preset. Oh, nice. They have presets right here. Here we go. Here's a crude nuclear terrorist weapon. So this would be like a shitty one, I guess. Look at that. Anyone play Cyberpunk? Remember how Johnny Silverhands dropped a nuke at the base of the Arasaka Tower? North Korean weapon tested in 2013. 10 kilotons. That's the one we just looked at. Little boy Hiroshima bomb. So this is Hiroshima. Oop.
Shit eaters never even stood a chance.
Oh no, you spoiled a horrible game. That's not spoilers. At all. You should turn on radioactive fallout. Sure. There we go. There's the radioactive fallout zone. So anyway, these are just examples of tactical bombs, much smaller. Now, strategic bombs, let's just go all the way to Tsar Bomba, the largest USSR bomb ever designed. All right, let's get the big boom. You might notice a slightly larger circle here. Visible from space, certainly. That would be the fireball. Yeah. So, essentially, tactical nuclear weapons are the kind that you would use for some specific military purpose. Strategic nuclear weapons are the whole mutually assured destruction, if you can end the world, I can end the world kind of thing, you know?
Looks like our work here is over.
Switch it to surface for Fallout. Ah, there we go. Ah, yes, the Fallout. And the Fallout, of course, right. Yes, yes, yes.
Let's move it.
Largest Indian weapon tested. Huh. Yes, India and Pakistan do not have nukes that are as impressive as ours. Can you click on largest U.S. U.S. weapon? 15 megatons. Again, quite large. What bombs does Israel have? I'm actually curious. It is worth noting, by the way, that if Iran actually did develop a successful nuclear weapons program, it is overwhelmingly likely that theirs would not be very large. Like, they would not be like, oh, here's our first nuke, Tsar Obama. You know, in all likelihood, it would probably be, you know,
Room past the partition. We cross it and we're at the core.
something like this. No one knows what Israel has. Israel doesn't even admit it has a nuclear program. That's cool. All right, we're kind of being we're being a bit morose right now. Let's move on. Okay.
Eat shit and die, bastard smasher.
It's an interesting piece of news that's led to a lot of discourse. Now, as you all know, I don't know how you wouldn't know, it's been everywhere. Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th and took hostages. The purpose of the hostages, in all likelihood, were to to, well, a few of them. For one, it protects Hamas and Gaza broadly from indiscriminate retribution. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. Netanyahu basically said, yeah, the hostages back would be nice, but also we really want to bomb Gaza. So, like, yeah, whatever. Literally, like, basically admitted lower priority, so that didn't work. Also, they can be used as bargaining chips, and keeping hostages gives Hamas some negotiating power. Of course, the negotiating power doesn't actually work unless you eventually release the hostages, which some releasing has been done. Some hostages are being returned. Some Americans were brought back. Here's a hostage that was released just the other day. And the story is really interesting. I wanted to talk about it. An Israeli hostage released by Hamas has described her ordeal after she was kidnapped by gunmen and taken into a tunnel system in Gaza during the Palestinian militants group deadly assault on Israel on October 7th, saying, quote, I went through hell. Now, what's interesting here is that everyone, did she condemn Hamas? What's interesting here is that everyone is using this as an opportunity to take different parts of her story and use them to elevate her narrative. So, let's summarize a little bit because I don't want to just read this entire thing. Okay? First of all, she is an 85-year-old grandmother. So, pretty frail. Snatched away from her home and driven away on a motorbike. A painful act, per her description, during which she said she was beaten and sustained bruises. Now, I have no idea how being beaten doesn't just instantly kill you when you're an 85-year-old woman, but apparently she lived. That's pretty crazy. She said she was forced to walk on the wet ground and descended into an underground tunnel system she likened to a spider web, where she was greeted by, quote, people who told us we believe in the Quran and promised not to harm her and her fellow hostages. Interesting. So it seems Hamas, or Muslim, of course, did the whole we believe in the same God thing, which they do. They're both Abrahamic religions.
Where's Rogue's gun?
Is that the article then goes on to recount her experiences and describe how Hamas was surprisingly nice to her. Here. This shit's daughter.
She died over here by the elevator.
Her mother's comments to reporters outside a hospital in Tel Aviv called it a huge network of tunnels.
Did she?
Said she was initially grouped together with 25 other people before her captors separated her into a smaller group with 4 other individuals from her kibbutz.
Where's her body?
She said they slept on mattresses on the floor of the tunnels, ate the same food as Hamas fighters, and received regular treatment from doctors during her incarceration.
He threw her body over here?
He really took care of the sanitary side of things so we didn't get sick, end quote, if shit's added. Each of the 5 hostages was given their own doctor, and there was a paramedic present.
Oh shit, this is better than my pistol.
They were very
what the
generous
fuck?
to us, very kind. They kept us clean, if shit said. They took care of every detail.
Little less
There are a
damage
lot of
though,
women,
little less
and they know about
range.
feminine hygiene, and they took care
No,
of
no, never
everything
mind. I
there.
was wrong.
The surreality of Hamas hostages being given like tampons or whatever, probably pads, I don't know, whatever. Just truly wild. Very, very interesting. This shit's also accused the IDF and Shin Bet intelligence service of not taking threats from Hamas seriously, and said the costly Gaza border fence erected by Israel has done nothing to protect her community from Hamas's attack. Apparently this old woman is actually a bit of a dove herself. As I understand it, she's done humanitarian work with Palestinians before. So people are going back and forth on this, right? There were a lot of people on the left who were like, dude, look at how nice Hamas was. Let's be clear here, okay? There are 2 things that I want to make clear, all right? No, there are 3 things. This is very complicated, okay? Hamas is a jihadist organization. Jihadists are fucking insane. However, even groups that are politically insane have humans in them. Obviously, that's what groups have, humans. Humans, even humans who are part of insane groups, are capable of surprising humanity in times you wouldn't otherwise expect. Like, let me put it this way, okay? The Taliban, insane group. However, If I airdropped into Afghanistan, quickly taught myself their language, found some Du Bois, and went out drinking with some of the lads, and you know Taliban members drink, okay? Could I have a good time out in the town with a member of the Taliban? Could me and the boys have a good time, like Lord Miles, yeah? The answer is yes, absolutely. Why? Because humans are complicated. You can be a crazy jihadist and also a person, still an individual, a human being, capable of weirdly human behavior in spite of your political disposition. We observe this behavior in basically all groups, you know? Whether it be jihadists, Taliban, American
I'm
alt-righters,
Johnny
or
Silverhand.
the Nazis.
Am
we
I?
keep having this reminder where it's like,
Who
oh,
the
the
fuck
group you
am
belong
I?
to is psychotic and monstrous. But that was a weirdly personal thing you did. We just have to keep confronting the fact that we can't actually demonize people as a group in a way that robs them of their humanity, you know? At the end of the day, even the most monstrous people are humans, and we have to take that into account while analyzing them, you know? While understanding what's going on.
What the fuck is this?
Once out of nature, I shall never take my bodily form from any natural thing. But such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make, of hammered gold and gold enameling, to keep a drowsy emperor awake, or set upon a golden bough to sing to lords and ladies of Byzantium, of what is past, or passing, or to come.
What up, V? Told you I'd handle it.
Looks like I was right again. Told you I'd handle it.
Good to see you too, Johnny.
You see any of what went down?
Nope. But that's probably for the best.
How do I get down there now? What the fuck do I do now? Oh.
Rogue's dead. Smasher was there.
I'm sorry.
Shouldn't be. Died for me, not for you.
Is my body still in one piece?
Parked it in Arasaka Tower's basement. Plugged it into the network.
Figured as much. Your applet's been torturing my brain with Soul Killer for a good while now.
Alt? Gonna show yourself? Say hi, maybe?
I'm an engram now. A construct. Fuck.
Yeah, well, welcome to the club. Hey, Alt, you here?
Told me she's finishing the checksum, then she'll copy me back over into my flesh.
So we at the finish line? It's all in Alt's hands now?
No.
What the? Alt?
I made a mistake excluding the body as a factor. DNA reconfiguration has progressed too far. Added to aggressive, invasive medication mutations. The body's immune system attacking its own neurons.
Spit it out! In human terms!
V will die independent of what I do. This is inevitable. This is imminent.
This could, well, we never stood a chance. Don't know why we even fucking tried. Cause it's life, it's death, it's the struggle. The hell else are we supposed to fight for? Alt, check again. Parse it all, we gotta be sure.
Don't cry, V. It's okay.
Okay, just shut the fuck up.
That's rude.
Oh, come on. There's gotta be a way out of
The
this.
biochip has irreversibly changed the host organism. It no longer belongs to V, who is an intruder there. This situation is different for you. All changes were made to accommodate you.
Come on. Telling your ex to kick me out of my own body?
The changes are irreversible. You have nothing left to lose. He has everything to gain. I will not interfere in your personal affairs, but while Johnny has full control, he can do what he wishes.
V.
Got zero intentions of doing you wrong. We made a deal. I'm sticking to it.
Exactly.
I'd hope so.
Let's just think a second about what to do.
Seeing as how I'm doomed to die. We stick to the plan I gave you. I leave. You stay. Keys to my body are yours.
No. It's gonna be me.
You lying sack of shit.
So what do I do, Walt?
Wait, what?
Simply cross the bridge. You will become a part of me, as V's body and former life are restored.
Enter the well to return. Okay, see you, V. I'm joking, V. Enter the well to return to V's body. Cross the bridge and enter cyberspace forever.
Johnny.
I'm gonna cross the bridge.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, easy. Too big a dose of Silverhand wound up in my blood. Just promise me one thing, asshole. You won't forget me.
Damn, I actually feel so fucking bad. Hold up. Ah, that's fucked up. Hold on. Autosave 1032. Hope this isn't too far back. Oh, go to the roof.
So with that being said, were they just being super nice to her? No, probably not. It is politically advantageous for Hamas to treat their hostages well. Hamas is playing a PR game here. They deliberately antagonized Israel by slaughtering civilians, thus inevitably provoking disproportionate war crime retaliation, and it makes Hamas look good, and therefore Israel look bad, for the hostages they took to be like, oh yeah, Hamas actually treated us really well. In fact, it is almost certainly the explicit goal of Hamas to have the full takeaway of the situation be, okay, so there were like 200 hostages, 50 of them died, the IDF, and the 150 that were released were all like, yeah, I don't know. Hamas was kind of cool, actually. They were pretty nice. They gave me chips. I asked to pee at the middle of the night, and they said, yeah, sure, and we had a convo. You know what I mean? It's to the benefit of Hamas that they impose this juxtaposition. There's just nothing in it for them to be mean to an 85-year-old woman who they're going to release later. Does that make sense? What's interesting is that in a purely like utilitarian sense, in terms of having goals and attempting to achieve them, Hamas is actually playing a better game right now than Israel is. Israel has been losing the propaganda game in the past couple weeks, openly like promoting war crimes. Literally, the @Israel Twitter account like quote tweeted the UN, but trying to dunk on them for saying don't do war crimes. That's not a joke. Netanyahu tweeted like, this is a war between humans and animals, and had to delete it after getting quote tweeted 50 trillion times. Like, Israel's not doing great in the PR game right now. The support for Palestine has never been this high in all of history. So Hamas securing PR wins by treating hostages well, letting hostages get killed by the IDF, they're actually doing their job better than the IDF is doing theirs. Literally, Israel was like trying to dunk on Greta Thunberg, saying,
You grow. We made a deal. I'm sticking to it. Let's just think.
Not ready to die yet, going with alt, you live on. Not ready to die yet.
Okay, yeah. Can't say I wasn't hoping you would say that. Johnny, what do I do?
Simply enter the well. V's body will be yours, while V will become a part of me.
Okay.
Just promise me one thing, asshole. You won't forget me.
I won't. I won't. Mom, my screen's tearing. Fuck. I thought I optimized my computers. My graphics card. Hey, kitty! I'm getting my achievement. I'm on my way to platinum. Those are my glasses.
Gotta say, update's quite an improvement. shit gotta pack too. And I gotta stop talking to you, V. Got a bit of time. Best not. None. Who is it? Hey! Need we? Hey, so when I play it? Oh, don't worry. Play.
What do you think you're doing, you little shit?
Going out.
Hey, I'm talking to you. The fuck you staring at? You got something to say?
Hold on. This guy's talking mad shit.
Hey, back inside.
Maybe Steve wouldn't be so eager to ghost out of his home if it wasn't a drunk tank.
You think your place is any better?
I don't got a kid. Keep this shit up. You won't have one either.
Hmm.
Who the fuck knows?
Our place isn't a drunk tank. Actually,
Like Steve started talking to him.
Oh god, how long is this ending?
Like, if you like the environment, shouldn't you hate that Hamas uses rockets? Like, desperation. Just truly desperate shit. Really, really dumb, wacky bullshit. I don't know. Again, none of this is meant to come across as a defense of Hamas. They're monsters and they slaughtered civilians. However, in terms of what game are you playing and how well are you playing it, the game Hamas is currently playing, which is not a game that I endorse, but it is a game that they're playing pretty well. If the IDF continues to lose the PR game, continues to indiscriminately slaughter Palestinians, which, by the way, 5,000 dead now. 5,000 dead now. Continues this genocidal behavior in Gaza. Continues to airstrike indiscriminately and get their hostages killed. The more Hamas will perceive their behavior as a success. And by the way, if Hamas perceives that behavior as a success, then congratulations, you basically guaranteed more terrorist attacks against Israelis in the future. Israel continues to perpetuate the system that threatens itself and the Palestinian people. Only Israel has the ability to break this cycle. They could, they have the power to do it. But because they pursue this blind, reckless, genocidal program, they make things worse for themselves and for others. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's very grim. It's not good. Anyway, I was going to show this earlier. What happened to the Exodus Order? Didn't they say they were going to invade? The Exodus Order held through. A bunch of people fled from the north to the south. However, Israel has not yet committed to the ground invasion. And the reason for that, in my opinion, is because they're internally conflicted. They're scared. A small part of it might be fear of reprisal from like Iran or Hezbollah, but a lot of it, I think, is also that Netanyahu's government is starting to realize that their ground invasion of northern Gaza would be a PR nightmare. Israel is waiting for the USS Eisenhower to arrive. That would imply they fear retribution from Hezbollah. In my opinion, a lot of it is internal conflict.
I'm coming too. Sure, might learn something.
How about the US holding them back? I can say with essentially complete certainty that the American government is quietly doing this to Netanyahu right now. Like 100%. There is absolutely no reason the Biden administration wants this. Does not want this. Does not want this. Publicly, Biden may feel strong pressure to support Israel's behavior, but absolutely does not want this. So I guess we'll see if it actually plays out. Yeah, Biden has been waffling publicly. We'll see. Yeah, I don't speak Hebrew. Sure does look bad for the IDF that they've already killed hostages with indiscriminate bombings, and the headline banner here is "Freed hostage, Hamas took care of all our needs." Really, really not winning the PR game on this one. All right. I'm very sorry, but I'm going to have to wait a bit before reading donos. I know I've said that before, but I'm just so incomprehensibly tired that my reading your donation messages would just be an insult to you. They're all saved. I'll read them all. They're logged. They're there. Never going to read donos. Oh, hush up. Dono skip strat. Yeah, I like speedrunning. Yeah, sorry. Listen, I might be able to get my Adderall filled tomorrow. If so, we back, boys. It's boy dinner time. Boy dinner, okay? Boy dinner is like a Cosmo brownie, some crap.
Boy dinner.
And a giant stack of Adderall pills.
Oh, that's
I'm going to send you guys over
boy
to...
dinner. Let's go. Yeah.
I'm going to send you guys over to Riverboat Jack, friend of the stream and fellow Progressive Victory advocate. Go on over and be nice to her, okay? I love you all very much. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I know. It's a small bump. It's a small bump.
Think it's true? Think there'll be another war?
Won't be another war, don't worry. Our Zoc is a lot weaker than they let on.
I hate the corpse.
Me too. They squeeze you till your eyeballs pop, but it's never enough. They gotta rip each other's spines out too.
Got a friend who lives around here.
Where?
Can't see it from here. Just saying.
He a good friend of yours?
I'm sure running and answering this phone call normally.
Yeah, no, there's nothing weird about that.
Oh, look at you on the back of the... You're on the porta potty. Holy. How are you alive?
I'm not.
I love how literally murdering people has less of an effect than just destroying like a tent. Wait, are you just killing people? What are you doing right now?
I've just been sitting here watching things get absolutely destroyed by the porta potty. It's pretty mesmerizing, honestly. Oh,
hold on, I'll save you.
Thanks. Oh, yeah. No,
Are you saved? What just happened? Yeah, get him out of there. Get him out of there.
Get up, Kevin.
Get up.
Trip out. I can't see anything. Where are you, Kevin?
I'm behind you. I'm behind you. On the floor. 1 second. Oh! 0.68 seconds and he does it.
I'm down. I'm down.
Okay, come on. Let me.
Over in the ground.
Hold on. I got you. I got you. We're going. We're winning this one.
They always said we couldn't do it.
But then we're gonna do it.
But we're gonna do it.
We're gonna do it to this guy right here. Gonna. Oh.
No, you chop Sergio's special project. Don't look like he's gonna talk. He's our only lead. Wait, what was it you said about Los Panteros? Shoot one in the face and they're dead, but up their car. They're nothing.
Wait,
What?
Hey, guess what? Your car sucks.
You
I think
can't
we have
do
to
this.
drive it. Oh,
Oh.
I'm customizing it. Okay, well, my car blew up.
I just got kicked out of my car. So I'm just gonna take this random guy's car. Huh. For some reason I feel nothing.
You know what? Let's go get some new cars and actually customize them.
Yeah, okay,
I think that sounds like a good idea. Okay, well, I was gonna take the convertible, but now that I see that there's another bus.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Bus tour. Oh no, don't hit the, that's not a speed boost. That's not a speed boost. It's a spike strip. Right. I did it. I got the bus in.
Yo.
You can
Oh, that's sad, man.
All right, here we go.
Yo.
This is the flattest colors you'd ever seen. Road trip. Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
I see.
Bus is coming through. Oh, you got me. You got me.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, I can get on the roof. I'm behind you.
Oh.
Oh, hold on, I'll save you.
Thanks. Oh, yeah.
Are you saved?
Not that long.
I wanted to sit in the back. Alright, whatever.
That's not that guy. Bonnet. There's so many sharks, bro. Bonnet head sharks? That's not that guy. Smoothhound sharks.
Oh, I knew I was gonna give him my guitar.
These guys are the guys.
Wait, we already said we were gonna give it to him.
It's possibly a bull shark, I guess. Hey, do you think that's a bull shark? Nah. I'm saying right now that's a lemon shark. It's the only shark that matched, right? Not a ligma shark. It's the only shark that matched. It's literally the only one. It has to be a lemon. Lemon. Has to be lemon. There's no way. Lemon. Wait a second. Never mind. Wait, that's literally the guy. Wait, that's him. It's a tiger shark? Yo, wait, we found him. It's not a lemon shark at all. I was racist. I was being shark racist. That's a tiger shark, bro. Yo,
Oh, I get my trophy. Complete the main
I
storyline.
didn't know that was a tiger shark.
Temperance,
Like
the Johnny Silverhand,
like a
keep your
cute
body
shark, like an
nice.
apricot shark, you know, like a frankincense shark. Why does it have to be a tiger shark?
Back to menu. Now I'm gonna get the rest of the other endings.
It's a lemon. If you scroll down, it has spots like that. But this is specifically on sharks near North Carolina. And look, the mouth open, wacky little teeth, nose hole going crazy, the slight frown.
Wait, what? Where's my autosave?
The frown is what like gets it for me because these guys also have that frown.
Oh, hold on,
Look,
never
he has
mind.
literally the same exact nose, same exact eyes, same exact type of spotting, and like the dorsal fins, like fit perfectly. It's that guy. This is the guy. I wonder if he condemns Hamas. Good question. That is a good question, actually. Bro, this is the guy. This is the guy. This is the guy. Anyways, with that aside done, let's get back to... So Ethan was talking over... on like the Israel-Palestine thing again. And I think he's going through some anti-Semitism that he saw, which I will say, there has been obviously rising anti-Semitism. I read an article the other day about apparently
Find all
I forget
fast
where
travel
exactly,
data
but
terms.
They recorded a
I
big
gotta do
spike
that.
over 1,000% in anti-Semitic hate
I never did
crimes.
Carrie
I think it
Uridine's
was the
story.
UK, possibly, if I remember correctly, but you know, we're gonna have to see about that. I know there's some things around here. Obviously there was that synagogue leader that was found dead at his home. Last thing I heard on that story is that that wasn't a hate crime, and it seemed like he died of causes unrelated to a hate crime. But obviously, a lot of people of Jewish communities are on watch. Obviously, that Palestinian.
Oh, I needed a Berserk achievement.
The Palestinian child was murdered by that like insane guy who has been completely obsessed with the war. I don't remember any specific. Here. I know that there have been there are reports of jumps and hate crimes. I don't remember one specifically that jumps out at me at the moment. I mean, there's this recently from NBC News. Man arrested in LA after allegedly attempting to break into Jewish family's home. Whether or not that's directly tied to the war and everything.
What's up?
We'll just have to see.
It's literally just talking about this anti-Semitic, violent misinformation that continues to be peddled. And it's...
Listen. Oh, he didn't die. He's in the hospital. Well, I'm glad he's not dead. Not dead. Palestinian American hospitalized after suspected hate crime, vehicle assault. Oh my gosh. In Cleveland, Ohio? Bro, hate crime in Cleveland, Ohio. That's what I'm saying.
Now it's their world. Should be.
Sometimes
when it turns out it was actually terrorists that killed their own people, then it doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter when it would cause mass riots. Now is, or how about this? You know what? Now's not the time. Now's not the time to talk about it.
What's been going on? He's been crying. Oh, never mind. He has a face rash. Oh yeah. I guess it looks like he's been crying, but actually he has a face rash. I remember he was talking about how he has a face rash recently, so. Poor bro.
Okay, now's not the time to talk about it. And today, the Israeli government released the GoPro footage from these Hamas terrorists, who they had a press conference for foreign press, all to come watch the clips, because so many people are denying what happened at this point. And the stuff that's described there is everything people said and worse.
Baby.
I warned you.
Hello.
What are you doing?
Have you been enjoying being upstairs?
Shit, it could be hours from now, V.
Well, welcome back down. I told you you can come back whenever. Yeah. I'm happy to have you. am ready to have you. Kind of. I'm still working. But you good? Did you enjoy your Fortnite? It was fun? Oh, that's good. The baby was screaming. No, Aiden?
It's gotta
Okay.
work.
I remember his name.
All cracks open Makoshi.
I'm not good with I do not like babies at all, but I can remember their names sometimes. I'm actually a baby hater. I'm not sure if I've told you that. Like, they're cute and everything.
Huh? I am.
I'm open to kids at some point in time, but like, just because I'm a baby, like the idea of like having kids, sure, that's cool or whatever. But like the whole baby thing sucks ass, and it sucks ass, right? But I'm open to having kids. Yes. You see that little shit? I had to grow him from a larva. I had to grow him from like basically a speck of cum, and he was a mess, shitting on the floor. He was full of worms. Okay, I had to clean the worms out of his ass. I had to pull worms out of his ass when he was a baby. All right. I had to stop him from eating too much because he would like eat too much and try and kill himself. He would eat too little and sometimes like try and kill himself. I had to keep him alive, right? He would eat random shit, try and kill himself, right? Take him on walks, feed him, bathe him, wash him, you know, dry him, stop him from peeing on the floor, stop him from trying to lick outlets. He's had
Lick outlets.
His whole life. He has a huge head. It's easy for him to get out of the fence, and then he like runs around the yard, and then he's like part pit bull. So people are, and we live in fucking Kentucky. People would like instantly shoot him if they think he's causing trouble. Okay.
This is it, Chica.
He's a mess.
I'm done for.
Doesn't sound like the Jackie I know.
Prepared.
That was a long time ago. His mom had just found out he'd signed up with the Valentinos. Trust me.
What's that, like 450 at
Zero
one?
wells on one shoulder.
I hate puppies. I don't like them. It's just, I've just had my fill. After raising so many dogs, the magic of a puppy is, it's just gone. I'm like I'd pick one up and I'd be like, all right, here you go. You know? Just hand them right back. You know, they're cute for a little bit, but after a little, it like, they're annoying. They're loud. They're always like, they're loud. They stink. They really stink. Right? You can't like feed them. You have to feed them special food. You have to bathe them in special bathing. For a puppy? I'm prepared for kids. You look at me and my ass is prepared for a kid? That's what I thought.
Well played.
I'm just a YouTuber. I'm just a YouTuber. Perfect parent material. That is true. You have to raise 6 dogs, and then, you know what? That's the only thing that I think is I think you have to be able to raise six, you know, living creatures, and then you're able to have a kid. But they aren't good boys. Just because you're a good boy doesn't mean I want to spend time with you for very long. You know what I mean? Like, there are lots of good boys out there who I do not want to spend 30 minutes with in a room. I don't want to be responsible for my kids' mental illnesses. But also, listen, you trying to not be responsible for their mental illnesses could cause them more mental illnesses if you think about it. So, I don't know, I guess, I don't know, you lose some and then you lose some, and then after that you lose some, and then you might win one, but then you'll lose some more. Oh no, I'm giving my kid mental illness. They're fragile? I'd break a kid.
Since you have to wait.
Even a little thing could cause them to spiral out of control. Yeah. They're too fragile. They're easily.
We'll start with you.
It is so true. You're right. Like you get some little shitter, you don't praise them enough, and they have like an internal, like a lifelong complex about not getting praised. You praise them too much, and then it also is also a problem, right? How do you praise them just enough? I don't know. They're so damn needy. They're so annoying. Oh man. Oh, they're cool or whatever. They can't help it. I don't hold it against them. I'm not racist against them. I don't like them, but I'm not racist against them, you know? They just can't help it. It's just a part of who they are. They do have really soft skulls. You can't, you can't win with them shitters. I gotta be, and they are shitters. They poop so much. Ever had to clean baby poop? No. You don't want to? That shit reeks. And then
you got a ripper, dog. I need to see him real quick.
Their poop, like they have like a poop snail trail that goes up their like their back. It's nasty. Anyways, back to what Ethan's talking about.
It's beheadings, it's killing babies.
I got some military berserk gorilla arms or something. What was it?
Burning families alive. Desecrating corpses.
What was it?
Taking photos of, dead civilians, taking the phone and sending it to their family or posting it to their Facebook.
Did it go in my storage? Fuck.
And so I go, listen, I want to tell the people who are talking about Hamas like they're freedom fighters and revolutionaries, or that like they were actually were there just to get hostages, and most of them didn't want to hurt civilians. I want to say, hey guys, listen, let's stop saying that because it's not true. You know what I mean?
Where's the military berserk? I don't have it here yet. It's probably in storage.
Have these body cam footages, like, has this body cam footage been independently verified?
Where's my car at? I can't call it? Fuck. Where is it? It's gotta be here. At camp.
But along with those weapons of war,
Yep,
the pamphlet also listed instructions on another key tool used by the militant group, a GoPro camera. They had they had like GoPro. They all had GoPros. Or I guess
I see the gorilla arms here.
Israel's lied more than telling the truth. That's the main thing. Is like I don't like listen. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I don't believe that there was ever any like any of them recording anything. I think there definitely was some, but like I don't know. I just want this to be independently verified on this one. Last video from Militant showing him being shot and falling to the ground while walking around the kibbutz, indicating how Israel first responders found the camera and accessed the video. It's not clear who shot him or what happened to other fires in the communities. Apparent deaths, a stark difference from the propaganda released by Hamas, which really feature military victories. These two militants walk around the kibbutz firing at homes and blowing out the tires of a parked ambulance. And they appear to shoot a person inside the home who falls to the ground. Another video, a militant enters the house and fires shots up at a darkened stairway. After hearing the apparent phone ring, one of the militants seemed to shout the Hebrew word for mother in an attempt to lure out the residents. Clock on the wall shows 7:50 a.m., roughly an hour since they left Gaza. Okay, I can look. We can look through this sometime.
Let's get back to the battery.
Can somebody tell me what is a kibbutz? Is a kibbutz? Does that just mean town or city or something, or is that a specific name?
Oh, Dakota! Holy shit!
Of like a region or something.
What is it you need?
I'm not a. I don't speak Hebrew. It's just like it's just commune. Okay.
All right.
The importance of the body cam footage to Hamas is highlighted by the roughly 40-page instruction manual for the group's fighters, which CNN obtained from the Israeli government. Officials said that documents were found on the bodies of killed Hamas fighters in Israel. CNN has not been able to independently authenticate the origin of this document. Okay, well. An Arabic language pamphlet bears the logo of Al-Qassam Brigades and states that it's a secret military document from 2023. It includes basic details on Israel military equipment and divisions, firearm, medical training, and tactical information. The page in the booklet titled Media Specialty, opposite descriptions in 4 different rifles.
So, you want to...
Short instruction manual on the GoPro camera. There's also a point-and-shoot digital camera. The basic instructions include things like change shooting modes by pressing mode button. Okay. May have been filmed for propaganda purposes, but also... I mean, I don't know, it's just like... CNN waffling here on this one. Videos may have been filmed for propaganda purposes, but also are likely a treasure trove for Israel intelligence analysts as they work to understand Hamas's actions and tactics used in the attack.
Could have given me a heads up.
Okay, but they said they weren't able to independently verify any of this though. So, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's commune. It just means commune. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
And how's the jacket? Not too tight?
V, are you well?
Sure.
I need some ammunition. 3 or 4 packs worth.
Interesting. I don't know. I guess we can go through it sometime. Hamas's abduction manual shows how the hostage taking was the central aim of the attack.
Look at this country now.
Horrific body cam footage. Okay, I mean I'll just look more through it sometime. Leave the doc. I don't know, like in times like these, it's very possible for them to make like how to kill people manual. That's not surprising to me.
Talk to the nomads. Where are the nomads at?
And
Optional.
I get a huge response from people saying, how can you be so insensitive? You don't care about what's happening in Gaza. Now is not the time. When is the fucking time? When is it the time to address stuff, incredibly harmful misinformation? When is it okay? And the thing is, like, the way people, I'm not denying, I'm not defending the IDF. I'm not at all. I've donated money. I've supported them on this show a lot more than I've spoke about Israel. I'll be fucking, that's goddamn true for sure.
I think that is true, if I'm going to be honest with you. And on top of that, I did know that he donated to Hassan's charity stream for Palestinians affected by the, Israel's onslaught, so.
But somehow it's never the time to dispel this really violent, anti-Semitic rhetoric that's causing riots. Synagogue leader over the weekend was stabbed and killed. So It's incredible to me that people think I shouldn't care about these things. Because now's not the time. I believe that the time is good for all spaces of offering civilians your empathy, your caring, your understanding. I don't believe that, you know, I need to wait for you all to tell me now's the time. And whenever that is, probably never, frankly, probably never.
Does it seem like she's tending to the left?
Here's some of the threads that I've been seeing nonstop on my own fucking subreddit. Let's see. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Also, I will say, I'm not Jewish. Babe, am I Jewish? What? Okay. Her ass said yes at first. Anyways, my ass is not Jewish, okay?
That's probably good.
My ass is not a millionaire. I do not have 4 kids. 3 kids. 2 kids and 1 on the way. Alright, I don't have a clothing brand. I don't have a podcast where I employ multiple people. Alright? I don't have any of these. I don't live in Los Angeles. I've never actually been to California. I've flown over California, but I've never been there before. Alright? But what I will say is that I now can identify with Ethan Klein because he also has skin issues on his face that make people, that have people talking about them more than what he actually says on stream. And honestly, I feel seen. Not many times this has happened. Everybody's also always all done up. Either they do have like they do have the perfect skin from being rich, or like luckily blessed with having you know, just more healthy skin than I. Just born with it, or they have like a lot of makeup on, you know. But Ethan, he really is a man of the people in this one. He's just like me for real. Bro's putting like his face rash ointment on literally while he's on stream. Like that's real. That's real.
But look, these are just sorting by now. It has a lot of upvotes. I don't know the exact number, but people are flocking here. Easton loves someone take Ethan's phone away. I gotta emphasize just how my stories that I'm showing are so, you know, it's so much not defending the IDF. It's literally just talking about this anti-Semitic, violent misinformation that continues to be peddled.
Now, while I do think that a lot of his rhetoric has been on that type of stuff, it's not been all of it. And chat, you remember we were there. We were a ground floor live when it was happening. Remember when Ethan was
Jesus Christ, Mitch, how much are you gonna fucking talk?
We were all here,
oh
like,
my
begging
fucking
for
god!
Elon to take his phone away. Like he was.
That is a goddamn
crazy.
chatterbox.
Like he like was. There was this like.
Where's
like,
talk
I
to the
think
nomads? Where are you guys?
American, content creator. On Twitter, who's like a sex worker, I think, who also talks about you know, the mistreatment of like Muslims and Arabs and whatnot in the world. And Ethan was like, hey gay boy, go to Gaza and get killed by Hamas, huh? See how much you like Hamas then, fuckwad. And I was like, and then we were like, what the fuck? Bro was and he was like, he commented and he said something like pretty, he wasn't attacking Ethan or anything. He said something, he was just having a conversation with him, honestly, or like he was giving his point of view. I don't think Ethan said anything too insane. I don't think he said anything too insane back. And Ethan he didn't respond to him. He just clicked on his profile and it said like Muslim or like Arab or something, Palestinian sex worker, and then he was like, your ass will get killed by Hamas instantly. How about you go get thrown off? How about you go to Hamas and get thrown off a building real quick, and then report back to me and tell me how much you like this Hamas, huh? And he's actually very like openly anti-Hamas, like all the time. I see him he gets recommended to me on my, I don't follow him, he gets recommended to me on my timeline a decent amount. But yeah, I don't know. Ethan was going insane. And then you had to delete everything, and obviously it still blow over super well.
Who called me over?
And it's having real consequences in the world. I'll show you examples actually before I get into it. Maybe that will help to tell you guys how I don't think what I'm saying should be controversial. And if you do think what I'm saying is controversial, I do think there's a moment of introspective for yourself. Where's the album, Love? I'll show you everything I've been posting over the weekend, so that you guys can judge for yourself what kind of Zionistic pig fucking genocidal maniac. People go, he's a genocidal maniac. People go, I cannot watch anti-Semitism. A lot of fucking people who use the word anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah, this is one of the people who was held up by conservatives as being like a voice of reason during the COVID, during the height of the COVID pandemic, right? This girl who's like crazy anti-Semite.
Who's the other optional nomad I need to
Actual
talk
just,
to?
like, Nazi level.
Where the fuck are they hiding?
You have to be so far gone. Like, you belong in like Tartarus. You know what I mean? You belong in fucking like Rikers Island. You belong on the goddamn raft. They should put you on the raft. They should put you in Alcatraz. They should put you in Arkham Asylum for this one. Yo, in a room tied to a bed with like machine guns looking down, watching your every move. Move 2 inches to the left. Move too much, and they'll fire a warning shot. Remember that? Yeah, this lady's insane. This is one of the ladies, just so you know, if you want to remember, if you've ever seen her face before, you think you've probably seen her before, okay? If you saw any of those accounts that was posting the the people like with COVID, you know, like the crazy shaking.
Practice makes perfect.
Those people hitting the stanky leg because they got the COVID vaccine. She was one of the people posting that. She's one of the stanky leg COVID vaccine posters. Yeah, and she's anti-trans, and she's anti-Semitic, and she's anti-vaccine. It's just like, she really can't pick a struggle. She chooses to be wrong on literally every single occasion. It's wild how it works out, right?
Oh, join with Pan Am, talk to the nomads. Where's the nomads at?
She looks at
where the
every
fuck are
occasion and goes,
the rest of the nomads? God damn it! Where the you fucking assholes?
It's crazy. Yeah, she's got the hat trick going on too. It's wild, ain't it?
A lot of fucking people who use the word Zionist like a slur will say that. And yet at the same time, they'll like this post that says, actually being Jewish is the same as being Israeli. So Zionism actually is the same as just being Jewish. Do you see why this is insane? Okay, good. Here's another one. This one, I don't, this probably has a lot more at the time, but 21,000 likes, 2 million views. This statement, which has literally no evidence to support it. Meta is shadow banning content that supports Palestine according to Palestinian accounts from Gaza. And in case anyone's wondering where Facebook, Instagram, Meta stand on the current genocide of Palestine enacted by Israel, I don't know anything about that. This is just one person. But the response was Mark ... Zuckerberg.
Okay, that's pretty crazy. That's me when my Semitism is anti. that's kind of wild, if I'm gonna be honest. Zuckerberg. Bro's actually she's actually echoes posting. She's going to try to, she's coming all the way back around to just echo posting at this point.
Where the fuck is the other nomad?
She's up in the ante. She is, you're right.
What do you think the implication is there, guys? That because Mark is Jewish, that he's going to censor and defend Zionism, defend Israel, because he's Jewish. And as you guys know, not all Jews are Zionists, unless, of course, you know, only in memes. In memes, all Jews are Zionists, but when I'm actually being confronted on anti-Semitism, then no. Basically, I'll have it both ways, please. I also said, you know, it would be nice, maybe he should wear a nice little flare around his arm as well. Zuckerberg, you know. So here's what I said. This bombing story has been driving me crazy because I just think it's incredible. People say it doesn't matter when it dominated the news cycle for a whole fucking day. One of the worst war crimes / acts of terrorism of all time. And people say it doesn't matter, or now's not the time. This has been, at this point, and it's more and more every day, the Associated Press. The AP analyzed more than a dozen videos from moments before, after, and during, as well as satellite imagery and photos. Associated Press analysis shows that the rocket that broke up in the air was fired from within Palestinian territory, and the hospital explosion was most likely caused when a part of that rocket crashed to the ground. Okay, that's AP. How about BBC? I don't need to read all these. You can read them all. But they're basically all saying that it was likely, some outright just saying it was. This is Reuters, you know, these are all pretty reputable, I think. Blast at Gaza hospital was not the result of an Israeli missile strike, but likely the cause of a misfiring Palestinian rocket. The French military intelligence said about it. New York Times, who was one of the early offenders.
I gotta get you a little cat friend to play with, man.
Hysterical.
Be so lonely,
headlines about
baby.
900 people dying and hospitals being blown up. Israel did not bomb.
I gotta reorganize the apartment.
Said the unclassified
Get another
intelligence
spot for a
draft
litter
on
box or
Wednesday.
something.
We judge that Israel is not responsible for an explosion that killed hundreds of civilians yesterday at the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza Strip. The United States has infrared sensors which are both satellite and aircraft based that can determine the launch sites of a variety of rockets and missiles. That technology has proved critical to the U.S. assessment, which does not place blame for the blast on Israel. Wall Street Journal says, you know, experts say that Israel wasn't responsible for the blast. Analysts say it is unlikely to change the minds of the Arab world, which largely supports the Palestinians and are hostile to Israel, whatever that part. CNN, I know it's not that reliable, as the other ones I noted, but they also did their own forensic analysis and said that the rocket came from Gaza and not an airstrike. Politico said the same thing. NPR said the same thing. And, you know, it disturbs me that so many people ran with this headline. From these sources, citing them.
I just got back from doing some.
And now when these same sources are saying actually it probably wasn't Israel. It was almost certainly a rocket from Gaza. Then all of a sudden, we don't care. It's not the time to talk about it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. From things that I've been saying on this, things that I've been seeing on this has been when this like hospital bombing happened, it was Israel strikes hospital. Then afterwards, it goes, wait a second. We think that this rocket came from Palestinian territories. And then there were people, and then the Israeli government was like, there's been like 400 rockets that have misfired and landed within Gaza territory from Hamas, right? Because Hamas is still firing rockets. If you didn't know, we don't talk about that super often. People don't talk about that super often, but it is true. Hamas is actively still firing rockets. Yes. As far as I know, at least since
all right, this is taking too long.
I don't know about literally today.
Can't save
or anything, but I do know as of about a week ago, they're still firing rockets. Yeah. Towards Israeli territory. With that being said, afterwards, and after that, Israel came out with this whole thing. There was like a guy who was like, look, holding up like a screenshot of Al Jazeera, because Al Jazeera was like filming while that rocket that was suspected to be in the air was there in the air, and they saw like at least part of its trajectory while they're like behind the journalist. And he was holding up a screenshot of that, basically saying that it's proof that the rocket came from like Hamas and